first sweep down again from Roderick. Can you pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point? And right between them, the match raced away twice he played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness
Morning everybody, welcome to New Road, Worcester. Day 2 of Worcestershire against Durham in the Rothesay County Championship Division 1, with Durham resuming on their overnight score of 55 for 4 in response to Worcestershire's first innings score of 162 on a slow surface, which has offered quite a bit of sideways movement to the seam bowlers, and we're going to watch as Ben Allison takes up the attack from the New Road end of the ground, and he will be bowling to Will Rhodes, the Durham left-hander, who is 17 not out overnight. Here comes Allison now round the wicket to Rhodes, and he beats him with an absolute beauty. First up, outside the off stump. Really, really good start to the day for Ben Allison. Beat Rhodes actually quite a few times in very similar fashion to that last night. And that one, oh, what absolute jaffer just watching the replay. That's a really good delivery. And Rhodes fortunate not to get a nick. Here's Allison again, round the wicket in the New Road sunshine. He's in and he bowls, and Rhodes is pushing this one out on the onside to mid-on, where Matthew Waite is the fielder. No run. So 3 slips in place, interestingly placed. The first 2 are conventionally quite deep. The third slip is much, much closer. Something that they've obviously had a chat about in the dressing room overnight. It's a slowish pitch. There's been quite a bit going to the slips because of lateral movement, but not very high. As Rhodes forward to this one, pushes up to mid-on again, and there's no run. Decent crowd in, mainly Pavilion and New Road End. We've been finding in county cricket generally this season that crowds have been better on Fridays than Saturdays, and that might be the case again today. One theory is that there's a lot of other cricket going on Saturdays. Certainly the local leagues around this part of the world, the Birmingham League, Worcestershire County League, I think they get them programmes underway today. As Allison is in again round the wicket, and Rhodes is again pushing this one up to mid-on. Tidy start from Ben Allison this morning, then no runs added in this first over so far. A lovely morning, a bit warmer than yesterday. Hazy sunshine, and the forecast for the weather over the next few days, I think pretty much nationwide, certainly here in the West Midlands, to improve and become really quite warm and summery. Middle of next week, forecasts suggest temperatures maybe even up to 25 degrees. Allison in again, bowls, and Rhodes is again defending this back up the pitch. The bowler. Good start from Ben Allison this morning. 5 dots so far. Walking back to his mark now, hoping to finish the over tidily. First full season with Worcestershire, having been recruited from Essex after a loan spell. He's in now again and bowls, and Rhodes is forward and steers that behind square on the offside. Jake Libby fields, and that is the end of the first over of the morning. A maiden bowled by Ben Allison. Particularly good first delivery of the day, going past the bat. And a very tidy start for Allison, whose figures now in this innings are 6 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 9. The attack is going to be taken up at the Diglis end by Tom Taylor, whose figures so far are 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. Jacob Duffy, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 13. And Matthew Waite, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 3. The other bowlers used in this innings so far. So 3 slips in place. Adam Hose at first, Rob Jones at second, and Henry Nichols at third. For Tom Taylor, bowling from the Diglis end. Moving towards us, tall right arm over the wicket, fast medium bowler. And he comes in now for his first ball of day 2. And it is edged down towards third man by the night watchman, Jack Blatherwick. And they pick up a single. Again, that's another one that on another ground that might have raced away to the third man boundary. Certainly been 2 or 3, but this outfield very, very slow, very lush, very thick grass growth, and we saw a lot of shots yesterday that would have been boundaries actually not reaching the ropes. Jacob Duffy described it as the slowest outfield he'd ever played cricket on, and we need to take that into account when we consider that Worcestershire's 162 all out might really realistically have been nearer 200 on most grounds, and Durham's current 56 for 4 might be nearer 75 as Taylor bowls to the left-handed Rhodes, who is playing and missing at that one outside the off stump, and through it goes to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. So 56 for 4, just the 1 run added so far today. And it's going to be attritional stuff again. One imagines, you can't imagine somebody coming in on this pitch with this outfield and really taking the attack to the bowlers. We didn't see any of that yesterday. Taylor again in, bowls, Rhodes taken on the pad, ball runs away on the leg side. They go through for a leg bye. Takes the score onto 57 for 4. Perhaps the only batsman that we saw try to dominate yesterday was Ethan Brooks, who after the fall of the 8th wicket decided to have a bit of a dart, managed a couple of boundaries but eventually skied one and was caught deep backward square leg, and I think that probably told us how difficult it is to play that kind of innings on this slow surface. Jack Blatherwick, the night watchman, did his job last night, and everything's a bonus now this morning for him, and he plays and misses at this one outside the off stump from Tom Taylor. Good morning to Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. And Marty, I think we're going to see more of the same today in terms of the tempo of the game.
The weather forecast is completely different to yesterday, because yesterday it suggested it was going to be overcast and showery today. Now it's saying sunshine and cloud, but it feels a lot warmer than yesterday, so the conditions may slightly help to improve batting, but as you say, attritional is the word. Taylor
bowls and night watchman Blatherwick plays firmly up to mid-off.
Is that was that the name of the difficult second album? Was it War of Attrition?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just thinking
it sounds like
some glam rock band from the 70s or something. Yeah.
But apparently Jacob Duffy saying, I was just saying in the last over, the slowest outfield he's ever played on, and you know, that's quite a claim from a player who's played in all parts of the world. Same for both sides though. Taylor in, bowls, Blatherwick digs out a Yorker, times it nicely actually, hits it firmly back to the bowler. Taylor does his own fielding, and that is the end of his 6th over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. His figures, we've had just 2 runs added this morning, and it's 57 for 4.
39th time these sides have met in the Championship. Durham have won 15, 9 for Worcestershire, and the pair's 6-wicket win in Chesley Street in July last year was their first on that ground, because their previous away wins had been in Stockton in 1993 and Darlow in 1995. As Allison starts a new over from the new road end, that's through to the keeper. Rhodes watching that go by. The target for Worcestershire last year, 231, was actually the highest total by any side in that game, so that was a low-scoring epic, with Kashif Ali making 76 not out in that second innings, and that match only lasted 3 days. There were only 4 half-centuries in the entire contest. We haven't had one in this game yet, so anyone reaches 50 in this match could be Alton top bus time. 57 for 4 the score. Allison comes in and bowls. Rhodes manages to drop his arms out the road of the ball there as that goes through to the keeper. Got 3 in the slip cordon. There's not as many cars in the car park today as yesterday.
Just saying, Marty, I think, well, I'll pick up on it as the over goes on, but I think we've seen bigger crowds in all the games that we've had so far away from home on Fridays rather than Saturdays. I think Saturdays when people go off to their league games and that kind of thing.
In comes Allison round the wicket. It's driven back to him by Rhodes, and he snatches at it with his right hand. Good reflexes.
And the Birmingham League starts today, and
I was going to
County League and so on.
So I was going to say, does the local league cricket begin today? Because the North East Premier League started last weekend, and there were friendly matches the week before. So I know a lot of people. We had lovely weather 2 weeks ago. Everybody was looking forward to getting out and seeing some friendly cricket a fortnight ago. This time last year, of course, there was postponing all the games at the start of the season and moving them to the back because of the weather. Allison round the wicket to Rhodes. Rhodes forward to this one, meets the ball on the bounce and defends it. Plays it back to the bowler.
Good start from Ben Allison this morning. He's been bang on in terms of his accuracy. Beat Rhodes with an absolute beauty first up this morning. Very first ball of the day. But doesn't bowl at high pace. Quite good against left-handers generally with his over-the-top sort of action. Swings it into right-handers, maybe away from left-handers, and can get the ball just to hold its line. Maybe do a little bit off the seam coming round the wicket.
In comes the bowler again, and that's guided into the ground and down to second slip by Rhodes. Paul Wilson has emailed, "Hi Marty and the gang, greetings from a fairly sunny and mild Costadale Hartlepool. The game is evenly poised at the moment. He suggests poor batting from both sides so far. Durham needed to bat steadily today to build a lead. It's been very hard. They haven't used this square yet this year. Nobody really knew what they were coming into yesterday."
Yeah, I think it's a bit harsh to say poor batting. I think there might have been one or two shots that weren't perfect, but difficult.
Playing across the line there, Rhodes looking to try and steer that through the leg side. It's ended up going through to the keeper quite low. He says, "I should be with you until around 6 o'clock, apart from nipping out to the chippy at 11:30. And then I'm off to watch a blues band called The Stumble, plus support from Old Man's Backy." He says, brackets, a blues duo at the South Durham Social Club. I've seen Old Man's Backy numerous times because they're regulars at the Harbour View on a Thursday night, so yeah, they're well worth seeing. At the Speakeasy.
Tom Taylor to carry on from the Diglis end, bowling to Jack Blatherwick, the night watchman, who's still there. Taylor is into him now and bowls, and Blatherwick is not there anymore. He's caught by Gareth Roderick. Pushed it a wide one. Thick edge. And Roderick diving away to his right. Picks up a good catch. His first of the innings. Breakthrough for Worcestershire this morning. 2 runs added to the overnight score, and Blatherwick, the night watchman, who to be fair had done his job last night, has gone. And not a lot of foot movement, just prodded at it really, and a wicket for Tom Taylor. Just watching it again, pretty regulation delivery outside off stump, just pushed at it, long way from his body, thick edge, and Gareth Roderick making an athletic catch in front of Adam Hose at first slip. It could possibly have gone into Hose's midriff, but Roderick diving across made sure that he was taking that one, and it's 57 for 5.
It's quite a good catch. He was at full stretch, wasn't he? Leaping through the air, Superman-esque.
Yeah, nice height for a keeper, that said. I mean, pouched nicely, but Gareth Roderick, most keepers don't mind a catch that sort of height. Got plenty of time to get across. Saw it early as well. I think it was quite wide, and made no mistake. Graham Clark is the new man coming in, saved from batting last night by Blatherwick, who did his job as a night watchman but was unable to build on that this morning. It's always nice for a batting side when a night watchman hangs around the next morning and makes life difficult, but Blatherwick unable to do that. So Durham 57 for 5, still 105 runs behind, and important for Will Rhodes to stay there. 17 not out. He's faced 79 deliveries and he has got to try and hold it together, I think. And Graham Clark is the new batsman. Still got Drizzelle, Rain, Yusuf and Ball to come. As Taylor comes in to Clark, and Clark is forward to his first ball, plays it into the covers, and there's no run.
There have been 25 times when Durham have been dismissed for less than 100. Their lowest scores came on the same day at Grace Road, when they were all out for 61 in the first innings and 66 in the second innings. In 2018, Mohammed Abbas did the damage that day, coming down the hill from the Bennett end with a tailwind.
Tom Taylor from the Diglis end is in and bowls down the leg side. Clark flicks at that, makes no contact, and Roderick, having taken that catch earlier in the day, has to move the other way down the leg side and make a two-handed diving take, this time much lower, and manages to do that cleanly enough.
They've only won one game when they've been out for less than 100, and that was against Derbyshire in 2018, when they were dismissed for 96, sorry.
Taylor in again, bowls, and Clark is driving nicely into the covers, gets off the mark, good tumbling stop at mid-off. But they'd set off quickly and able to complete the single despite that good work from Jacob Duffy at mid-off. So Clark off the mark, and the important Will Rhodes on strike, the left-hander. Obdurate, to say the least. Round the wicket, Taylor bowls to Rhodes, and he's caught behind. Big wicket for Worcestershire. This time, a good delivery. He had to play it, pushed at it, little edge, and this time a much more straightforward catch for Gareth Roderick. Straight into his midriff, taken with two hands. That's a good bit of bowling from Taylor. Really good, maybe a little bit wider than I imagined initially, but Rhodes has gone. That is a very big wicket. Worcestershire 2 wickets this morning, as Durham have added just 3 runs to their overnight score, and Will Rhodes out without adding to his overnight score of 17. A second wicket in the over for Tom Taylor, a second catch for Gareth Roderick, and the perfect start this morning for the pairs.
Well, it looks like Durham might be adding to that list of 25 innings. There's only been the one where they've been bowled out for less than 100 and actually won it, and that was Derbyshire in 2018, in a year when Leicestershire also bowled them out for 61 and 66, and Kent dismissed them for 91. Despite being bowled out for 96 against Derbyshire, they came back and won it because Derbyshire then gave away something like 80 extras in the second innings. And in terms of length of innings, this is, what's this, 28.5? So, what were they bowled out for in Leicester? So they lasted. They made 127 runs in both innings in 52.3 overs.
Good stuff from Tom Taylor this morning. His figures now 6.5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 25. George Drizzelle is the new batsman, so Clark on 1, and Drizzelle yet to get off the mark. It's a chance for Worcestershire to really force home some advantage here after this excellent start this morning. 2 wickets down, just 3 runs added. And Tom Taylor stands at the end of his run. A leg slip gone in for Drizzelle. 2 slips and a leg slip as Taylor comes in over the wicket to the right-hander from the Diglis end and bowls, and Drizzelle is forward, pushing back up the pitch. That is the end of the over from Tom Taylor. So 2 wickets for him this morning, and a good start for Worcestershire, warmly applauded by their members. Durham are 58 for 6.
New over from Allison from the New Road end, bowling here to Graham Clark. Defends that, goes for a little walk off towards square leg and then turns and has a look around the ground. So 104 behind when that last wicket fell. Allison in again. Clark plays the ball into short mid-wicket, no run. Picked up by D'Oliveira. Lots of encouragement out there. One of the photographers is only here till 3:15. Has to get a train back to the south coast today and was wondering how many wickets would have fallen by the time they leave. This is defended by Clark. I suggested we could be at the end of the Worcestershire second innings if things continued the way they had been going. We've now had we've added 3 runs this morning and lost 2 wickets, so you've had now 16 wickets for 220 runs in this match. It's madness. Allison still looking for his first wicket, right arm over, bowling to Clark. Clark plays it back down the middle of the track to the bowler.
Yeah, you can't argue with those stats, but at the same time, you can say that it's not impossible to bat out there. You've just got to be very, very watchful and have a bit of luck. And maybe because of the outfield, those scores really are artificially a little bit low. But it's not a minefield, I wouldn't say.
Allison to Clark. Clark leaves that one. It's gone through to the keeper.
And it's not, you might look at it from a distance and say, well, we ought to send the pitch inspectors up there and see what's what. But I think if they got here and spoke to the groundsman, he'd say, well, I've done my very best to get the best surface I can. Haven't prepared it to make it bowler friendly. Just the way it's turned out. Whether the sun being on it today and tomorrow, if we're still here, will make a difference. We'll have to wait and see.
Allison bowls. It's a length ball to Clark.
I'll tell you what though, Marty.
End of the over.
I'd rather bowl than bat. Put it that way. Yeah. 58 for 6 at the end of the over. Ben Allison very, very tidy so far. 8 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 9. But it's Taylor who's done the damage this morning, and he will carry on now from the Diglis end. 2 men out then this morning, both caught behind. Jack Blatherwick, the night watchman, and Gareth Roderick also taking the catch to dismiss Will Rhodes. So both the overnight pair have fallen to the Roderick-Taylor combination. And he comes in now and bowls, and Drizzelle almost goes the same way as he plays and misses outside the off stump, and the ball goes through to Roderick. Those 3 slips, we often talk about this, and forgive me if you've heard me say it before, but there are some times when you stand in the slips and it can be a long, dull day and you don't think much is coming, and then there are other times when you stand there and you're in a state of high alert, and I would say that's the case at the moment for these 3. Hose at first, Jones at second, Nichols at third. Here's Taylor in, he bowls, and Drizzelle is beaten again outside the off stump. Whether that's him playing down the wrong line or movement away, not quite sure. Just having a look at the replay now, he's batting on about off stump. And just held its line. Might just have gone away a little bit. Angled in at him. Probably felt that he had to play at it. Good delivery, and again this one is played out on the offside by Drizzelle. It's tough going at the moment. We've had 25 minutes of cricket this morning, just 3 runs added both Blatherwick and Rhodes out, without adding to their overnight scores of 3 and 17 respectively. And Worcestershire, who turned up this morning looking for early wickets, have had 2 so far, both to this man Taylor, who bowls. This one bounces a little bit more, and Drizzelle is just pushing it down on the offside. Very, very hard work for the batsman at the moment in this game.
Ian Atom, or Ian Min says, could this match end today? I suggested that this morning.
I don't think so. Tomorrow, I don't think we'll be here on Monday, but I don't think it'll end today. Taylor is in and bowls, and Drizzelle drives nicely into the covers, but no run. Fielded by Ethan Brooks.
Katie says, I hope you've brought your sunscreen today. Feels like it's going to be a warm one. I wonder if she's ventured into the ground or if she's watching the action from a hotel room. And Jay says, war of attrition with a hangover, please glide me into the day.
Taylor turns again. Comes in it from the Diglis end, bowls, and Drizzelle is beaten again, pushing outside the off stumps. Another maiden from Taylor. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 25 his figures. And Durham still struggling to add to their overnight score. They've added 3 this morning, they're 58 for 6.
So the Elgar statue in Great Malvern last night, took a picture. He was looking into the distance.
There's one in Worcester as well, too. Yeah.
You've got the Elgar route, haven't you? Which what does that take in? It goes round the Malvern Hills, doesn't it? And comes into Worcester.
Yeah. He was born in Broadheath, which is just outside Worcester.
New over from Allison. 8 overs. He's only gone for 9 runs, 6 maidens, but he hasn't taken a wicket yet. Broadheath, there is a Broadheath in Birmingham as well, isn't there? Or is there not? Is it Balsall Heath, Birmingham?
Balsall Heath, yeah. Broadheath and Lower Broadheath here. There's the Elgar's Birthplace Museum there, which is a popular tourist attraction.
But it's full of pomp and ceremony. Next ball is defended by Clark. Just to the south of here, where you've got the River Avon comes up through Tewkesbury, and then it passes underneath the M5. And you've got a little village there called Breedon on the Hill. Or Breedon Hill?
Breedon.
Yeah.
Just Breedon.
Just Breedon.
Yeah.
Right.
There is Breedon Hill. Village called Breedon on the Hill with 2 E's, but that's in Derbyshire.
So Breedon Hill.
Breedon Hill is,
so
is the big hill.
According to Anthony Gibson, the Somerset commentator, this is played to mid-off, no run. He says it's basically hill, 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 because of Bree and Adon are a hill, and then you've got hill. Breedon Hill. Nice spot on the river. It's a big, there's a huge military base there as well, isn't there? You come on
Tewkesbury,
Ashchurch. You come on the M5 there.
Yeah, Ashchurch. I think it's mainly logistics.
Yeah.
Sort of storage and a lot of vehicles kept there.
In comes Allison to Clark. This is pushed off towards point. Andrew says this is what we get when our main players are injured. Hopefully they're back soon or we'll struggle this season. They're missing quite a few, Durham, with injury. Apparently Emilio Gay suffered a stomach muscle pull when he was batting last week. So he's not here. David Beddingham's got a broken toes, not here. Allison to Clark. Clark defends. Clark's had a few runs recently, and he's certainly geared out to be playing a role like this today. He knows how to bat. He opens in the T20, or he used to. Allison bowls, that one nips in off the inside edge of the bat and whacks him in the thigh pad. He got 33 in the only innings against Yorkshire as a maiden. He got 45 and 62 against Notts. He didn't play in the Warwickshire match. He's got a few centuries to his name now as well. 400s and 16.5 centuries. He got 119 in the final game against Leicestershire in 2023.
Drizzelle on strike as Tom Taylor moves in from the Diglis end, bowls to him, takes a little walk down and works this one away on the leg side. Doesn't get a bat on it though, I think it's off the pad. It's just going to be a leg bye signalled by the umpire Michael Burns. So a 4th run added this morning, the 3rd leg bye I think. We've had just 1 run off the bat this morning. That was scored by Graham Clark, and it's 59 for 6 as Taylor turns and prepares to bowl for the first time to Drizzelle, to Clark, who drives beautifully through the covers. Nothing wrong with that shot, nothing wrong with the outfield on that occasion either, just timed beautifully and as good a shot as we've seen in the entire innings from Graham Clark. Away through the covers and under the other covers, the covers on the roller, on the wheels out in front of the Ladies Pavilion, and the first boundary of the day. And a very good shot it was too. 63 for 6 with that boundary. First loose ball Taylor has bowled really in this spell, which has seen him pick up both the overnight batters without either of them adding to their total. A little bit of drying work being done to the ball after it'd been over there, still quite damp in that part of the outfield by the marquee, and Tom Taylor turns again and moves in and bowls outside the off stump to Clark, who drives up to mid off, and there's no runs. Good morning for the first time to Mel Farrell. And Mel, just the start that Worcestershire would have wanted.
Boy, isn't it ever? It took just 11 minutes before the wickets started to fall, and half an hour into day 2 we've had 16 wickets in the match. Carnage, Frank, carnage by the Severn River. It's been something else, but they are in a tough old position.
Taylor looking to force home the advantage he's given Worcestershire this morning with a good delivery outside the off stump. Clark leaves it alone, taken by Roderick. I was just talking with Marty about the nature of the pitch, Mel, and we talked to some of the players last night. It's quite slow, bit of lateral movement, plenty of nicks going to the keeper, not much going to second, third slip, not a huge amount of sideways movement, just enough. And in some cases, I think you said yesterday, I mean, it's absolutely right, that there are sometimes the pitch that offers just enough movement is actually Clark. Forward again to this one, defence is actually more of a worry for the batter than the one that offers massive amounts of movement, because you can play and miss and play and miss and play and miss if it's moving, jagging around away from the bat, particularly 6 inches or so, but if it's just moving a fraction, you're much more likely to nick it. And we have seen a lot of catches going to the wicket keepers.
Yeah, we certainly have. I spoke to one player after play, and he said, just say it's nipping. If you say it's nipping, you're all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is nipping. Taylor bowls. Left alone this time, through to Gareth Roderick. End of the over. That one lovely shot in that over from Graham Clark, the only shot of any authority whatsoever this morning. And Durham 63 for 6. But as we keep saying, it's not the sort of pitch where the ball's exploding off a length and hitting the batsman on the hands or anything like that. It's just a tricky surface on which it's difficult to score runs, and I think it's probably fair to say, although Henry Nicholls I thought played particularly well yesterday for his 42 off 115 balls, but by and large you could say that nobody's really ever looked properly in on this surface.
When you mentioned that 115, the next highest number of balls faced was Brett D'Oliveira with 77.
Yeah.
Which says a lot. As Allison runs in over the wicket, there's a drive and a miss by Drizzelle. I feel like every time someone shapes up to drive, you are just waiting. It's a constant threat. But yes, 77 was the next highest. No one else faced above 80, so that really says a lot about Nicholls. And they had that planned for him. They'd set up their field feeling for a leg side weakness as Allison is in. Bowls, that is just clipped through square leg. Brett D'Oliveira, his legs, he runs so fast, gets back, keeps it to a single. Takes the score to 64 for 6. Yeah, so they set up the leg side sort of trap for him, if you like. But what he just did he adapted. I wrote about adaptation in the piece I wrote yesterday, and he just manoeuvred the ball and found spaces and just defended really well. Here's Allison. This is clipped around the corner, goes very fine past the slips fielders. It's a sweeper on the boundary, so we'll get a couple. But yes, the whole idea of having to adapt, he was well aware of that. He played with soft hands and manoeuvred the ball rather than trying to go for any expansive shots, and that kept him alive. I was talking to Jake Ball after play as well, and the way he had to adapt, which I'll describe after this ball from Allison as he comes in and bowls, and on back to Brett D'Oliveira's fielding at mid-wicket, runs to his left, picks it up, no run. Yes, his strength as a bowler is more back of a length, but because this pitch is slow, he described it as slow nip and back of a length that was then, I think, proving easier for the batters to be able to pick it up because
bowl it a bit
was
fuller
slow.
to get the nicks.
Yes, so he was pitching it up a little bit more. Here's Allison in bowls, and that's left alone by Clark.
And I think, actually that's probably fair to observe about Ben Allison. He's gone past the bat quite a few times, but has maybe just been a tiny bit on the short side, not short of a length, but short of the length,
yes,
which is beginning the Knicks. Hence, incredibly tidy figures. Coming up to the end of his 10th over, only conceded 1 run and over, but hasn't picked up a wicket yet.
Here's Allison again. This one's just defended on the leg side. No run. End of the over, 66 for 6. And Drizzelle is on 1. Clark is on 5. Yeah, and even he was sort of saying it kind of almost went against his instincts to bowl that way.
Yeah.
And he's coming. He only found out the night before that he was opening the bowling, Jake Ball. Everything is we do have quite a few players here who have kind of flown in at 2 minutes to midnight. It's quite interesting for me because it must be kind of difficult. I know players are used to, in the franchise world, rocking up and playing for different teams, but it's sort of different in a county championship. I think in red ball cricket, you suddenly show up and you need clarity of your role and need to understand what the teams are doing. Durham have got 3.
Yeah, 3 men who really had only been in the camp for a few hours when they started this game yesterday. Matthew Waite has replaced Tom Taylor at the Diglis end, and he starts with a full-length delivery which is driven very nicely by George Drizzelle straight down the ground for 4. That's the second driven boundary of the day, so boundaries today at least coming with a bit more frequency than they did yesterday. It might sound strange to say that, but 2 drives have found the ropes so far. That one I think not perfectly timed, but just closed the face on it a little bit, but straight down the ground for 4. Good for Drizzelle. He goes to 5. Waite is in and bowls much better delivery this time from Waite, and just on a length and maybe just a little bit fuller than we saw Taylor bowling, and Drizzelle is just forward to that one and pushing it back up the pitch. 70 for 6 then. 15 runs added this morning. 2 men out, the overnight batsmen Rhodes and Blatherwick, both out without adding to their overnight score, both caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Tom Taylor. As Waite comes in again and bowls, and another run for Drizzelle, just tucking this one off his pads out to deep square leg where Allison fields. See Jacob Duffy loosening up quite vigorously at mid-off, suggesting that he's going to come on in a moment at this New Road end as Worcestershire ring the changes for the first time. Ben Allison wicketless but very tidy this morning. 10 overs, 7 maidens, no wicket for 10. Matthew Waite picked up 2 last night, coming in his first over of the morning in the sunshine, bowls, and on the back foot Graham Clark is punching this one up to mid-off.
I know that Durham really rate Drizzelle's batting. I mean, we saw him take a terrific wicket yesterday. He got Tom Taylor out with a ball that really did turn prodigiously, and but his batting is also rated highly. That pre-season tour they had, they played games against Zimbabwe A. He got 8 scores of 81 and 82.
He waits in now as Waite is in, and he pushes this one up to mid-off. Clark, this is, not Drizzelle. Drizzelle the non-striker, and it looks he's come in at number 8. Of course, he would have been 7 had Blatherwick not come in as night watchman, and it's a bit like Worcestershire with Ethan Brooks at 7, although he batted at 4 in the first 2 games. If you've got a decent, capable batter at 7, might be Ethan Brooks, might be Matthew Waite, something like that for Worcestershire. Somebody who can make a proper score at 7, then it adds that little bit of depth to your batting, I think. And Clark plays this one nicely off the back foot. No problems in that over for the Durham batsmen, who timed almost every delivery very nicely, whether it be attacking or defending. And Matthew Waite perhaps a bit disappointed with his first over, maybe, I don't know. I suspect with the score at 71 for 6 that the bowlers are coming on and thinking, get in there, make something, beat the bat in my first over. You know, Allison beat the bat with the first ball of the day. Taylor picked up those early wickets. There's bowlers, they have enough bad days, don't they, in a year, that when they get a day like this, they want to make it happen. But not bad figures from Matthew Waite. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 8, and it is Duffy from the New Road end.
Yes, the New Zealander now making New Road his home. He's bowling from the New Road end. Drizzelle on strike. Duffy right arm over, left alone the first ball. Duffy, I thought, bowled really well yesterday. So he's had a bit of a journey, struggled to find his rhythm when he first came in that game against Yorkshire. Bowled really well in his first spells at Chelmsford last week, and then kind of struggled a little bit after that in his later spells, but just very much coming to terms with it. He's coming in now bowling, and there's a bit of a slash at one outside the off stump from Drizzelle. There's danger there. You have to be careful he doesn't try and go too hard. But yeah, Duffy coming into this with hardly any red ball matches before joining Worcestershire in the past year. Though he found himself number 1 T20 bowler in the world just beforehand. He's very modest about that, though. Here's Duffy again. It's just defended nicely up to mid-off.
Yes, he was, wasn't he? He was very modest about it. Really.
Oh, yeah. Now, and he had a part to play. I think he was the connection that helped get Henry Nichols here. Henry was actually at the wedding of his brother Willie on Monday in the north of Ireland. So I think on Sunday he found out the deal was pretty much done. On Monday he was at the wedding. On Tuesday he flew to London to get all the necessary paperwork done. Duffy in and bowls, defended out to the leg side, no run. So Tuesday he arrived, and then it was up here, strap your pads on, son, and off you go.
I think he had to do a few medical checks on Thursday morning when he got here. But there's always a lot of work behind the scenes to get these things done. I think it's very easy to take it for granted. Oh, why don't we go out and pick up a player? But they've got to be flown in. They've got to be found accommodation, transport, and everything else. Yep.
In comes Duffy, bowls. That one's left alone. Oh, get that camera off us. They're putting us on the thing again. No, and it's a really unflattering angle. Can we at least get you guys to raise the camera a little bit so that it's not?
You can raise it.
Yeah, but it needs to be set higher so that
I see what you mean.
It's like looking up our nostrils, Frank. And I feel like I don't think people need to look up my nostrils. No. Here comes Duffy in bowls. Oh, that's in the air and over the head of Brett D'Oliveira mid-on. Nice lofted drive, but of course the ball does slow in the outfield, and D'Oliveira, quick as ever, slides and receives some appreciative applause. I pick up another couple, 71 for 6. Now, Drizzelle on 8 and Clark on 5.
It's funny how the mood changes, isn't it? They've only added 18 runs this morning, and yet in this last couple of overs, a couple of shots, a couple of boundaries, chip over the top, you suddenly think, oh, hang on a minute, look, they're getting back into it. Another wicket or two could change that, but that's the nature of a low scoring game, isn't it? When 162 the first innings, 73 for 6 the second, every 10 is really important. Matthew Waite then from the Digley's end bowls, and on the back foot Clark punching up to mid-on, but just seriously in the last 5-10 minutes, these two, I know they've not made a massive impression on the scoreboard, but they've hit the ball with a bit of purpose and timing, and just I guess trying to just impose themselves a little bit and not be bowled at. That's the thing on these surfaces. You can. It's so easy to just sit there and not rotate the strike and allow the bowlers to bowl, and they don't want to do that. And to that end, Clark picks up another run here, just working this one off his pads to mid-wicket. They're trying to be positive. You can see that. I think they've obviously said, let's not just sit here and let them bowl at us. Let's try and upset the bowlers' lengths a little bit and see if we can impose ourselves. And it's fascinating. It's a battle within a battle. It's easy to sit back and look at a low scoring game and think there's not much going on here, but actually there's an awful lot going on, and Brett D'Oliveira has responded to that a little bit by taking out one of his slips and putting a man in on the catch on the drive at short mid wicket. Adam Hose has gone in there. On a slow pitch there's always a chance the ball can be lifted in front of the wicket, and this one is left alone by Drizzelle outside the off stump. 74 for 6 then. Good sunny morning at New Road. It really is a picture, the ground today. We've talked about this outfield being slow, but it's also very green and very, very easy on the eye. Leaves really beginning to establish themselves on the trees on the riverbank over in front of the cathedral. The ground does look very, very picturesque at the moment as Waite is in and bowls, and Drizzelle underlining that point I was making about attempting to disturb the bowler's length. He's just on the move, on the walk, as we saw several Worcestershire players yesterday, just trying to make the bowler think about changing his length and not just settle into a rhythm and just hit the same length all the time. It's good, positive batting in a very difficult situation from this pair at the moment. Waite again is in and bowls, and that's another good positive shot, good footwork, driven nicely, no runs, straight to the fielder at mid-off. But Drizzelle and Clark, although they both faced 20 odd deliveries for a relatively low score, Clark on 6 off 29, Drizzelle on 8 off 19, they're both, or 22 now, they're both, as I say, trying to be as positive as they can in these circumstances. As Matthew Waite is in again and bowls, and Drizzelle is turning this one on the leg side and picks up another single as fielder runs round from square leg. And that is the end of the over. 75 for 6, and it is nip and tuck at the moment. It's hard work. Just wondering why that fielding was done. Somebody threw it in left-handed. I thought, who's that? And it's Ben Gibbon, Worcestershire left-arm seamer, who appears to be on as the 12th man. I didn't see anybody go off.
No.
I'm assuming they have. It's definitely Gibbon out there who fielded that one. Anyway, we'll find out who's off. Could be Tom Taylor, perhaps, who's nipped off for a bit of treatment.
Here is Duffy in over the wicket, bowls, and that is just pushed out towards point by Drizzelle. No run. I actually ended up staying in Worcester last night, Frank. I had too much writing to do after, and it was quite late when I finished work, so I found myself a spot to stay. And it just made me... I need to come to Worcester when there's no cricket on and just spend
have a wander around, yeah.
Because even this morning coming here, there's shops and there's little markets. It's a really lovely town. In comes Duffy, and there's an edge. It's too wide for the slips cordon. That's going to run away for 4. He was in it there for a moment, Duffy. Drizzelle just pushing, fencing at that one.
Well, I'll tell you a good time to walk around Worcester, Mel, and I don't know if you're going home tonight or if you're going to stay again, but Sunday morning is a lovely time to walk around Worcester. The cathedral bells will be ringing.
I know.
There'll be lots of people walking on the riverside, lots of families out, and it is a very, very nice time.
Okay, I just have to bring up something on this point then. As Duffy is in, bowls to Drizzelle, who this time is much more circumspect in front foot defence, no run. So last time this same sort of thing happened where I was struggling to get my work done and get back to Birmingham. So I did stay along the river, and in the morning I thought, I'm going to go and visit the cathedral because I've never been in the cathedral. So I walked along the river. I couldn't find the entrance.
Okay.
I was walking on from the riverside. I couldn't find a way through to anywhere I could actually get in. Here's Duffy, bowls. That's just push steered nicely behind D'Oliveira, backward point, down towards deep third, and they will get another couple. So I was really disappointed because the bells were ringing. It was Sunday morning. The river was lovely. And it was like, I don't know, you needed a code.
You can get
something.
In. There are a couple of ways to find your way in, but whether they were all open on that occasion, I don't know. But as I say, Sunday morning is a lovely time to have a stroll around Worcester, especially if the weather's good, and it will be tomorrow.
Here's Duffy in bowls, and that is whipped away down towards fine leg. I'll get us another single. Takes the score to 82 for 6. Well, I'll see how I go tonight, and whether I'm here early, or whether I end up finding somewhere to stay again. But I would very much like to go into the cathedral. Yeah,
it's well worth a trip. Some very interesting artefacts and graves and so on in there.
Here's Duffy, bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump. I also found now, that's the end of the over, by the way, so 82 for 6, Drizzelle on 15, Clark on 6. I also know, I'm not going to say the name of the particular business because I know we're not allowed on the BBC, but there are also so many lovely cafes here, and I have found, I've been going to this cafe for almost ever since I started coming to Worcester, and it is so good. I've decided it might be my favourite cafe in the country.
Wow.
Yeah.
Praise indeed.
Big call. It's not far from the train station on the way here.
There's Matthew Waite from the Diglis end moving in, and he bowls short to Drizzelle, short and wide, and that's cut away. Boundaries are coming with considerable frequency this morning, and suddenly the point that I was trying to make just 10 minutes or so ago about how a flurry of runs in a low scoring game can change the mood, it's exactly what's happened. They lost 2 wickets this morning for the addition of just 3 runs, and these two have added 28 runs since then, and it's just changed the mood. They've been very positive, even though Drizzelle is 19 off 29. Doesn't sound particularly positive, but in this game that's a really good scoring rate, and he's driving this one up to mid-off, takes a single, has to hurry as Duffy comes into field, but a misfield from Duffy because the batters put the fielder under pressure. Good cricket from Durham, good cricket especially from Drizzelle. He's on 20. Clark has also been positive, even though he's only got 6 off 30. He's been putting back to ball with purpose, and it's a good little partnership this, especially in the context of the game. Really good stuff from this pair. Must have come together after those 2 wickets and said, you know what, we're going to try and get on top of the bowlers here. Oh, and there's going to be more runs. Fortunate this time. Clark edged in the air past 3rd slip. 2nd slip. If he'd still got 3 slips, it might have been a catch, but he's moved one of them out to mid wicket, and he stands at the end of his follow through with his hands on his knees thinking, not my morning this morning. If I'd still got my 3rd slip in, I might have picked up another wicket, but fortune favours the brave, and these 2 batters, I think, doing a really good job for Durham here, and they've suddenly changed the mood, and that's good cricket, really good cricket. So many little nuances and subtleties about the game when it's low scoring like this. Clark off the back foot plays up to mid on, and when I when I discuss with people about why I like red ball cricket so much and why I find it more satisfying than white ball cricket, even though I appreciate many of the brilliant skills on offer in white ball cricket, it's these little periods of play and little games within the game that make it so interesting. It's Waite bowls and Clark is on the back foot playing this back up the pitch, and I think this last 20 minutes or so has been really, really fascinating, and it would be easy to sit at the side reading your newspaper or doing your crossword or having a coffee if you're in the stands and not really notice, but I think we've seen something quite clever and positive, particularly from Drizzelle, but also Clark. Waite in again, bowls, and Clark is working this one away on the onside. I'm not saying they've turned the corner, I'm not saying they've changed the game, but they're just easing the pressure back onto the bowlers a little bit with this partnership, and they have added 31 runs in fairly short order. Drizzelle is 20, Clark is 8, and Durham 89 for 6 at the end of that over.
Yeah, I wholly agree. I mean, one of the reasons I love red ball cricket is that the huge number of narratives that exist within a single game, whether it's a particular passage of play, whether it's a spell, whether it's an innings or a portion of it, as Duffy is in and bowls is defended back down towards mid-on, no run by Drizzelle. There's so many narratives that play out, whether it's Jake Ball and his 5-for-all coming in, whether it's the Nichols, only 40 odd runs, but how important that was, whether it was that glimmer of turn that you saw from Drizzelle, who's out there now. There's just so many different stories and narratives within a single game. And this is a very interesting one right now, as Duffy is in, that ball left alone outside the off stump by Drizzelle. I mentioned he got those 280s in against Zimbabwe. He played in the game against Notts and got 45 in that. But the wickets he's been taking as well. He took quite a few in Zimbabwe, like 7 wickets in those 2 games. And I suspect he's pushed himself in front of Matt Parkinson at Durham. I certainly rate him highly, as Duffy is in, and Man himself, Drizzelle, just defends that. There's definitely a feeling that his batting has come on in leaps and bounds, and who knows, might see him push his way up the order a little bit. He's gone as well as almost anyone out there on this pitch. That's Drizzelle. He's there now, taps his bat and waits as Duffy runs in past the umpire, bowls. He's just played that with very soft hands. It's ended up its second slip, but bounced well short. Yeah, watch back that ball he got Tom Taylor out with, and it really turned. Day one on a green seamer. That's a positive sign, isn't it, Frank?
Not if you're a batter.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at his perspective. Yeah. I don't think there have been many positive signs at all for the batters, but these two are doing well. In comes Duffy, bowls. Gets in behind that defensive shot again, Drizzelle. No run.
Yeah, at the risk of repeating myself, they've done really well, these two. When you think that situation they were in when they came together, and it was, just a very short time ago, really. I mean, they've just imposed themselves just slightly, and that's so difficult to do. 10 overs.
Here's Duffy, bowls. That's again defended into the covers, no run. End of the over.
Their footwork's been good, isn't it? Their footwork's been good, both of them, I think, and as a result of that, they've probably played and missed a little bit less than quite a few other batsmen in the game, and they've just, by using their feet to come down the pitch, to get back when the ball is back of a length, by being positive in their footwork, they've just perhaps not allowed the bowlers, since the change, in other words Waite and Duffy, who came on as change bowlers, and since the changes at either end, they've not allowed the bowlers just to settle perhaps as much as the first two bowlers that we saw today did. There's Matthew Waite from the Diglis end, and again bearing out what I was saying, Graham Clark is moving his feet nicely, leaning into it, pushing it quite positively out on the offside. Doesn't get a run because Ethan Brooks is quick across the ground. But with those two, what I'm saying is the first two bowlers of the ball, Ben Allison very tidy, didn't get any wickets. Tom Taylor 2 early wickets. As a result of those early wickets, those two settled into a nice rhythm. So when the bowling changed, Drizzelle and Clark, whether it was something they talked about or not, I don't know, but when the bowlers changed, they thought, right, we're not going to let these two new bowlers settle, and they haven't. Although Matthew Waite did have that edge which flew down to the boundary at third man, which might well have been caught had there been a third slip. This next one played
Duffy,
defensively by Clark.
Duffy got one
edged
from
as well.
Edged, yeah. that went past and went for 4. So
yeah.
they have been there.
Yeah. But fortune has favoured the brave on those two occasions, and I think you've got to be brave on a pitch like this. I really do. And you've got to have a good technique, as Henry Nichols showed yesterday. Here's Waite in again, bowls, and there you are. There's another example of what I'm saying as Graham Clark drives through the covers, and that's gone to the boundary again. So we're seeing the ball reaching the boundary with front foot drives with a bit more frequency today, which suggests the outfield might just have sped up a little bit. But it's testament to the positivity of Drizzelle and Clark, and this partnership, I would suggest, as Clark goes to 12 and the total goes to 93, partnership past 30 now, 35, probably beginning to be a little bit of a niggle to Brett D'Oliveira. Hasn't got a lot of runs to play with. 69 the lead as Waite bowls, and there's another really good positive drive from Graham Clark, timed nicely, well fielded by the bowler, but with every shot that the batsman plays that finds the middle, like that cover drive, that confidence will grow. Don't want to get too confident, don't want to get too carried away, still got to respect the bowlers and respect the pitch, but really good cricket from this pair at the moment. for Durham. 93 for 6. Waite in bowls. And that's exactly why you've got to respect the bowler on the pitch, because Waite gets one in the perfect spot, really. Angled into the right-hander. Probably nipped away off the pitch. Just looking at the stream now. Remember, we can't see the pictures that you can see as they happen. But yeah, that's an absolute beauty. Well bowled. That's what Matthew Waite wants to do. He wants to hit that line and length as frequently as he possibly can. He's in again now, and he bowls and bang on again, and Clark treats that with respect, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. 93 for 6 then. Drizzelle 20 and Clark on 12. 41 overs gone in the innings. 2 men out today. The overnight pair, Will Rhodes 17 and Blatherwick 3, neither added to their overnight score, both caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Tom Taylor. But since then, the best batting of the innings from these two, and it's brought about another bowling change. And this is an interesting one, because Brett D'Oliveira has decided that high pace, or the highest pace he's got to use in Jacob Duffy, has possibly not been the answer, and he's bringing on the slowest of his 5-seamers for a first bowl in the game, Ethan Brooks.
Actually, I thought Ethan Brooks bowled really well at Chelmsford. He was really tight. He gave very, very little away. And sometimes pace off, especially if it's a slower pitch, it can be a little bit... It can, force the batter into trying to generate more of their own pace and power. And that's where mistakes can be made. Brooks is in bowling to Drizzelle, who just turns this around the corner down to a fielder running in from deep backward square leg. So 1 run added to the total. I thought, Brooks bowled well, and I wonder if it might be on Brett D'Oliveira's mind too that a week ago at Chelmsford, Worcestershire were in a really strong position, even though they had a reasonably low total to defend. As Brooks is in once more, that's just driven past the bowler and mid-off full field. But they let that position go, and they had a period where they let Paul Walter get on top of them. That period essentially cost them the match. So he'll be very, very aware of that as Brooks is in once more. Bowls, that's just clipped straight to short mid wicket, no run. So these things, you can be in that position in a game, and then just one session ends up being key to the result. So Worcestershire will not want to waste the exceptionally good position they have found themselves in on the morning of day 2. Here's Brooks again, right arm over. Oh, there's a flash at that one. Goes for the drive, Clark. And he's played and missed at that one. So it'll give Brooks some heart as we welcome Martin Emerson back into the commentary box. Good morning to you, Martin.
It's afternoon now, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
12:05.
Oh, gosh. Time flies.
There's a little in-swing in that one.
In comes Brooks again. Bowls. That one's stoutly defended by Clark this time. Gets on top of it, drops it to his feet.
Good partnership from these two, and much needed from a Durham point of view. They've taken them to the cusp of 100 runs. It was about half an hour ago when I was last on air, and I was saying it didn't look at that time like Durham would reach 100. They've put together a stand of 36 from about 76 balls.
Brooks bowls. Oh, and this time it's again. He's got some good bounce on that one. He's beaten the bat.
That took off a length, that one.
Yeah, that really did bounce considerably. And that's the end of a good first over from Ethan Brooks. Just the one single coming from it, adding a new threat. Durham now 94 for 6 with Drizzelle on 21, Clark on 12, and these two, well, they are stemming what was a flood. Felt like it's been a flood of wickets in this match, with 14 falling on the first day and 2 within the first half hour of play on day 2 here It's sunny night. Worcestershire, Worcester. It's looking lovely today. Particularly lovely.
What's the biggest partnership we've had? 55.
It's going to be a change of ends actually for Duffy. He's still bowling, but he's now at the Diglis end, and the first ball's just played out by Drizzelle. So Duffy, we thought might have been taken off because of the extra pace, maybe feeling that wasn't working, but in the end it was a change of ends. D'Oliveira trying to work out a way to break this partnership as Duffy is in. Right, I'm like, oh! Now that, he's tried to duck under that ball, has Drizzelle. It bounced again, and it's top-edged it. It's run away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. But goodness gracious me, he almost ended up sat on his heels. And I'm just watching that again. Oh, he half pulled it while he was ducking.
I think it's hit the helmet, you know.
Did it really?
Yeah, the physio's coming on to have a look.
Oh, there you go.
It was signalled as a 4, but
yeah.
I don't think that's come off the bat.
We'll just have to look at this again carefully. I
think that's
it
come off the
has.
helmet.
Yeah. Well, it was
4 buys.
signalled 4 originally, which is why I thought it must have got the bat. But we talked about the bit of variable bounce here. We've seen a few shoot low. We saw one just shoot up off a length in the previous over from Ethan Brooks, who's not bowling with extravagant pace. That one has certainly leapt up.
Well, Susan, the Durham physio's on talking to George Drizzelle, just doing a little check to make sure he's okay, and she'll have to check him over again in a few minutes. Yeah, it's come right off the badge on the helmet.
Yeah, just watching that replay again, it's much clearer. But
well, it looks like he means business now, because he's handed his sleeveless sweater to the 12th man, and he's just having a quick rub down, and he's ready for more.
That's it. Well, the sun is
it's lovely out there. It's really nice.
Well, yeah. Let's not get carried away. But it is much nicer
Does
than yesterday.
Fine by me. This pleasant still.
It is lovely
warm.
today. It's not warm, but it is mild.
Yeah.
That's the word I would use. Mild. I'm not wearing.
I'll go back to not
layers.
stupid. Sensible weather.
I'm down to my t-shirt today. So it's like.
So you stayed in Worcester last night then, did you?
Yeah, I did. I did stay.
Was that a last minute thing?
It was, yes.
Yeah.
I literally found a cheap deal on a room about 5 minutes before play finished, because I realised that I was going to be writing late. So it sometimes happens to me here. Duffy, he's in bowls. It's nicely defended out into the covers by Drizzelle. Just recovering from that being hit on the helmet. Yeah, it was lovely. Went for a little walk, found somewhere. Well, everywhere was closing for food, but a local place did take pity on me and gave me some soup.
Ah. Out the back kitchen door, was it?
No, they were just about to close, and I looked pitiful, and they said, "Well, we can do you something." So I ordered the soup to make it easy for them. In comes Duffy again as a play and a miss from Drizzelle.
Katie's come up for 4 days and she's staying in the hotel here. She says, I hope it's not over today because I've paid for the hotel for 4 nights. Feeling smug that I didn't buy tickets for all 4 days in advance though. And then she says, please ask Mel which is the cafe she's recommending. I don't think she reads Blue Sky. Yes, I'm on Blue Sky now. Marty Cricket on Blue Sky if you want to get in touch.
Have we gone to Ask Mel now?
Yeah.
That's the other new segment.
Yeah.
Tell
Ask
Melinda
Mel.
and Ask Mel.
We've gone from streaming with Mel to Ask Mel.
Duffy in once more, and that time it's left alone by Drizzelle. I'm not allowed to say the business name, but if you go to the just on the same side of that main street as a train station, and look for a cafe that says something about proper coffee on the outside, very close to the station. I got takeaway breakfast from there this morning. Some courgette fritters, which were outstanding, with slow roasted tomatoes. In comes Duffy, bowls. Oh, and again a push forward, but ball's gone past the outside edge. End of a testing over there from Duffy. That's 98 for 6 with Drizzelle on 21 and Clark on 12. Yeah, fantastic. And they realised I was in a hurry, so they got my breakfast ready so quickly so I could bring it to the ground. And I've made a call that it might be my favourite cafe in the country.
Wow.
It's
Well, I spent the
really
night.
good.
I spent the night with me mate Edward.
How was Eddie?
He was very stiff. Didn't say a word, and he just stood there staring into the distance. Next over, bowling here from Ethan Brooks. It's his second over, coming in from the New Road End. Statue of Edward Elgar in Great Malvern.
Oh, good lord.
I was walking back to the hotel, I thought, why is that statue along there? Because it's obviously, it talks about all the waters and the spa and all that, so I thought it might have been something to do with that, because there's plenty on the walls about spa treatments of yesteryear and whatnot. It's Bruce Bowles, bit of bat and pad there from Clark, and the ball trickles down to mid-on. Anyway, it was Edward Elgar, so the composer. So looking east, but it was... On a clear day, if you're up Great Malvern, you can see about 8 counties or something like that. You can see for miles, right across Wales. But last night it was coming in dark, but you couldn't really see much to the east last night, really. A bit hazy. Next ball turned away by Clark down towards long leg for 1. Takes him on to 13 and Durham on to 99. Kate's been on from Holland.
Is that Dutch bird,
yeah,
Kate?
And she says,
Hello.
"Hi Marty, you know I'm that irritating person who's a pedant when it concerns
God.
anything cricket, so apologies." She says, "Drizzelle is pronounced Drizzle. I've never heard him called Drizzle, so I'll continue to call him Drizzelle."
I need to
Brooks in, balls, and that's defended on a length, on off stump.
No, I did ask you guys because I was not sure if it was Drizzle or Drizzelle when I was told.
Just let me
Drizzelle,
do
but
something here, because your microphone's moved to a... it's stuck. It's a strange one, that,
I
isn't it?
don't know what's
The way it's
going
stuck
on.
to the earpiece.
I'm really
Mine
confused.
gives me lots of flexibility to move it up and down, but yours is...
Mine's like Stiff Eddie, doesn't
Yeah,
move.
it's sort of stuck around your throat. Maybe it was from one of these sniper units, you know, and they wear the little throat pieces instead.
Try and maybe that's a bit better. So I would like to ask him because I do find with players, I try and ask them themselves whenever possible because people do pronounce their names differently. Might be spelt the same way.
So here's Brooks bowling. Hay fever's high today, I think. Ethan Brooks bowling. That's a dot ball.
That's Joe. That's Joe Tromans from
Who?
Worcestershire.
Oh, is it him?
He's sitting there next to
He's forgotten to take
Ashley
his,
Giles. Yeah, he's got a chest infection. He's getting...
Everybody has this week. This is into the keeper's gloves down the leg side. Standing up he is. That's the end of the over. So a quietish over from a Durham point of view. Just that one run down to long leg earlier. But they are on 99 for 6.
Yeah, Joe, he did a brilliant job yesterday.
Yeah.
The tribute to JC,
Definitely.
John Curtis, that occurred before the game started, and he just spoke so beautifully about him. There's a really lovely pamphlet, a little sort of booklet that's in tribute to JC, which I think Joe has done, and it's really lovely. Duffy, it is from the Diglis end. Runs in bowls to Clark, who tries to flick this down the leg side. Roderick takes the ball and throws it up in the air as if in mock celebration.
Derek said he was going to be listening to us today.
Hello, Derek. Hello, Dutchbird Kate too. I've met up with Dutchbird Kate in
He actually
Sydney
said he
once.
sent this at 8:25 this morning. He said, "I'll be listening in today for Clark's 100."
Oh, he's on strike now as Duffy is in. He lets this one go past the outside.
He's only got another 87 to go and he's there. He said I'm at Hoyk and Almouth and Lesbury thirds with Ellie playing against Stobswood.
They are great names there. Right there.
Well, it's Howick, isn't it?
I don't
There's
know.
one.
You're
The
asking
one in
me.
Scotland's pronounced Hoyk, but I think there is a village in Northumberland called Howick, but they're both spelt the same.
See, this is the thing about names.
Yeah.
Duffy in, bowls, left alone. That one's shot through a little bit low outside the off stump. Clark not interested. Just slow down a little bit, these two, though. The shots were coming, and they were being quite positive, but things have just slowed a little bit in the last few overs.
There you are. There's Howick Hall and Gardens and Arboretum in Northumberland, but it says here Howick can refer to a few different locations.
As Duffy comes in, bowls. It's defended back, straight back to the bowler by Clark. Well, see, this is it. There are some absolutely ridiculous pronunciations in this country that don't half do my head in. Like Bicester.
Yeah.
Bicester.
Bicester.
It
What about
makes no
Lemster?
sense. Well, that's just ridiculous, frankly. Actually, the worst one, I've got
Toaster?
one for you. No, the one that annoys me more than anything, as Duffy runs in, bowls, let's let
Can
go
I
through.
guess? Bath.
No,
These people who put an R in Bath.
Bath?
Yeah.
I say Bath.
It's
Bath.
got an R in it, is it?
Bath.
Do you have a bath? Or do you
Sounds like a frog
It's named after the
croaking.
Roman baths.
The Roman baths.
Baths.
Baths. No, there's a worse one. The one that does me every single time is Maudlin.
Oh,
Spelt
Magdalene,
Magdalene, pronounced Maudlin. Someone
Yeah.
explain that.
There's no
to
need to get
me.
so maudlin about it.
Here's Duffy. Bowls. Let's press down to mid-on, no run. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
See, this is...
But you see the name, you've got Magdalen College,
Yes.
but there's
Stupid.
also the name Magdalene.
Yes.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. It's 99 for 6 and Durham...
That doesn't make sense either.
Drizzelle is on 21 and Clark is on 13, and this is getting back into the territory for anyone who was listening last week when I was at Chelmsford talking about the things that get my goat in this country, and number one being the plastic washing up bowl, but I think number two might be Maudlin now.
Here's Brooks. And bowling here to Drizzelle, who turns that off down towards long leg for one run, takes him on to 22. The 100 up for Durham, a milestone. And I'll tell you what, when they lost 2 wickets in the same over earlier on today, you were thinking at that point in time, what were they? 58 for 6, the 100 looked a long way off.
This has been a fine partnership in, let's face it, the most difficult of circumstances.
Brooks bowls again to Clark, who plays the ball to point, no run there. So that's come after 45.1 overs. Partnership 42 from 100 balls.
They've done incredibly well, and it might get a bit easier for batting, perhaps.
Next ball's defended.
Heavy roller, a few more goes of the heavy roller.
The Monkeys sang a song which they brought out in 2016 called Me and Magdalena. It's a lovely tune. Gets your bit of play on Six Music every now and then. Certainly a favourite of Guy Garvey's on his show on a Sunday afternoon.
Surprised it's not called Maudlana.
Clark plays this. Ball from Brooks to mid-on. No run. Sun shining here, and those yellowy sail covers on top of the bar in the corner, then the sun's glistening brightly off them now. They've sort of turned into laser beams.
I went up there yesterday. I went
it
to
looks
walk
quite nice. I
around.
had a look in the ground floor yesterday.
Yeah, I had a look in the ground floor, walked up the top. Very nice addition.
Brooks bowls to Clark once again. He finds mid-on, no run there. Just eat time up in this game. Stay as long as you can in the middle. The runs will accrue very slowly. It's been in terms of the runs, they've come at a snail's pace, literally, in certain parts of the ground. The outfield's been so slow. 100 for 6 though, Durham. That's a low full toss. It's played back to the bowler.
Yeah, I think the outfield has quickened up
a little bit
yeah. From yesterday.
Certainly the far end.
Yeah.
There was a 4 from Drizzelle earlier on, which I don't think would have got there yesterday. It certainly looked a bit quicker this morning.
And it's that sort of sky that's there's high cloud, but there are shadows out there. So the sun is out. It's a sort of thing where it's almost got that feel of when you've got morning cloud that is going to burn off.
Burn off, yeah. Right, close your eyes a sec. Close your eyes, quick, yeah, just close them. What's the deficit?
68? 67?
62.
62?
Yeah.
That was my next guess. Yeah. Why did you make me close my eyes?
Just to see if you were going to look at the scoreboard and cheat.
I didn't. Oh, I was close.
Yeah.
I was close.
Well, they've reached 100 anyway, so they're now 62 behind.
In comes a change of bowler. It's Allison back from the Diglis end. First ball drops before it gets to third slip. Allison has been really tight. Hasn't got the wickets. None for 10 of his 10 overs. 7 maidens. So he's done his part in keeping the scoring low, but you can imagine he'd dearly love to be getting in on the wickets on this pitch, being shared around his teammates. I had a chat with him last week in Chelmsford, he and his brother Charlie. Runs in again over the wicket, and that is a full delivery that's just slams his bat on it and it dribbles out to the offside for Drizzelle. And it just changed again. They did really well, this pair, in being positive and finding the boundary, some positive shots. Feels like with the changes in bowling, it's just tightened things up again a little bit for them. Allison in bowls. Oh, there's a big shout. Umpire is unmoved. Just can't see the angle from that ball, whether there was bass in it, whether it was the line was right. Just gonna have a look as that replay comes up. I think there was maybe an issue of height. Might have been certainly heading down the leg side. He does, the way he bowls is always going to be a possibility. Next ball is turned down the leg side, goes very fine, slows up, and they will get a couple. Because he has, we were talking about this yesterday and last week, his release point, he brings his arm right over his head, so it's almost like 11 o'clock on a clock face, and so to the right hander that ball will tend to move away. So it's, that might come into the umpire's thinking. In comes Allison once more. It goes straight through to Roderick. Yeah, it's got very interesting action, Ben Allison. He does have that very pronounced release point. Takes a ball away from the right hander and into the left hander naturally. Turns at the top of his mark, bowling from the Diglis end. 3 slips in over the wicket. It's let go by Drizzelle once more, and taken by Roderick behind the stumps. It's the end of the over. 102 from 6. 4-6 even. Drizzelle on 24 and Clark on 13. Now the sun really is out. I do think that cloud is burning off. Will that change things?
I think the weather forecast this afternoon is a lot better than it initially said it was going to be.
I thought it was going to be possibly raining all
Yeah,
afternoon.
well, that was start of a new over here from Brooks, pulled out through deep mid-wicket by Clark. He's going to get 2 here. So it's fielded down on the boundary by Ben Allison. So Durham move on to 102.
104 now.
Oh yeah, I already gave the scoreboard time to click over, so much so that I was convinced it already had, and it hadn't. It's gone down the leg side. I wonder if there's a treatment for scoreboard lag.
Ah, it does sound serious. At least it's nice and visible from here with big letters, numbers. That always helps me.
Next ball is bowled by Brooks to Clark and played back to the bowler.
It did slow the scoring actually when they brought Brooks into the attack and changed Duffy to the Diglis end. Has brought around a real slow up.
Next ball is defended on a length there by Clark. He's on 15, Durham 104 for 6.
Now with Brooks and Allison bowling, it really has slowed this scoring right down. But important for this pair, for Durham, to just hang in through this period.
Email from Martin Deacon. So nice listening to the commentary again after a long winter. So this is a full toss which is pulled by Clark and it just trickles away to mid-on. He's mistimed that one. Well, that's one of those reverberating through your fingers, isn't it? He's on about, he said he works at the Story as an archivist and been busy trying to learn the names and locations of all the places in County Durham. One simple name I can see might cause problems. Greetham, he says. Is it Greetham, Greetham or Gretham? Brooks bowls. Clark pulls this one down towards deep backward square leg for 1 run. And will keep strike as he gets a single. So he now moves on to 16 and 105 for 6 the score. Remember, Worcestershire all out yesterday for 162. Last night, Durham were 55 for 4 and trailing by 107. I'd say that's Greetham. I think that's, isn't that down near Darlow somewhere? No, it's not. It's north of the Tees, near Billingham.
There's Ben Allison. Big shout for LBW against Graham Clark, but
Side edge, I think.
Not out. They've played really well, these two. Very, very well. It's difficult to overestimate the significance of a partnership of almost 50 in a game as low scoring as this, and they've done it in difficult circumstances by being positive, and I'm very, very impressed by the way they've played this pair. Very good partnership indeed. It hasn't been easy. Allison from the Diglis end has broken the partnership. I was going to say he's deserved a wicket and he's got one. He's knocked out the middle stump.
Is that an inside edge?
I think it was an inside edge. Graham Clark is the man out for 16. It's a very important wicket for Worcestershire. Been held up by this partnership. Just watching a replay now. Yeah, big inside edge. And to be fair, excellent effort by Allison. He's been incredibly tidy. He's been the Ben Rain of the innings, really. He's in his 12th over. He's only conceded 12 runs. That's the first wicket he's picked up. And it sees the end of a very, very good partnership for the 7th wicket.
47, I think they put
47. 105 for 7. Big wicket for Worcestershire. And the first for Ben Allison. Graham Clark out for 16. Doesn't sound much, 16, but actually in this game that is a decent effort.
66 balls.
So well played to Graham Clark. Important wicket. 105 for 7. Worcestershire still leading by 57 runs. And Ben Rain is the new batsman. Ben Rain himself a decent player. Wouldn't be coming in at number 9 normally, be coming in at number 8, wouldn't he, had we not had a night watchman, but he's more than capable of hanging around, and I think I'm right in saying that he's got some runs already. He got 80, didn't he, in the game against Warwickshire in the second round of the games, so he's got some runs in the bank this season, although he's more known as a bowler, obviously. Left-hander taking guard now against Allison. 3 slips in place. 105 for 7. Worcestershire 3 wickets this morning. Be hoping they can pick up another 1 or 2 before lunch. Round the wicket, Ben Allison to the left-handed Ben Rain. He bowls and Rain is in behind this and pushing it out on the onside. And there's no run. George Drizzelle, 24 off 53. He's been becalmed a little bit. He was almost scoring at a run of ball early in his innings. He it was who took the initiative a little bit when he came in. He looks a decent player and has imposed himself to some extent out there. But it's been tough going throughout this game, as we've said, all through yesterday and this morning for the batters. Ben Allison round the wicket bowls, and Rain is just steering this one, prodding it really out on the offside. And
that's
no run.
The second highest partnership of the match, 47 runs.
Yep.
55 the highest one when Hose was out, with him batting with Nichols yesterday.
In the sunshine then, Ben Allison. Straightish approach. Fairly lengthy run. Tall figure. He's in. He bowls. Bouncer to Ben Rain, who ducks underneath it. And it's taken by Gareth Roderick. 1 for the over, says the umpire. Over shoulder height. But not the quickest, Ben Allison, but he is tall. And he knows that if he bangs it in short, he'll get some response from the surface. Earlier today, the 2 overnight batsmen were dismissed without adding to their overnight scores. Blatherwick, the night watchman, caught behind off Taylor for 3, and Rhodes going the same way off the same bowler for 17. Allison is in and bowls and beats Rain outside the off stump with a really good delivery. That's a very, very good over from Ben Allison. A wicket maiden. 12 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 12. His very impressive figures. And Durham are 105 for 7 at the end of the over, and this game shows no signs of becoming any easier for the batters than it was yesterday, or has been for most of the morning.
I just sent an update to the BBC Cricket page saying just can't judge this game. It's just very unusual circumstances in the pace of the pitch and how difficult it is to get runs. Tom Taylor switched ends then. Here he comes. He's taken 2 for 29 so far in 9 overs. And that is a beautiful cover drive from George Drizzelle. It's gone off out through the covers. Again, it's only gone for 2 instead of 4. As we saw so many times yesterday. You've got it the wrong way around.
Have I?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's still going on. I don't think I have.
Is that mine or yours?
Is it yours?
It's mine.
I thought
You
it was,
reckon it?
I thought it was Mel's.
Give us a look,
I'm sorry.
you reckon it.
Sorry.
Look,
I thought it was Mel's. Beg your pardon,
be
Marty.
gentle.
I'm sorry. I'll buy you a new one.
No, it's alright. Just sometimes they're little... Yeah, how many? Where is it?
I use the if you wonder what we're talking about a little correction device, like a Tipex roller thing.
It is a roller, and if you go too hard, it'll roll off its
Beg
thing.
your pardon. I hope I haven't damaged it anyway. It's Taylor bowls, and this one's defended by Drizzelle. He's played well, Drizzelle.
Yeah.
Very, very good footwork, both getting forward and back and moving around the crease. Probably played as well as anybody in this game, I reckon.
A few weeks ago on the pre-season tour, they were playing Zimbabwe A, and he got 81 and 82.
Yeah, Mel was talking about that earlier. But he's been impressive, I think.
Got 45 at Trent Bridge in the opening game. Bowler comes in.
Nearly did it.
And he catches the shoulder of the bat there.
Yeah, he's been positive. That's what I like about the way that he's played. I thought Henry Nicholls similarly yesterday was positive, and that sounds like they're playing shots all the time. It doesn't mean that, but his footwork's been good. He's been certain when he went forward and when he went back about what he was doing, and it's a trust in his technique. It's been impressive.
In comes Taylor. That's played up to mid-on, no run there. He's on 26 Drizzelle at the other end. Ben Rain has faced 4 balls but has yet to get off the mark. Durham 107 for 7. Doesn't show you the deficit on that scoreboard, does it?
No, it relies on your maths, doesn't it?
Well, on my lack of maths, deficit's 55.
55, yeah. It's nice. It's nice when it does show that, isn't it? When you're commentating.
Taylor comes in past the umpire and bowls. Length ball defended by the batsman. It goes out through to the covers. No run there. At school, I couldn't see the point in maths. I thought, I'm never going to need to use maths in my career. So, I'm actually very suspicious of the people who can look at the scoreboard and come up with a number like that.
Yeah.
That worries me when people can do that.
Just a knack, isn't it? I've got a nephew who's only, I think he's 11 years old. Extraordinary capability with numbers.
Taylor bowls. This is cut off in the covers. No run. And that is the end of the over. 2 from it at the start, and yet another example of a ball that should have gone for 4 but didn't have the pace on this outfield.
Yeah, this nephew of mine, he's just doing his 11 plus, and he's
Do they still have that, do they?
Yeah, in Birmingham they do. He's going to one of the King Edward schools that we were talking about yesterday. But he from the age of about 4 or 5 were just unbelievable with numbers. He used to watch Countdown, you know, and do the thing when he was about 5 or 6 years old. Just I cannot even imagine how it was possible. Ben Allison from the Diglis end bowls. Ben Rain heaves this away on the leg side. He's off the mark now. That's gone over mid-wicket and it's gone for 4. So into his pads, and he's given it a good whack. And then on a normal hard outfield, it would have been bouncing away over the rope. Second bounce over mid-wicket. As it is, it's kind of plugged and dribbled to the rope. But it got there and he's off the mark. It's a very good shot from the left-handed Rain. He's a pugnacious cricketer. And it takes the score on to Nelson, 111 for 7. And Rain off the mark. Now on the back foot, pushing out on the offside off the bowling of Ben Allison. And there is no run on this occasion. So the bowling figures for Worcestershire pretty tidy from Ben Allison, particularly. He's in his 13th over, 1 for 16 his figures. Jacob Duffy 1 for 21 off 13. Tom Taylor 3 for 31 off 10. Matthew Waite 2 for 21 off 11. And Ethan Brooks none for 6 off 4. Another aggressive shot from Ben Rain, driven through the offside, and as Marty was saying in that last over, that would have gone for 4 under most circumstances. As it is, it's only 2, and you have to, we keep saying this, and I'm sure people looking from afar, just looking at the scorecards, won't realise, but you have to take into account when you look at the numbers of this game that Worcestershire's 162, probably nearer a 200 score on an outfield that was quicker, and Durham 113 for 7, probably nearer 150, as Rain cuts at this one and misses it, and it's taken by Roderick.
And you add 10 and divide it by 4. Is that right?
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's like, I tell you what, it's
You
like.
can't read. You can't. If you were at the other end of the country, just looking at the scoreboard,
Yeah.
you'd think, "Oh, very low scoring game."
It's like
It
playing
is
on treacle or
Yeah.
upside down sellotape.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. One imagines, but it's basically you've got to give it a heck of a whack to get a 4. Let's put it that way. That's probably as simple a way of explaining it as anything. Allison round the wicket, bowls again to Rain, and he's caught at second slip. I said drop because it was juggled by Rob Jones on his knees, knocked it up again, and then clung on at the last minute. So Ben Rain has gone for 6. Ben Allison has picked up his second wicket, and Durham are 113 for 8. So it was a bit of a juggle, but a good catch in the end by Rob Jones, and Ben Allison, who was pretty unlucky, I thought, and I kept saying it early on in his spell, has suddenly picked up 2 wickets in the space of a couple of overs.
Deficit is 49. The partnership was worth 8. He made 6, and what a weird world we're living in and witnessing here, where 162 looks a good score.
Yeah, but as I say, probably more like 200. But yeah, nobody's been in. Nobody has been in and felt in, perhaps with the exception of Nichols for Worcestershire and Drizzelle for Durham, and maybe for a bit Will Rhodes, although he found run scoring tricky. It has been very, very tough going out there, and as Marty was saying, that partnership for the 7th wicket between Clark and Drizzelle, which was 47, highly significant partnership in a game where we've only had 150 partnership at all. New batsman is Yusuf.
Durham have twice been out for just 120 against Worcestershire. That was in 2002 and 2003 at New Road. Dismissed for 190 and 152 in a defeat in Chesley Street in 2024. So they're not at 120 yet. 113 for 8. So this could still be their lowest score against Worcestershire.
Cody Yusuf is the new batsman. And he is out there because Ben Rain was caught at slip by Jones off this man Allison, who beats Yusuf outside the off stump with his first ball and turns away with at the end of the over the excellent figures of 13 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 18. 113 for 8, and we're going to see Tom Taylor from the New Road end as Worcestershire attempt to wrap this Durham innings up in the pre-lunch session this morning.
Comes in Taylor, right arm over, that's gone down the leg side and away for 4 from Drizzelle's bat. So that takes them on to 117 for 8. So they need 4 to avoid the lowest score against Worcestershire. Remember last year at Chesley Street in a low scoring game between these two, I think Durham's lead was only 78 and they lost. This one's gone off down towards third man for 1 off Drizzelle's bat. Worcestershire's lowest score against Durham, 112 all out in the first innings at Chesley Street last year, but then they fought back and won by 6 wickets, chasing 232 in the second innings. Prior to that, they made 120 in Chesley Street in 2012. Durham won that one by 6 wickets. And here in 2021, they were dismissed for 131, with Potts and Cars taking 4 wickets each. The next ball is played away by Yusuf out towards the covers. 13 minutes to 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon. $118 for 8. Taylor comes in. Yusuf defends. On a length, the ball just comes to rest on the offside of the track. See anybody you know?
I'm looking at the cricket.
Yeah. Trying to see that if there's much movement in the ball.
Yeah, just trying to get a little bit more of a focus on the batsman's movements.
In comes Taylor. He's up on his toes and flicks this away to the leg side. Dot ball. So Yusuf so far has faced 4 balls. Yet to get off the mark. 1 ball left of this, the 52nd over. And Durham are 118 for 8. And as a result of that, they trail by 44 here on the BBC. Day 2 in Worcester. Will we see a day 3? If we do see a day 3, how much of a day 3 will we see? In comes the bowler. That's gone down the leg side. There's a yelpy appeal from second slip and third slip, but nobody else joins in. Keeper took the ball. End of the over.
Just flicked the pad, I think, as he tried to work it away down the leg side.
5 runs from it, a 4 and a single.
Drizzelle on 31, which is easily the highest score of the Durham innings and the second highest score of the game. He's only the second batsman to reach 30. He's had a little bit of luck, but he's also earned it because he's played positively since he came in, and that has not been easy. And I've been impressed, very impressed by the way that he's conducted himself. They're giving him one pretty much now, as Allison is in and bangs this one in short, and it's too short, too wide for Roderick, who can't get across to it, and it goes through for 4 byes, the second 4 byes of the innings. Very unusual for Gareth Roderick. The first one rolled along the ground yesterday, he couldn't do much about it, and that one just absolutely flew away down the leg side, and he couldn't get there. It dipped as well, and well, 4 runs given away in a low scoring game. Not good news from a Worcestershire point of view, and the lead is reducing. It's just 44 now. Durham with 2 wickets left, and Allison is in, and this one is popped up on the offside, and he's out. Drizzelle caught by Brooks at extra cover, leading edge. The 9th wicket goes down. Ben Allison's picked up 3 in a bit of a hurry, and George Drizzelle, having played really well for his 31, is now dismissed, and it just underlines what we've been saying all the way through, that nobody, even the players that have managed to get past 20 or even 30, nobody is ever properly in on this pitch, and that is a 3rd wicket for Ben Allison.
He's looking to play that through the leg side there. It's come off the bottom corner of the bat and shot up in completely the opposite direction. Stayed quite low on him.
Yeah, it's just stopped in the pitch a bit, that, I think. Difficult, and that's I suppose, and you know, the bottom line is that you've got to play straight, haven't you, on this pitch? If you play across the line, or if you're trying to work it like that, and it just holds up a little bit because it's a little bit slow, there's always the chance that you could get a leading edge. So 6 wickets in 3 successive overs for Ben Allison, and it's 122 for 9 as Jake Ball comes out to join Cody Yusuf. Ben Allison now figures of 3 for 18, and Durham on the verge. As I say, the lead at the moment is 40, and that could be, if they can get this last wicket fairly promptly, that could be quite significant. Durham looking to close that gap. Still a bit of a one innings shootout, whatever happens, I think. And Ben Allison done a very, very good job for his captain here. 122 for 9 as he prepares to bowl to Jake Ball, who got a 5 for yesterday. Allison looking for a 4 for. He's in now and he bowls, and well, Ball almost helps him to get that 4 for. Sort of gave himself a little bit of room, just short of a length, and he just fended at it outside the off stump and made no contact, but not a particularly convincing start for Ball. Just, yeah, well, I wouldn't say back to her, gave himself a bit of room as Allison comes in again to bowl to the tall Ball on loan from Somerset, who this time gets a bat on it, steers it out square on the offside, and there is no addition to the score. So out today, Blatherwick 3, Rhodes 17, both falling to Taylor, and then Clark 16, Rain 6 and Drizzelle 31, all falling to Ben Allison in fairly quick succession. 122 for 9 as Allison is in and bowls to Ball, who without moving his feet very much has a swish outside the off stump, and again misses it. It's taken by Roderick. So we might have a delayed lunch, I think, with Durham being 9 down, unless Worcestershire can take this wicket in the next 4 or 5 minutes. Allison in, bowls, and Ball gets a bat on this one, cracks it away through the covers. That's going to go all the way for 4. Given a bit of room, accepted the challenge, and he's off the mark. So a boundary off the last ball of the over, 126 for 9. The lead is 36, and as I say, pretty much, I mean, if they get that lead below 30 or so, well, I mean, it's still a lead, obviously, but it becomes a one innings game, doesn't it, in many ways?
288 runs in this game for 19 wickets so far. Crazy old game. The ultimate low scoring epic. Five to 1, but with the last pair in, they'll play on. Just needs for Jake Ball to follow up his 5 for run debut yesterday with a 50 this afternoon. Taylor, to start his 12th over, he's taken 3 for 36. He comes in and he bowls. That's off the pads, going down the leg side, I think. Yusuf went way back into his crease there to play at that one. I think it was just possibly angling down the leg side. Swung too much. It's a big in-swinger, but it would have missed the leg stump and possibly gone off for 4 byes. Yusuf's faced 6, he's yet to get off the mark. Here comes Taylor again. It's a shortish one. Plays that towards point, no run. I'll talk you through the next ball, then I'm going to have to go and do an update.
Yeah, that's fine.
The news doesn't stop, Frank, even if the match continues, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
Taylor turns. Yusuf waits and is appealing for an LBW there. I think there might have been a bit of bat involved in that. I think he's played that onto his front foot and it's looped down to third slip, no run. So
126 for 9. on the cusp of lunch, but lunch will not be taken because they're 9 wickets down. They'll probably stay out there until they get the 10th or an extra half hour. Tom Taylor, though, looking threatening at the moment. And this last wicket pair, neither of them particularly recognised as an all-rounder. Taylor is in, bowls, Yusuf plays at that one outside the off stump. And through it goes to Roderick. A play and a miss. Durham resuming on 55 for 4 this morning. Lost wickets at regular intervals, but a good partnership for the 7th wicket of 47 between Clark and Drizzelle. The standout performance in this innings, really, that partnership. Drizzelle in particular played well for his 31. Taylor in to Yusuf, who is knocked over by this one. He plays it away on the leg side, loses his footing, slips in the crease, but kept it out. He's yet to get off the mark. Yesterday Worcestershire 162 all out, Ball 5 for 47, Rain 2 for 16, Yusuf 2 for 36, Drizzelle 1 for 16 with his off spin, the only spinner to take a wicket, the only spinner to bowl in the game. Worcestershire an exclusively seam attack. 1 for Duffy, 3 for Taylor, 3 for Allison, 2 for Waite. Here's Taylor in, bowls, and that's nicely driven by Yusuf, but straight to mid-off, fielded by Duffy, and no run. End of the over. Ben Allison will continue from the Diglis end. Score on 126 for 9 as Worcestershire seek this last Durham wicket, and a lead which they can take into the second innings. A modest lead, it's 36 at the moment, and whichever team bats best in the second innings, whichever team bowls best in the second innings, probably will end up on the winning side. In other words, it's not going to be settled by a first innings lead of under 30. Well, it could be, the winning margin could be that, but it's not that significant. Allison is in and bowls, and ball on the back foot plays defensively back to him, and he flicks the ball up football style, juggles it a little bit and takes it into his hands, and then throws it up to mid-off for a bit of polishing. Ben Allison, very tidy so far in this innings. 14 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 22 before this one. He's in now, bowls, and ball just taken on the pad. Ball that just maybe took an inside edge and rolls out on the offside. And the score remains 126 for 9. Two slips in place. 3 in the offside, saving 1. As Allison bowls, and ball plays a nice shot, actually, clipping this one away on the leg side, and he'll pick up 2 runs. Timed it well. Matthew Waite is the fielder, moving back from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Doesn't sound much, but Jake Ball's now got 6. If he can get up to 10, 15, this last wicket can add another 10 or 15 runs. That lead is reduced down to 20 or maybe even fewer. Highly significant in the game. As Allison bowls again, and he's taken on the pad, it runs out on the onside. And I think I suppose it's just realise I'm kind of being contradictory, aren't I, by saying it's going to be a 1 innings game and a lead of 30 or whatever is not that significant, and yet then saying, well, if they knock another 10 off that lead, it is important. And I suppose I'm talking about the psychology of it as much as anything. If you have a deficit of 10 or 15, I don't think you feel too much on the wrong end of it. That's what I really mean. As Allison bowls, and ball drives beautifully straight down the ground. He will only get 2, but it was a lovely shot for number 11, and he's moved on to 8. And if you're the team that has a lead of 10 or 15, you don't feel particularly that you've got a massive psychological advantage. So there is that. But at the same time, I would argue that such a lead is really neither here nor there. If you bat well or bowl well in the second innings, that's what's going to win the game for you. As Allison bowls, and ball is taken on the pad, strangled appeal, but it was going down the leg side. It's the end of the over from Ben Allison. We're carrying on here because they're 9 down, and I think we're going to see Jacob Duffy bowl from the New Road end. A little bit more pace, Duffy. Be hoping that that will discomfort this last wicket pair. At the same time, it could result in an edge or 2 going to the boundary. We'll have to wait and see, but the lead is just 32 now. Worcestershire 162 all out, Durham 130 for 9 in reply, and we're going to carry on past scheduled lunch. In fact, we've already done that because Durham are 9 down. So Worcestershire hoping to wrap this up. Bowlers certainly be hoping to wrap it up, put their feet up for an hour or 2 as Duffy bowls, and Yusuf is off the mark to a shortish delivery. He gets in behind it, just turns it away behind square on the leg side and picks up a single. So there is that risk that Brett Dolliver is taking, bringing the higher pace of Duffy back into the attack, that a wayward delivery could result in byes, or a wide one could be sliced away by the batter. Here is Duffy into bowl, and ball, it shows exactly what I'm talking about, as it's a quicker delivery, and he's edged it down to third man, and despite the best efforts of fielder down there, 4 more runs added. So the lead is now down to 27, and Durham, having lost 2 very early wickets this morning to be 58 for 6, might actually feel that they haven't done too badly this morning if they can get up to parity. As Duffy bowls, and ball is uncomfortable against this one, which is quick and short, and he just jumps in behind it and turns it, almost a reflex action, down to Allison at deep long leg, and they pick up a single.
Yeah, they've stuck the deficit on the scorecard now on the TV screen, which is helpful.
Duffy in again to Yusuf, bowls, and Yusuf is leaving this one alone outside the off stump. So yeah, not massive now. 27 runs the deficit, and it's 26 actually now with that single, and yeah, well, I suppose you could say in a game like this it's a decent percentage of a total, but it's not huge. Duffy in again, bowls, and Yusuf pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. I suppose, yeah. I mean, a lead of 20. Let's say it was a lead of 20. You could say, well, that's neither here nor there. But I suppose in an innings of 160 plays, 140 or something, you'd say it's a decent percentage, but it's the sort of thing that could easily be whittled away. Duffy in bowls. Yusuf is out, caught behind. So there we are. That lead will be 26 because Duffy got the wicket, Roderick took the catch, Yusuf is dismissed for 1. It leaves Jake Bull unbeaten on 13, and lunch will be taken with Durham all out for 136. So Worcestershire have a lead of 26 on first innings. The men out today: Blatherwick, the night watchman, for 3, Rhodes for 17, Clark for 16, Rain for 6, Drizzelle for 31, and Cody Youssef for 1. This wicket takers this morning: Tom Taylor takes 2, Ben Allison takes 3, and Jacob Duffy finishes things off. Bowling figures for Worcestershire then: Duffy finishes with figures of 14 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 27. Tom Taylor finishes with figures of 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 36. Ben Allison, 15 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 26. Matthew Waite, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 21, and Ethan Brooks, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 6. There were 8 byes and 12 leg byes, so 20 extras in a total of just 136. The top score 31 from George Drizzelle, and it leaves Worcestershire with a first innings lead of 26. Lunch will now be taken. We will be back just before 10 minutes to 2. Hope you've enjoyed being with us this morning. It's a nip and tuck, this one, a low scoring game. It's hard work for the batters, it continues to be so. 20 wickets have fallen in 4 sessions, and we'll be back to bring you the next session around about, as I say, about just before 10 to 2. Until then, thanks for being with us and have a good lunch.
sweep out again from Roderick. You think the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point and right between them, and that's raced away twice he played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
sweep out again from Roderick. You think the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point and right between them, and that's raced away twice he played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
sweep out again from Roderick. Can you pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point and right between them? That's raced away twice. He played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road Play, about to get underway in the afternoon session of the game between Worcestershire and Durham, Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game. The reason that we are a little bit late in coming back to you is because we had a slightly extended morning session, because Worcestershire had Durham at 9 down when the scheduled lunch interval arrived, and they were allowed to keep going this morning in order to take the 10th wicket, and they eventually took it at about 10 minutes past 1, so lunch was taken a little bit late. The situation in the game is that Worcestershire are about to begin their second innings, and they have a lead on first innings of 26, which isn't many, but perhaps is worth a little bit more on this pitch, which has been a difficult surface on which to score fluently since the start. Lowish scores in the game. Worcestershire's first innings 162, Durham's 136. Here's Ben Rain starting the second Worcestershire innings with a ball outside the off stump, which is played down into the gully by Gareth Roderick, and there's no run. So Worcestershire 26 ahead after wrapping up the Durham first innings this morning, taking 6 wickets in that period this morning. Blatherwick out for 3, Rhodes 17, Clark 16, Rain 6, Drizzelle a top score of 31, played very well. Yusuf 1, the men out. Jake Ball was 13, not out. 2 wickets for Duffy, 3 for Taylor, 3 for Allison, and 2 for Waite. Ben Rain bowls to Gareth Roderick, who is taken on the pad. This one drops down on the offside. It is tough out there. This is going to be a low scoring game. I would imagine it will end tomorrow at some point. It possibly could end today. I doubt we'll get another 20 wickets in the day, but we've certainly had 20 in 4 sessions, so never say never. There we are, that's the game situation. Hazy, sort of sunny afternoon as Ben Rain moves in and bowls to Roderick, who is out bowled, and Worcestershire lose their first wicket to the 3rd ball of the innings. Ben Rain strikes. Worcestershire 0 for 1, and maybe we won't be here tomorrow. I don't know. What do you think, Mel Farrell?
I'm loath to predict Frank Watson. It's absolutely incredible.
Good delivery. Pitched about off stump, angled in, and then just held its line really, and he's just played inside it. So it's beauty actually, isn't it? It's done a bit more than held its line. It's an absolute jaffer. And Gareth Roderick has gone, and Worcestershire are already 1 down in their second innings. Roderick bowled by Rain for 0, and well, there may be people up and down the country who'll be looking at this score and saying the batters are failing, but I tell you what, a lot he could have done about that, Mel.
No, you do feel for some of the batters who have come into this game perhaps a bit low on confidence, because these are not the conditions that are going to help that whatsoever.
No, absolutely.
You can't look at a scoreboard and understand the story of this game. How the little innings, Drizzelle batted really well. Only ended up with what, 20? What did he end up?
Yeah, 26, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. 31.
31.
Yeah.
So, but that was one of the best innings that we've seen in the game.
It was.
So it's really, really tough for the batters out there, and it's going to take someone of real class to stay out there for a decent period of time. The player who's faced more balls than anyone else in this match, Henry Nicholls, New Zealand international. He made 42 in the first innings, and that has absolutely been the best innings of the match. It brings him to the middle, and boy oh boy, if Worcester could ask him for even just a repeat of that, they would take it. Because last week when we were in Chelmsford, you said anyone goes on to make 100, that would, they'd probably be
I know
on
what
the
you're going to say.
If
Anybody makes a 50,
then you think, you know,
absolutely,
that could be winning.
Henry Nicholls on strike, the left-hander against Rain, who goes round the wicket to him, and he's steering this out on the offside. There's a real tension around the ground now. You really do feel that every ball is an event at the moment, and that's very exciting for this Worcestershire crowd, albeit they're on the edge of their seats because it's their boys who are batting and they want to see them succeed. But it's really tough, and Ben Rain's an ideal bowler to be bowling in these circumstances. He was a little bit unfortunate in the innings to only pick up, in the first innings, to only pick up 2 wickets, 17 accurate overs, 7 maidens, 2 for just 16. But he struck very, very early on in this second innings, and Worcestershire, despite having that lead of 26, are effectively 26 for 1. They're 0 for 1 as Rain is in and bowls, and Nichols is on the back foot playing defensively back up the pitch to the bowler. Yeah, it's going to be a tough afternoon for the Worcestershire batsmen, as it was a tough morning for the Durham batsmen, as it was a tough day yesterday for the batsmen from both sides. It's not been easy. You'd rather bowl on it than bat on it. It's not exploding, this pitch. You're just never in on it. Rain in bowls, and Nichols is forward. He's taken on the pad. There's a big shout for LBW, but umpire Michael Burns is not impressed. Going to have a look at the replay now and find out just why they were so excited. Just watching as Rain is in. Ball delivered from quite wide on the crease. Hit him, well, maybe just in line. That looked a decent shout, maybe just outside the line. He's delivered it from wide as round the wicket. You could say if it's hitting in line, it's going to go on down, but that looks a pretty good shout. He's a fair way forward. Can see why Durham are disappointed not to get the nod on that one. It was borderline stuff. What a first over from Ben Rain, a wicket maiden, 0 for 1.
I wonder if height might have been a factor from the umpire. It's a bit hard to tell with an elevated view just how much, but yeah, that looked a pretty decent shout. Libby on strike now as it's Jake. Ball into the attack was terrific yesterday. First ball just defender, but he was terrific. It was a case of caught Robinson bowled ball for the first 3 wickets in the Worcestershire side. Finished with 5 wickets, 5 for 47. So just 2 games here on loan. He's in again over the wicket, and that's clipped nicely through mid-wicket. There's runs here, there'll be at least 2, but that slow outfield ensures that it won't go for a boundary. They settle for 2. That gets Libby off the mark, and be feeling relieved about that. He's another one who went early to ball yesterday. I think it's worthwhile reminding people too, Frank, that it is being compounded. It's not just that the pitch is tricky. The outfield is very slow. It's hard to get value for good shots. This ball is in once more and is just punched straight back past the bowler to mid-on, no run. Yeah. And then you've got the compounding factor of it means that the field is just staying up. We've had, at some points, no fielders in the outfield. At most points, just 1. And very occasionally there might be 2. But they've been able to keep the pressure on, keep slips in, keep catching mid-wickets in. Here's ball again. This time Libby's on his toes and lets that one go through. Good bounce. And then you have the compounding factor of the ball's not getting scuffed up because it is so lush, this outfield. So it's not becoming as soft, as old, as you might expect a ball to do, and so it just keeps doing stuff. So all of these things, it's not just one thing, it's a combination of all the above. His ball is in. Oh, he just got his bat out of the way in time, Libby. That one raced through.
Yeah, I agree with all of that, Mel, and you have to take it all into account and look at that Worcestershire first innings score of 160 odd and say it was nearly like 200, and maybe the lead of 20 odd is more like 40 or 50, but I still think whichever team plays better in the second half of the game is going to win it.
Oh, and there's a play and a miss now as Ball delivers the final ball of his over. And it was a good one too, a testing one, a couple of runs coming from it. Worcestershire 2 for 1. And that lead now 28. It's going to be a grind. Just stick around and be patient. Nichols yet to get off the mark. Libby just on those 2.
Yeah, you can't. It's not one of those where you can see a change coming. It's not one where you can expect, it'll flatten out and they'll get 200 and 300 in their second innings. That's not going to happen. The outfield's too lush. The ball is doing a fair bit. The bowling quality on both sides has been good. Rain round the wicket, bowl to Nichols. He's off the mark, the Kiwi, with a little tuck round the corner for a single. And it's 2 for 1. Every run is a bonus, it feels like at the moment. Sometimes you watch a game of cricket and a big partnership happens and you can't see where the next wicket's coming from. It's the total opposite of that. Every ball at the moment has you on the edge of your seat. And every run, every 2, every boundary, they've been very rare, a real bonus for the batting side. Worcestershire just desperate for a partnership of some significance in this second innings. As this one from Ben Rain is left alone outside the off stump by Libby.
And I don't even think it's one where you go, well, coming out to bat a second time, they'll be more comfortable with it, or they will have learned, or because they think it's just as hard.
Yeah.
Unless, it has been much better weather today. Maybe that might dry things out a little bit, but I don't think it'll stop the nip.
No, indeed. Ben Rain over the wicket to the right-handed Jake Libby, and he's out, caught at second slip, just pushing forward, probably feeling that there was very little he could do about it, and a pretty straightforward catch. There's 3 slips in place, they're all quite close together, and Libby just pushing at it, had to play it, and it's a sharp catch, but it's taken very nicely. And Worcestershire lose their second wicket with the score on 3. They're 3 for 2. They lead by only 29, and there is a horrible inevitability about every dismissal at the moment. Colin Ackerman, the catcher, Durham celebrate, but even as they celebrate, I'm sure they are aware that if Worcestershire can extend this lead, but do you know what, maybe even past 100, it's going to take some getting. Jake Libby has gone for 2. Worcestershire are 3 for 2, and Ben Rain is just in his element out there.
Well, he is, and the key was what you just said, I think, Frank. He had to play it. And I think that is the key for the bowlers. If they keep putting it in the area where the batters have to play, you feel like the mistake will come, because the ball will do enough off the pitch to threaten the edge or beat the bat and hit the pad, hit the stumps.
Well, Rob Jones is the new man. He's been struggling for form this season. He got 100 in the second team a couple of weeks ago. But this is a whole different kettle of fish from that. And Rain, new batsman in his sights, is in. Bowls, and Jones blocks this. Just do an update for BBC Haven Worcester. Well, we've got a very low-scoring but thrilling game unfolding before our eyes here at New Road. Worcestershire this morning bowling Durham out for 136. They took 6 wickets this morning. Durham assuming overnight on 55 for 4. But other than Drizzelle with 31, they struggled. 136 all out. First innings lead for Worcestershire of 26, but they're already in dire straits in the second innings. They are 3 for 3 as I speak. Rob Jones is out, LBW, second ball for naught. So Roderick out for naught, Libby for 2, and Rob Jones without scoring. All 3 wickets falling to Ben Rain. Worcestershire 29 ahead, but 3 down in the second innings.
Heavens above.
I wasn't expecting that to happen
You handled it
while I was
brilliantly.
on air.
Literally as you were giving the score.
Yeah.
That's why you're the master, Frank.
Well, poor old Rob Jones, I really do feel for him. He's been struggling for form. He got 3 in the first innings, and Ben Rain is absolutely on fire here. And Worcestershire 3 for 3 in just the third over. They lead by 29. The perfect start for Durham, and now I'd say Durham have overtaken Worcestershire in some ways, despite that first innings lead.
Entering the field of play next
How
to bat
quickly
for
it changes.
Worcestershire, Adam Hose.
Yeah,
How quickly it changes.
absolutely unbelievable stuff from Ben Rain.
Well, Worcestershire will be hoping their middle order has provided a little bit of ballast. The likes of Adam Hose, Brett Oliveira, Ethan Brooks. I can think of, so they, if one of them can hang around with Nichols like they did in the first innings, then they will be hoping that gets them out of this hole and enough of a lead to defend and exploit. But boy, if they lose Nichols early, then I think it looks pretty grim.
Well, now our discussion about whether or not we'll be here tomorrow
I was
has
thinking
become quite significant, because that's 9 wickets in the day so far.
it's more than
It's only
yesterday.
just after 2 o'clock.
More than yesterday.
Ben Rain in, bowls, Hose plays defensively up to mid-on.
I mean,
End of the over. Ben Rain's figures: 2 overs, 2 maiden, 1 maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 1. Wow.
Well, it does change things. More wickets have fallen than they had by this time yesterday, and we thought yesterday was a flood of wickets.
Yeah, they had the heavy roller on as well, didn't they?
They did have the heavy roller on. It feels like it's made it worse for batting. I'm not sure how that works. And both the batters are out there doing quite a bit of gardening, walking up and down the pitch, tapping it, scraping it, having a really good look. Nichols really taking his time as he marks up at the crease. Just getting himself sorted out. 3 slips in for him, and then the rest are all just ringed around the field. They haven't got that leg plan, but here is ball in, and he cuts well. Splits the fielders on the offside, and that is not going to make it to the boundary fence. A desperate dive out in the middle. Goodness, that illustrates the other aspect we've been talking about, how you're just not getting value for really good shots, because that was a very good shot, and they've run 3 in the end. But good running between the wickets also incredibly important in this match, because those runs are so hard to come by. But he played that well. He had a little bit of width to work with on that delivery from ball. And it's Adam Hose now. He's got a deep backward square leg on the boundary. Everyone else is up waiting. 3 slips in place as Jake Bull starts his run up from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls, and that's just defended on the front foot by Hose. Into the covers, no run. It is tense. I'm tense, Frank.
It is tense. It's perhaps not as pleasing as a more even contest would be, but at the same time, you cannot take your eyes off it.
No, anything could happen at any moment. Here is ball. That's driven, nicely driven again. Picks out the gap. Hose this time. It's out through point. It's not going to get all the way, of course, because the ball is slowed up again, and Ben Rain executed a very nice slide to stop that ball from getting to the rope. That does get Adam Hose off the mark with another 3. So good running between the wickets with this pair. They did put on a 55-run partnership in the first innings, which is the highest partnership of the game. Ball is around the wicket to Nichols, and it's a shout. I thought he got bat on it, just turning it around into square leg. And interestingly, they had a fielder sort of in fairly short at square leg, and then another one almost behind him, and then a leg slip quite often for Nichols. In the first innings, they've abandoned that plan now as ball is in. Oh, he's tried to tickle that down the leg side. I didn't hear anything. I don't think he got any bat on it. They've run a couple. I'll just see. Yes, it signalled as byes. But it feels like they're almost bowling for that plan that they had in the first innings, but they don't have the field set for it now.
Yeah.
What's going on there, Frank?
Maybe that one wasn't intended to go down the leg side, I don't know, but every ball at the moment, you feel there's a chance, don't you?
Yeah, he's balling again, and that's just stoutly defended by Nichols, who just down towards mid-on, no runs. So a few runs coming in that over. That'll be a relief. Worcestershire now 11 for 3, Nichols 4, Hose 3. They may all be tiny scores, but I tell you what, every run, it's like it's worth 4 or 5.
Yeah. And Ben Rain, well, I mean, goodness knows if Durham had Matty Potts in this game, Bryden Carse and some of the other seamers that they've got injured, what it would have been like. Jake Ball on loan got his 5 for in the first innings, but I can't think of a bowler that would exploit these conditions much better than Ben Rain at the moment. And he comes in and he bowls outside the off stump, and Adam Hose leaves alone. It really is tough. And the other reason that I have particular sympathy for the batters on both sides, I'm not just talking about Worcestershire, I felt the same this morning, and I was fulsome in my praise of that Drizzelle Clark partnership this morning. Normally, I would say, in most situations, even say in a one-day game, if it was nipping around like this, Rain bowls and Hose gets one that comes back at him, takes him on the inner thigh, I think. Normally, you'd get together in the middle of the pitch with your partner and you'd say, look, if we can just get through these 10 overs, we can just see this hardness of the ball, we can just get the shine off it. Just dig in, mate. Have a bit of luck. We'll still be there. But I can't see it changing. It just doesn't seem to be getting any easier, does it?
Nope. It's getting harder.
Yeah. Just very, very tough. Decent sunshine now as Rain is in and bowls, and Hose is forward to this one, pushing it back up the pitch. And yeah, you normally you get together with your partner and you set yourself little targets. Let's get through the next 5 overs, let's get through the next 10 overs, let's get 20 runs on the board, but just almost ball by ball at the moment. Just survive one. Really tough. Rain in. Balls to Hose, and he's forward again and just defends down on the onside. I reckon we've seen some pretty good innings actually in this game. When you reflect on what we've seen, 42 from Nichols in the first innings, Drizzelle 31 for Durham, but really anybody who faces more than 25-30 deliveries, anybody who gets 20 has played pretty well.
Oh, Hose got 23 in the first innings in that valuable partnership.
Rain into Hose, he lets that go outside the off stump, good leave. Oohs and ahs from behind the stump suggesting that it didn't pass very far away from the timber, but another ball negotiated. Henry Nichols must be wondering what he's let himself in for. I think I've come over to play a bit of county cricket, I've joined Worcestershire, and I'm going to have to play on this sort of pitch for a few games. It might be different next time. No blame attached to the groundsman, of course. Hose gets a run off a thickish inside edge down to long leg.
Hose has actually made some valuable runs. Sorry, it is
Yeah.
the end of the over, 12 for 3 now.
Yeah, it has.
Last week at Chelmsford, where you and I both were, he made 48 in the first innings, really valuable partnership with Brett D'Oliveira, and 21 in the second. And again, they might not seem like significant scores, but in the circumstances and the conditions, they were. And that 23 in the first innings here, another one too. So those scores, that's why I say scoreboard or scorecard is just not going to give the full story. It's ball going to continue from the Diglis end, bowling to Hose now. He's in, he bowls, and he has a big swish at that, goes for the big booming drive. Ball ends up going straight through to Ollie Robinson. Whenever I see anyone driving, I get a bit nervous. I really do on this pitch. It's fraught with danger, I have to say. There are limited options. Here's ball again, and that one's come off the outside edge of the bat and skewed down to backward point. Run, and he's practicing driving again. Hose goes for a little garden, and you're right, it's just every ball. It's not even, so it almost doesn't feel like see out this over.
That's right, that's exactly how it feels.
Indeed, fraught as ball is in and bowls to Hose again. He's beaten the bat. Oh boy, this is
I
tough.
think you just hope, if you're batting, that you can miss the good ones and occasionally get one away and nurdle your way to 20 or 25 and just tick along. I mean, honestly, you'd almost feel, wouldn't you, if they can get a lead past 100, they're going to be in with a shout.
Here's ball, bowls, shuffles down the crease this time, Hose, and ball is just pushed straight back to the bowler in the end. Yeah, the only player I can think of really who came out and didn't bat like anyone else was actually Ben McKinney.
Yeah.
He came out and was
Yeah.
playing his
Yeah,
shots
he did.
and middling them, and
Yeah, interesting. Had a chat with Joe Leach about him.
in comes ball. It's a full delivery, and Hose is forward and almost smothers that, rolls
Do you know,
out to mid-on.
Joe Leach was with us yesterday afternoon, former Worcestershire captain and seam bowler, who would have been pretty handy on this surface, I think. He was full of praise for Ben McKinney and said you can see why he is tipped for great things, because he did make batting look pretty much more straightforward than anybody else.
Ball, bowls, and tries to turn that one down, and it was turned down the leg side, nice and fine. 4 runs, 4 really valuable runs there. So just a ball just has strayed in his line a couple of times. Time going too far down the leg side. It takes the score to 16 for 3. Nichols on 4. Is that updated? Yes. So who's on 4? Is that right? Is that updated?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, both on 4. Every boundary vital. I've had a message from Craig Nicholson, who says, sat watching the stream while waiting for my wife Alex, who is currently in surgery, not helping my blood pressure. Well, I hope she's okay, Craig.
Yes.
Far more important than anything else. Rain round the wicket bowls. Nichols leaves, taken by the keeper, and he says, but you're keeping me company, and thanks for that, and it's helping. What's a defendable score, do you reckon? 150? I'd settle for 150 now, Craig. With my Worcestershire hat on, I'm impartial, of course, in my commentary capacity. But what I'm saying is, I think perhaps even Brett Lavera might settle for 150 at this point. Difficult to say. They'll be hoping they can get more, but Ben Rain with his tail up is a real handful at the moment, and he's in now round the wicket, and he bowls to Nicholls, who drives up to Jake Paul at mid-off. There's no run. Nicholls on 4, Hose on 4, already out for Worcestershire. Roderick without scoring, Libby for 2, Jones without scoring. Tough times for the top order. Lots of criticism of them, lots of fingers pointed at them. I'm not really attaching much blame today. I think it's difficult just to survive out there. Here's Rain round the wicket, bowls, and Nicholls digs this out, plays it back up the pitch. There's a lot of questions being asked out there. That was the expression that Henry Nicholls used in his interview with us yesterday as well, that thought the Durham bowlers bowled well yesterday, and he said they were asking a lot of questions, and I think that's exactly the right way to look at it. And can you come up with the answers in terms of technique, leaving the right balls, bit of luck needed? Rain is in, bowls, Nicholls lets that go outside the off stump. And every over that Rain bowls where he doesn't get a wicket, and there haven't been many, a little bonus from a Worcestershire point of view, because I've said it doesn't seem to get any easier. Obviously you've still got to believe that as the ball gets a bit older it might do a bit less. As the pitch gets a bit more sun on it, it might do a bit less, but no suggestion that the heavy roller has had much of a helpful effect from a batting point of view. At the start of this innings as Rain bowls and Nicholls cuts, and that might go all the way for 4. It does. There's a bit of width from Rain, probably the first proper bad ball he's bowled, and Nicholls doesn't miss out, and that's a sign of, I always think, a sign of a good player is that when they're tied down, if the bad ball comes along, they don't miss out. He didn't go too mad at it, just made sure he got good contact with it. It's a solidly built, stocky left-hander, just made sure he got the bat on it. And a welcome boundary takes Worcestershire to 20 for 3, and Rain is in again and bowls now to Nicholls, who is beaten. There's a shout for a catch behind, but it wasn't convincing. And even though a couple of the slips joined in, nothing from the bowler really. And a bit of optimism from wicket-keeper Ollie Robinson, I think, as much as anything. Just watching a replay now, might have flicked the pad. In fact, Robinson joined the slips in the appeal, and Ben Rain kind of pretended to join in, didn't he, a bit later. It was one of those, I think. I'm just having another look at it now. 20 for 3 at the end of the over. So he bowls it, he plays at it, might have flicked the pad, I think. Nothing from Rain, and then he joins in, pretends he thought it was out all along.
Yeah, there's like a half a finger, almost sheepishly raised from the bowler.
Not out. 20 for 3, Nicholls 8, Hose 4, and Jake Ball to continue from the Diglis end. The lead, 46.
Yeah, slowly creeping up as Ball is in and bowls, and it's a play and a miss from Hose, and he just goes for a little walk to settle himself, refocus his concentration. He has been he has been able to hang pretty tough in these situations in the last couple of weeks, but he's going to need a bit of luck too. 3 slips in for him. Next ball, he leaves more comfortably.
Sorry, I was going to say, Mel, what's wearing, I think, for the Worcestershire top order is that it just keeps happening. You just keep going in time after time after time where you're under pressure. The pitch is helping the bowlers, and you're losing early wickets. It's really tough. And I think mentally it just wears away at them, really.
Hose awaits as Ball is in and bowls, and he goes for an expansive drive outside the off stump. Had a bit of width, but the ball just goes straight through to Roderick to Davidson, I should say, in the end.
And that might
Robinson.
be the effect of it. You know, that's exactly what I'm saying. So you get one that is a little bit wider. Well, it was quite wide actually, and you just think throw the kitchen sink at it. I can understand why he does it, but he just lost his shape a bit there.
Concentration needed as Hose once more. This time he gets the edge outside off stump, but it was too wide for the slips Gordon, and that is going to run away for 4 runs. So a little bit of luck I said you needed, Hose. Got a little bit there. Frank's beside himself. This is nothing to do with being a Worcestershire supporter either. It's just, I'm looking at it from a batter's point of view. It's just very, very tough, isn't it? Can't see a way out of it really. Well, there is a way out of it. You just got to keep battling, keep going. In comes Ball again. Bowls up on his toes, pushes it out into the covers. Picked up at cover point, no run.
It's a bit like England supporters felt in 74, 75 when Lillian Thompson had the batsmen all well and truly in their sights, or the West Indies attack of the 80s, you know, when England were just battered into submission. It was almost like this. You batted and you just waited until the next one fell.
In comes Ball, bowls, and this time Hose plays it fine enough as the ball comes sort of on the outside edge of his bat. He goes to backward point, doesn't score, but he is still there and surviving. That is the main thing as far as Worcestershire are concerned. At the end of that over, 24 for 3, Nichols on 8, as is Hose.
It reminds me, Mel, of, I remember reading a piece, and I can't remember who it was by, about batting against that West Indies attack. You know, Walsh, Ambrose, Patterson, Marshall, Croft, and going out to bat against them on the first morning of a test match. Just break off as rain comes round the wicket, and that's left alone by neighbours. And I'm not suggesting for a minute that Ben Raine and Jake Ball are the equivalent of Garner, Holding, Marshall, etc. But the mindset, going out to bat against them, you could bat as well as it was possible to bat for an hour and a half on the first morning of a test match, say at Lord's or at Headingley or something. Against that attack, you could duck and dive, let the ball go. Break off as Rain is in again. Nichols blocks, back up the pitch, no run. Steer the odd one down to third man. Maybe get one half volley and drive it through the covers for 4. Hour and a half batting, you've faced 50 deliveries. You've played as well as it is possible to play. You've not really nicked anything. You've got out of the way. You've put the odd bad ball away. And then, after an hour and a half, Michael Holding gets one to bounce a little bit more, or Marshall gets one to bounce a little bit more. Rain bowls. Nichols defends on the offside. No run. It flicks the glove. Dujon takes the catch, and you are out. And you walk back to the pavilion to a smattering of applause, having played as well as you possibly could have played for an hour and a half, and you're out for 11. You know? And that made me think, and I just think, here you could play really well for 2 hours and only get 20, and people say, oh, you got 20. You've actually played brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's so tough. Rain round the wicket. Bowls. Nichols drives up to mid-off and there's no run. Bowlers will say, we have enough bad days where we're bowling on flat ones, so let's make the most of it. And I understand exactly where they're coming from as well. The trick is, whether you're a bowler or a batter, a keeper or a slip, fielder, captain, try and be a little bit better in the circumstances than the other team.
That's what
it's all about.
Absolutely will come down to.
Yeah. 24 for 3. Ben Raine bowls to Nichols, who cuts at that. Didn't bounce. Taken quite low by Robinson, that one. Outside the off stump. And every ball, as they say, at the moment is an event. It's a really tough one for Worcestershire. They lost 3 wickets for 3 runs And they've limped along to 24 for 3. But every score of 20 is worth double that, I reckon, in this game. Ben Rain round the wicket again, is in and bowls, and Nicholls drives nicely down the ground. Will it go all the way? Has he got enough on it? I think he has. That's a good shot, just about reaches the rope. Nicholls swings his right leg as if he's kicking it that last yard to get it over the rope. Last ball of the over. 28 for 3. Nicholls into double figures. Goes to 12, hoses 8, and the lead is now 54.
And that's the key. We'll try and remember to keep giving you that lead, because that is actually, we talk about the individual scores and 20 being good, really good in this situation, the innings itself, but it is that lead, because if they can manage to get it up to around that 150 mark, I think they are in with a good shout. Such are the difficult conditions that we find ourselves in here.
Cody Yusuf into the attack on debut. Not a bad time to have a ball, but at the same time he's got a bit of pressure on him, because he's got to keep the stranglehold on the batsman. Doesn't want to let Worcestershire off the hook here.
I thought he did really well when he bowled yesterday. It's not a tall bowler, quite skiddy. So a real contrast to bowl as he's in and bowls, and Hose is on his toes. And just flicks that into the leg side, no run. I spoke a bit yesterday about the impact of that on players who are short of confidence in having to keep coming in these difficult situations, and how it almost ends up becoming a self-fulfilling cycle, as Yusuf is in once more, and they're going to take off for a quick single, pushes the ball up to mid-on, and they get through, and that is so important in this type of match, where if there is an opportunity to get that quick single, you've got to be on it, ready to go. But also there's the other side, other part to that as well, Frank, is that you're not getting the time out in the middle.
Absolutely.
Just batting. It's not, you can be batting in the nets for hours and hours. It's not going to be the same. As Yusuf is in, it's left alone by Nicholls. And so players like Rob Jones and Jake Libby and Gareth Roderick, they're not actually having that game time batting.
No, absolutely. How do you find form?
Yes. Often you do find form, batters do find form out in the middle rather than in the nets. But it's just getting that time out there. Yusuf turns, he's running in from the Diglas end, bowls, and that is beautifully driven by Nicholls. That's all class, straight through the covers, and 4 runs. We have not seen many cover drives like that get to the boundary as quickly as that, and it's just timing. Bit of extra pace from Yusuf, and Nicholls making wonderful use of it. Takes Worcestershire to 33 for 3. Nicholls moves to 16. You can just see his class. I think he's left really well a lot of the time as well. With confidence, here's Yusuf in again, and he does exactly that there, Nicholls. Thank you. He's heard me. He left really well.
Yeah, you've got to, haven't you? If you're going to survive, I think you've got to. I think this would test the technique of a ducket, the philosophy of a ducket, I should say, rather than technique. In that he doesn't like to leave it. He likes to try and put pressure on. It's all very well trying to put pressure on the bowlers, but how you do that on this sort of surface, I'm not entirely sure.
Not with these. Here's Yusuf again, bowls, and that's left by Nicholls again very well, confidently. End of the over, 33 for 3. Nicholls on 16. Hose
Yeah,
on
well,
one?
they are still in a deep Durham-shaped hole, but they have scored 30 runs since you were last here without losing another wicket. When you were with me, Rob Jones was LBW without scoring. Ben Raid had picked up 3 wickets in the space of 3 overs. He has taken 3 for 10, and he's still operating from the New Road end, but a semblance of order has been restored by Henry Nichols, who is on 16, and Adam Hose, who's on 9. It's hard work. Worcestershire lead by 59.
Apologies, Frank. I
That's
didn't
okay.
realise that was coming.
Yeah, it was,
I couldn't hear
they're
anyone.
coming every half hour. I'm going to dip out now and let Martin back in, and then I'll come back in just before 3 o'clock to do my next one.
Here's Rain, and that ball has cut Hose completely in half. But no damage done as the ball trickles out. But nipping back in as he has been wont to do, causing all sorts of trouble. Still has remarkable figures of 3 for 10 after 5.1 overs. It's actually, yes, that's right, yep. His next delivery is just played out by Hose to backward point. Martin's just getting himself, I've got the 2 of them, they're faffing about, these 2 blokes. I didn't think it was so difficult. What can I say? Frank's calling me cheeky. I haven't even called him Frankie Poo yet. And I discovered his wife's nickname is Lindy Lou, like mine. Here's Rain in. That is solidly defended by Hose. Big stride forward, as we've come to expect from him. Toughing it out. It's still quite hazy here as well, but it is sunshine. It's trying to burn off the clouds. You can see the shadows quite clearly out there of the players. It looks like the sort of weather that it would be good for batting, but it's torrid. As Rain is in once more, bowls. Hose again solidly behind that one. Rain does the fielding himself. Good afternoon, Mr. Emerson.
So this is the story of 3 wickets. I watched the Roderick dismissal, wrote it down, put it on social media, got up the nip to the pavilion, said to the lady on the gate, you might have a couple of days off here. As I was going up the stairs, there was another wicket fell, and then as I looked at the scorecard, the scoreboard, it was suddenly 3, and I'm looking and thought, I'm sure that just said 2. So I checked the scorecard on my phone. I was like, what is going on here? Here's Rain bowling this one, and that must have swung an awful long way judging by his reaction. He's staring up at the heavens. But the thing here is Nichols is playing like he's in a different game, isn't he? He's just so calm and coordinated. And that's done a lot after it's gone past the stumps there, but it's Hose who's on strike anyway. Nichols at the non-striker's end.
I made the comment that I thought Nichols had left really well.
Yeah.
It's been a real feature. He's manoeuvred the ball. He's actually played some lovely drives today.
Rain comes in, forward comes Hose and pushes that towards point for a single. He moves on to 10, 34 for 3. The lead is now 60. So it's been crazy, and Lee Jones says, I'm absolutely loving following this. This was a few minutes ago. There have been 23 wickets and 306 runs in a day and a half's play, responding to one of my messages on social media earlier. And Fletcher Sowerby said, wow. Mikey Mike says you could be home for supper, Martin. Seriously wondering what time my wife and the kids are due back from France today. They set off from Béziers this morning at 8 o'clock. So they got to Montpellier, changed there, TGV up to the Gare du Nord in Paris, and now they're on the Eurostar, and I'm wondering if they'll get home before this match ends.
Well, I'm not willing to make any predictions. I've not booked anywhere for tonight. Here's Yusuf is in, and Hose is defending. Yusuf dives as he tries to prevent the ball. Doesn't get further than mid-off though, no run. Yeah, I do you know what I did? I went to a shop and I just bought a pair of knickers and a pair, because I had my underwear and you know, just a change of t-shirt for today.
So you went to Morrison's?
I did not. I went to another establishment, and
isn't Morrison's the main supermarket in town that would be open at that time?
it's not a supermarket. Here's Yusuf in, skews off the outside of Hose's bat, but only as far as point.
Did you go to the British Heart Foundation shop?
There's loads of shops in Worcestershire.
Still open at that time?
No, this is no, yesterday.
I thought you meant last night.
I brought a change of underwear and stuff, but I don't have any for tonight. And I thought, do you know what? I'm going to stop at a shop. I'm just going to buy those essentials in case I'm here tomorrow and I stay tonight, depending on what time we finish here and what's happening with the trains. Here's Yusuf in bowls. That's just played back to the bowler by Hose.
I think the trains are all right, aren't they? I don't think there's been any problems. So.
It depends what time I finish. So I filed...
Because you're a slow rider.
So I filed it because I also hadn't really settled on how I was going to write about yesterday until after I'd spoken to both Jake Ball and Henry Nichols.
Right.
And then it all coalesced for me. So I was writing till 9.
A nice bit of coalescence. You can't beat that, can you? Coalescence on the keyboard.
Yes. Well, no, usually I just sort of vomit thoughts onto it. See what comes out. Yusuf in, and that's clipped away nicely through mid-wicket.
Did you go to journalism college or not? Because I can't remember the week where we did vomit thoughts.
They managed to get a single there, by the way. That's basically what I do. I just vomit thoughts into the keyboard and hope that it ends up being something vaguely readable and entertaining. But
Did you go to journalism college or not?
Yeah, I did.
In where?
BA Communications in both journalism and media.
In here, in this country, or
in Australia?
In Australia.
In Canberra, our national capital, University of Canberra. There's Yusuf in again over the wicket. Tries to turn it around the corner. They like this one, but umpire doesn't. So Henry Nichols, unflappable as ever, just turns and looks over at the pavilion and leans on his bat like, what are you all about? I'm fine. He's on 16.
That was a good shout, but I think it was possibly just missing leg, but it was certainly worth a shout, definitely.
Still got those 3 slips in. They're all standing very fine, very close together, those slips.
We were talking this morning about weird place names, or places that don't sound like what they are spelled like.
Here's Yusuf, and he's just clipped that fine down the leg side, and that's going to go for another 4. So Nichols really has been playing in a different game to everyone else. He moves on to 20 of 26 balls, and in the context of these conditions, he has played beautifully. His class really shining through.
Lead 65. Can you see this message from Tom?
From Tom Rogerson.
Yeah.
I bet Mel's never been to
Ginger bowler for
Oldham? Is it Oldham?
Well, that's what it looks like, doesn't it? But it's obviously not going to be, is it?
What is it?
It's in Northumberland. It's spelt Oldham.
Yes.
And it's pronounced Uffham.
Well, again.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, give me all your stupid names then.
So then I replied, or
Cambois?
Cambois.
It's Cambois.
No, that's what it looks like. Cambois, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Camus.
Yeah, another stupid one. Wasn't there was a silly one on the way to Kidderminster, wasn't there, when we were there last year?
Change of bowler here. Is this ball switching ends? That's gone for 4. First ball's gone for 4. It was a shortish delivery from him, and Hose has whacked that off towards the riverside boundary. Jake Ball switching ends and coming in from the New Road end this time.
And that's what they do. We've seen Nichols do this as well. It's so important when there is the odd bad delivery to actually capitalise on it. Because there haven't been a lot of them.
Ball took a 5 in the first innings. He comes in here again. Hose has edged it behind, and he's gone. So that's what happens when you try to take on the bowlers on this ground. You get out the next delivery. He's checking the bottom of his bat. He must have really clipped that off the toe there. So Worcestershire now 43 for 4 in this crazy game of cricket, and he's trying to leave that. I think he's trying to roll his wrists away and lift the bat away, and it's feathered off the bottom of the bat as it's gone through to the keeper. So he's out for 15.
That's Worcestershire's Alan Hope, who's been caught by Robinson.
What's the lead? 65? What was it? 26, wasn't it?
Yeah. It is now the lead 69. But yeah, precarious 69. Gosh.
Long walk back for Hose now.
Yeah, and I thought Hose had done really well to that point, but did try to take his back out of the way.
Next
Just not in time in the end.
Tom Taylor.
And we see Tom Taylor.
That's one of the
Coming
highest
out to
partnerships of this match, 40. I
Yeah.
think it's the third highest, isn't it?
Well, they had the highest one was 55, which was
Yeah.
Hose and Nichols in the first innings. And then I think
Was it Durham 31?
yeah, they go
47,
40,
sorry, the seventh.
Yeah, 47. That
Yeah,
partnership
because
between-
when Drizzelle was out for 31, that was the second highest total in the game.
yeah,
It's ridiculous, this.
it's just he'd be out there in the middle. So
I said this morning I thought this would be over today, and everybody's, what, not today? And I repeated it again at lunchtime, no, not today. And then one or two, like, do you think? And then 4 wickets have gone in 12.2 overs. It was really getting boring until that wicket fell, because the
Stop
game had
it.
just gone right into the doldrums, hadn't it? And just felt it was heading for a really dull draw. You know?
but interesting that Taylor
Hadn't had a wicket for 9 overs.
But it's interesting that Taylor's been promoted. So he's been promoted 3 positions. And
Where's he put that? He's put it out into the deep, and it's stopped on the boundary. That was a risky shot. It's Yusuf who managed to get behind it and stop it just in front of the conker tree. It was in the air for a while, wasn't it?
well, yeah, and I think that's why Tom Taylor has been promoted, because Worcester are maybe just thinking, look, we've just got to get a lead here. Tom Taylor can be a very destructive batter. I've seen what he can do, particularly in white ball cricket. And maybe they're saying, well, look, we've just got to get runs, doesn't matter how we do it.
Next delivery comes in, and that whacks the thigh pad of Nichols as he looks to try and play the ball down the leg side. No run.
So almost coming out as a kind of pinch hitter, perhaps Taylor. And if he's out, they've still got Brett Oliveira, Matthew Waite, Ethan Brooks there to perhaps bat more conventionally along with Henry Nichols. But I think Tom Taylor has been sent out there to try and hurry up the scoring by hook or by crook.
Round the wicket he comes, they're appealing. Lots of people are appealing. People are appealing from square leg, from the car park across the river. Not out.
They all came running in too. Yeah. They came flying in. Every fielder thought they had him there. Just having a look at it now on our screen. Oh, it was a good shout.
I tell you what, that was definitely worth a shout. That's hit him halfway up the pad. The only issue is he's coming round the wicket, but that looked to me, that was in front of the stumps.
Unless they've thought, but it was just coming across too much and going down.
That's going to hit middle and leg, that.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one for...
I'm going to say that was out.
Well,
except it wasn't. But here we go. Nichols has a life on 20. He goes really low down into playing this defensive shot to end the over. 44 for 4. The lead is 70.
I know there'll be Worcestershire fans out there saying, well, look, if we get a couple going our way, it's about time, because they have had they've been on the wrong end of some marginal calls. It's a couple a bit controversial as well so far this season. That won't be any consolation for Jake Ball or for Durham, because they would dearly love to see the end of Nichols. He's out there on 20 off 29, which is extraordinary. Faced 115 balls for his 42 in the first innings. he has been a real standout in this match. So Taylor is going to face Yusuf. I think he might be trying to take him on. Comes down the pitch and he's gone. Tried to come down the pitch at Yusuf and they've appealed again, and this time the umpire has raised a finger. Tried to turn it down the leg side in the end. Oh my goodness. This game. Now it's Taylor who has gone the second ball he's faced. Back to the pavilion, and Worcestershire now 44 for 5. Taylor departing for 1. And that is Yusuf's first wicket for this innings. Don't go anywhere, boy oh boy. This match. What's a defendable score? We were saying 150. I don't know what's a defendable score.
He came down the track to try and play that through the leg side. Totally missed it. It hit him right in front of the stumps, and then it went, and it was caught at first slip anyway. But it looked plumb to me.
Yeah, the umpire was fairly quick in raising the finger. So if the ploy was for Taylor to come out as something of a pinch hitter to just try and get that score up quickly, it hasn't worked. And so now it's back to D'Oliveira, who's out. Well, he's out in the middle a couple of balls later than he would have been anyway. But I can understand why Worcestershire tried that, why they went with Taylor, because it just to try and do that. If he'd managed to get even 15 runs fairly quickly, they'd probably say, well, that's a job done.
Did I said this game would be over today, didn't I?
Yes.
I meant by tea.
It's just insane. Oh, insane.
It's actually quite difficult remembering who's batting, because it's like a revolving door at the minute.
I've stopped writing the wickets down because I can't keep up. Just a very fast moving game for sure. Now, D'Oliveira, he did make 28 in the first innings. He's in now and leaves the first ball outside the off stump from Yusuf. Yeah, so he had a very important partnership with Nichols after Hose was out. Only 4 batters in the first innings for Worcestershire making it into double figures, and Nichols the only one to get past 30. And that's been the story of the whole match, you'd have to say. In comes Yusuf, and they're up again as he plays and misses at this one, D'Oliveira. No damage done in the end. Just to continue on that point, 5 batters got into double figures for Durham. The highest score, 31.
There's a big wasp on the window next door. I'm glad it's in there.
Oh gosh.
It's staring at you.
Yeah,
I think it might have to fend for itself.
Oh, don't. When I was in Surrey with Churchy, I was attacked by a wasp in the commentary box. Here's Yusuf again on his toes.
I didn't realise that Churchy still had that pet wasp.
No, he had to. It was comedy gold actually, because it was there. We were following its progress along the window, and then I think there was a wicket that fell, and I got all animated, and that clearly annoyed the wasp, and it came at me. It attacked me.
It was probably drunk. Was it in September?
Yes.
They get drunk on rotting fruit, don't they?
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah. Yusuf in. Oh, and it's another play and a miss, and oh boy,
it's like being on a minefield.
It
isn't
is. What do you do? It's doing a bit, as they say.
It's doing a bit like Worcestershire's lowest score, I will remind you, against Durham, 112 all out in the first innings last year in Chester Street, in a game they came back and won. Prior to that, they made 120 in Chester Street in 2012. Durham won that one. In 2021, they were dismissed for 131 here.
is Yusuf. He's in and bowls on his toes and just plays it down to short third. He don't get a run, but he survives Oliveira. It's the end of a successful over for Yusuf, who now has figures of 1 for 10 after 3. Worcestershire 44 for 5 with Nichols on 20. D'Oliveira is yet to score, but the most important number that I can give you is that Worcestershire lead by 70 runs. Yes, go on. Did you have anything else to add?
No, that's it.
You're in mustard today. You've ditched.
It's a sort of Aussie colour, this one, isn't it, really? I only bought it the other day.
Something colour is.
I bought it because I knew you were coming to the game, so I thought I wanted to make you feel at home, you know. His ball round the wicket. Bowling to Nichols, who jabs the ball onto his inner thigh pad with the inside edge of the bat. No run there.
I'm going to leave you for a bit because Frank's got an update.
Thanks for popping in.
You're welcome.
Time's your update, Frank, at 3. Yep. Here's ball, New Road End. Bowling to Nichols. Oh, he's edged it through the slip cordon and away for 4. Just gave that a little bit of extra length, that delivery there. Jake Ball. And that raced off the edge. Time's your update?
2 minutes.
All right.
5-2, yeah. A lot of football going on, so it's just before the kick-off.
It was wide of third slip.
Kidderminster could seal the league this afternoon, I think.
Yeah.
National League South.
I heard James O'Brien talking about it on LBC the other day because he's a Kidderminster fan, so he was coming up for the game. How's Redditch done this year?
I don't know.
In comes ball again, and that is played up to mid-on. No run there. Only mentioned Redditch because it's my cousin's husband's club. Took it over a few years ago, I think just after COVID.
Kidderminster and Hereford are the two that are in contention. I think Kidderminster are at top of 6th tier.
Top ball, this one played up the mid-on. Are they National League North then, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some rather southern-based teams in National League North. I think Gloucester City weren't they? And Bishop Stortford.
Well, Hereford are in it as well.
Brackley.
Yeah.
The South's obviously quite populated if those teams are in the north. Ball comes in round the wicket. Nichols surviving a big LBW shout earlier from him as well. Certainly looked worth a shout.
Yeah, it was. I've had a good look at that, and Taylor's LBW. I think Taylor's was too far down the track to be given out. With my umpire's hat on, he must have been 8-10 feet for the ball to travel after it hit him.
Next ball bowled by Ball to Nichols. It's defended. It goes into the covers. No run.
So I'm not. I think he was a bit unlucky, Taylor. He certainly felt he was, I think. Nichols...
Well, he'd obviously been told to come out and just swing at everything.
Yeah,
he played right around it. And he
I wouldn't say he played right around it. He used his feet, tried to play it into the leg side. It hit him in line, but he was a long way down the pitch. And it hit him on the knee roll. He's 6'2". I think it had a lot to do. There were lots of reasons that he might have been disappointed with that one, I think.
What do you think about the Nichols one?
I think, again, as an umpire, if you watch that, if you stop the ball at the moment of release from the bowler, Jake Ball, round the wicket, he's about 6 feet wide of the stumps with his right hand when he lets that ball go, so it's angled in. It's got to hit Nichols in line, which it did. Yusuf bowled, D'Oliveira blocked. If it hits him in line, it's delivered from out there. Same when a left arm seamer goes round the wicket, I think. Same argument. Not so much with the left arm spinner who gets in tight and turns it. Going on, hits in line. Unless that batsman's right on the back foot, I don't think the umpire can say that's going to hit the stumps. And that's the way I was taught when I did my umpiring exams, that if a seam bowler goes round the wicket, left armer to a right-handed batter, same argument. As Yusuf bowls, Oliver on his toes, plays this down on the offside, gets off the mark. That's not to say it wasn't a good shout, not to say it didn't hit him in line. I think it did hit him in line, just not sure. And the other one, Taylor, hit him in line, just not sure they were going on to hit the stumps. And I'd say exactly the same if the batsmen were from Durham or West Indies or Australia or whatever. It's just logical physics. 49 for 5. Brilliant bowling from Ben Rain, absolutely brilliant. Hardly bowled a ball off line. Yusuf bowls, Nichols drives, no run. As the bowler does his own fielding.
The one he got Roderick, it just clipped the top of off stump.
Absolutely super. I honestly can't think of anybody bowling in these conditions better than Ben Rain did in that opening spell. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 11. Asked a question with virtually every ball. He bowled 1 bad ball, which Nichols cut for 4. But other than that,
6 overs,
superb. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 11. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. There's Yusuf in bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside by Nichols.
Was that them coming?
Not sure where it is my 2:55 update, but there's a lot going on, I think, on our sports programme this afternoon.
Matthew Share says, I genuinely cannot keep up with this game, and I'm watching it live. I keep thinking live action wickets are replays.
I know, it is. It's just been extraordinary. It's been extraordinary, and I honestly don't think... I mean, I'm not saying there's been no blame attached to the batters. Yusuf bowls, Nichols plays that down on the offside, they get a single. But I think it's just been like one of those situations where we've said it right from the start, you just never in. Nichols pushes this down, keeps the... No, he doesn't keep the strike. 50 up. Worcestershire have limped to 50, 76 ahead. I was saying when you weren't on air, Marty, it reminds me of the days when England used to face the West Indies attack and you just were waiting for the next wicket to fall, and batsmen could play really, really well and just not get any runs, play brilliantly for an hour and a half and be out for 10 or something. Yusuf bowls, Oliver leaves outside the off stump. But it's a different game when Rain is bowling, that's for sure. He's been perfect. 50 for 5.
Have you heard that Jeremy Cooney story when he's playing for New Zealand in the West Indies? And I think he's gone out to replace Lance Cairns, who's been hit in the head. When he gets out and he's trying to take his guard, there's still blood on the wicket.
Yeah, well,
and he said he looks around and thinks, where are all the fielders? And they're miles behind, and he goes up to the other end and says to the guy at the other end, he said, look how far back they are. He said, look, we can get loads of singles here, we'll just push the ball around. And the guy at the other end said, I'll not be coming down there and you'll not be getting any singles. Yeah. Was it Malcolm Marshall who was bowling?
Well, Marshall, there's that story about when Mike Gatting got hit and at Sabina Park in that game that was abandoned.
Here's Ball bowling down the leg side. They're appealing for a strangle catch, not out. It's Nichols on strike on 25.
And Marshall's got the ball and said, I can't bowl with this, it's got bits of Gatting's nose on it. I remember hearing that. You can tell how animated the players are by the fact that they're appealing, aren't they, all the time. And I don't blame them. I think Worcestershire, any team, would do exactly the same. Because they're expecting a wicket every ball, down the leg side, little flick of the pad, big appeal. Everybody's on edge out there.
Ball in again, that's an appeal as well. And he's given him. And that is the end of Nichols for 25. Ball's got him LBW coming around the wicket, just similar to the one that wasn't given 2 overs or so ago. And that is a massive departure from a Worcestershire point of view, because he is the man who was trying to hold things together here. And that's hit him right on the knee roll. He's collapsed low into the shot, and it's right in front of middle stump.
LBW to Henry Nichols off ball for 25.
Yeah, you see, I don't think that's going to hit the stumps. I don't think you can be sure that's going to hit the stumps. He's delivered it from really wide. He's on the front foot. It's hit him in line completely, but from where that's delivered, unless that's hit the seam and straightened, surely that's going to go on and miss the leg stump.
Well,
and I'd say that whoever, yeah, but look at the line from the bowler's hand to the point of contact. It's got nothing to do with who's batting. I'm saying this is just what I was taught when I did my umpiring exams. From the bowler's hand to the point of contact, that line, if you continue that line, and he's on the front foot, it's at least 4.5 feet in front of the stumps. If you continue that line, if he was sat on the back foot and it hit him in front, then he's going to be out, definitely. But if you continue that line from where it hit him, that's going to go on and miss leg stump. And I'd say if it was a left arm seamer round the wicket to a right hander, the same argument would prevail. But he has been given out, and it's 50 for 6. Worcestershire lead by 76 runs, and it is hard to see where the next double figure score is coming from in this game. Worcestershire have lost Roderick for 0, Libby for 2, Jones for 0, Hose for 15, Taylor for 1 and Nichols for 25.
Next ball from Ball is a shortish delivery, and Matthew Waite gets off the mark with a square cut for 4.
And actually, somebody just sent me an email saying I'm going to look at where it hit him.
I've just seen that email crop up on your screen.
It wasn't in front of. I
disagree.
Of the middle.
In comes Ball again over the wicket this time. That's gone the backward point.
Anyway,
he's still got the top score again.
We're not here to question the umpire's decisions. We're here to say what's happening. And he did get the top score again, but he's gone. Jake Ball and the other Durham seamers are on fire.
Still 17 overs to tea.
Yeah, it's moving quickly, this game.
Yeah. That's gone off to point, no run. Well, I'm wondering if they will get back from France before this game ends. I don't think they will. I think the match is going to get home first, isn't it?
Well, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? I mean, if Worcestershire all out before tea, then the run chase will either be successful or not before the end of the day, you would think.
Ball to Waite, playing a miss, went forward to that one, Ball's just moved on him. End of the over, so there was a wicket from it, there was a 4, and the rest were dot balls.
Yeah.
Ian says, thanks for the commentary. I'm recovering from my second eye op. Talking about wasps, the late Chick Murray said, I walked into a pet shop and asked the owner, how much are your wasps? He said, we don't sell them. He says, that's strange because you've got 2 in the window. The old ones are the best.
Right, here we go. Connor Youssef from the Diglis end, 54 for 6, Waite on 4, D'Oliveira on 1. Youssef in, bowls, and D'Oliveira is fending this one away on the leg side. It didn't come from my 255, so it must be too much happening in football team news. But
my next one's 3:55 at half time.
3:45, I think, at half time. Yeah, which will never going to be 3:45. There's always a bit of stoppage time, isn't there? And you're hanging on. But it's a big day. I think Kidderminster could win the lead today, I think. 54 for 6. Youssef bowls. D'Oliveira gets a bat on this one. Tucked away on the leg side for a single. It's almost as though every run is vital, isn't it, at the moment?
Well, it is. That 26 run lead,
yeah,
that's worth about 100, isn't it?
And 20, a partnership of 20 or something like that is just hugely valuable, isn't it?
Reminds me of playing in a cup final for Whitburn at Philadelphia, and I think we only made something like 76, and we managed to defend it and won by 4. It's one of the lowest scoring games I was involved in. That was on a knife edge the entire night.
It really is. It really is tense. Matthew Waite on strike. Cody Yusuf from the Diglis end bowls, and Waite is working this one away on the leg side for a single. Even then, a shout and a shout from the bowler and from the wicket keeper, as though had he missed it they'd have been going up. And I think, having, you know, somebody just said I haven't sounded too impressed with the umpire. I honestly, I have massive respect for umpires, and I think it gets very, very difficult when it's like this and so many wickets are falling and appeals are coming left, right and centre. Yusuf bowls and D'Oliveira drives through mid-off just for a single. And I think it gets really, really difficult for umpires. We've seen it at all levels of cricket. Seen it in league cricket, seen it in county cricket, test cricket. Umpires are being bombarded with appeals, balls nipping around. Lots of them are close. It's really tough. So I'm not for a minute, please don't think I am questioning any of the umpiring decisions. I'm not questioning them at all. Yusuf bowls and Waite pulls in the air and is dropped at deep
Blatherwick.
Square leg by Blatherwick. Difficult chance, running forward, dived, got his hands to it, couldn't hold on to it. They get a single. Just going back to umpires, what I'm saying is, with the benefit of a replay that we can stop and look at again and again and again, you can make observations about where the ball's delivered from, etc., etc. That all I'm trying to do is explain what I'm seeing, but I'm not saying that the guy with the white coat on has done something wrong. He's given the decision as he sees it, and that's cricket, always has been. Yusuf in, bowls, bouncer, D'Oliveira ducks underneath it, lets it go. Robinson takes end of the over, 57 for 6.
I didn't think that
58.
Blatherwick was going to get near that to even try and attempt a catch, so I was surprised that he got as close to it as he did there, but diving in, got his hands on it, but as he hit the ground the ball bounced off him. If you want to drop us a line, Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. As ball comes right arm over to Waite. Play and a miss there, I think, from Waite. He looked like he was tempted for a while. The one that got hose earlier, he was trying to leave the ball and it clipped the bottom of his bat as it went on the way through to the keeper. In terms of county championship low scores against Durham, the lowest is Somerset's 56 in Chester Street in 2003. And next it's 63, Derbyshire at the county ground in 2013. I commentated on that one as ball comes in and bowls. That's driven up to mid-off to Lee's no run there. That game had been affected by bad light, rain, drizzle, fog. And I turned up at the ground on the third morning, the Saturday morning, and Durham was still in their first innings, and then it was still the first innings of the match, and then they were out. Derbyshire were bowled out twice in the Saturday afternoon, the second time for 63 as Durham took a giant step towards winning the title. That one's played off towards backward point, no run there. They beat Yorkshire in that run up, and Surrey as well. I think they won 5 in a row at the end of that season to win the title, which is something they hadn't done before. Durham Uni were once out in 2012, just 18 in Chester Street. Graham Fowler was the coach that day. Remember his comments on social media afterwards. As ball bowls, and that's drilled upfield. Lees is chasing it from mid-off. They'll get 2 to Waite. He'll move on to 8. So the score's now 60, the lead 86 here on the BBC. This season, Zimbabwe in Harare in a pre-season warm-up, which was classed as a first-class game. were out for 69. Somerset were also out in Taunton for 69 in 2009. At the minute, Worcestershire are 64-6. Ball comes in. Forward comes the batsman, plays it back to him.
It's almost a surprise, isn't it, when you get a delivery like that. Batsman just leans forward and plays a forward defensive, and you feel like there's a little bit of normality about it. So it's just been extraordinary today. Absolutely extraordinary.
Lee wonders if both teams have got plans for Monday. Well,
on Monday?
Yeah, what about tomorrow? Golf course, probably. This one's defended as well. And the ball played back along the ground to Ball, who flicks it up with the outstep of his left foot and then plays keepy up with his left knee. End of the over, 64-6. 2 runs from that over. I know Durham is staying here because after this game, they then plan to move on down to Southampton, where they start their next match on Friday at the Rose Bowl. 350 miles down there on Thursday. A long way.
So, D'Oliveira, the captain, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, 3 not out, on strike now. 3 slips as they have been in place all the way through the innings as Yusuf bowls, and D'Oliveira on the back foot plays this out on the offside, and there's no run. Just like changing the field as Ben Rain is moved a little bit square. No, he's not, he's just moving square and going back in because he's loosening up. He's going to come back in and have another bowl, keeping himself loose, doing some high kicks to keep the hamstrings loose. And I'm not surprised, because despite all the bowlers bowling well, all the 3 bowlers have all taken wickets, Ben Rain has been absolutely brilliant so far. D'Oliveira is beaten outside the off stump by Yusuf with this next one. And Rain, as I say, 1 bad ball, I think, which went for 4. Other than that, absolutely on the money. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 11 his figures. And on a pitch which has been helpful, and on which the batsman has never been in and can't really trust it, there are few bowlers who would exploit it better than Ben Rain. As Yusuf bowls D'Oliveira, bit of a loose shot, that one. I can see why he went for it. It was quite full. Went to play it away on the leg side. Bowled middle stump. 2nd wicket for Yusuf. And Worcestershire are 60 for 7. And they are in deep trouble, despite the fact that they lead by 87. That was, to be fair, a little bit of a loose shot from Brett D'Oliveira. I'm a bit disappointed with that, but I can, as I say, I can understand, and we've been saying this throughout, why when the batsman gets one that's a little bit fuller, that they think might offer them a scoring opportunity, they perhaps just go at it a little bit too hard, just get a little bit too carried away, and it results in a slight error of judgment. So 60 for 7 Worcestershire. We're in the 20th over only of this, their 2nd innings. They lost a wicket in the 1st over, 2 in the 3rd over, 1 in the 13th, 1 in the 14th, 1 in the 17th and 1 in the 20th. The men out: Roderick 0, Libby 2, Jones 0, Hose 15, Taylor 1, Nichols 25 and D'Oliveira 3. Ethan Brooks comes out to join Matthew Waite. 64-7 then. Worcestershire leading by 86, and serious questions now about whether this game will go into the 3rd day, let alone the 4th, as Ethan Brooks comes out to join.
This might already be a defendable score, you know.
Well, yeah.
86.
If Ben Rain was playing for both sides, that might be the case. I don't know. I was just saying before that wicket that he had been immaculate, really. 1 bad ball, but absolutely immaculate. Just a excellent exponent of his craft at the best of times, but in these circumstances, He reminds me of when Chris Rushworth did it here on a few occasions.
Can you remember?
One game in particular.
Like 86, and he took 5 wickets.
Yeah,
didn't he? Pretty quickly.
Just perfect.
I think Worcestershire was 30 for 6 that day, but they managed to get over the line.
In the conditions, yeah. Anyway, here's Yusuf bowling to the new batsman Brooks. He's in, and Brooks is shimmying down the pitch and pushing this one back up to mid-on, and there's no run. So, who knows? Who knows? We would be foolish to make any kind of predictions, because what's unfolding before us is surprising us almost at every turn. It's got a bit gloomier now, isn't it?
As B.A. Baracus would say, any fool know that.
60 for 7 as Yusuf is in again and bowls, and Brooks is off the mark, just flicking this one away on the leg side. He's going to get 2 runs as Ben Rain moves round to do the fielding. 62 for 7. The lead goes up to 88. I said earlier when you weren't on air, Marty, when somebody said, would you think 150 be a good score? I said 100. I think Brett D'Oliveira would have accepted that at the start of the innings almost. They'd been hoping for more. Certainly would accept that now. Anything over 100 might be challenging. Who knows? Who knows? Yusuf in again from the Diglis end, short to Brooks, who is hit on the hand that he damaged badly last week at Chelmsford. It bounced short, he went to pull it and is hit on exactly the same spot, high up on the right hand, just in above the fingers, getting some concern from his opponents as well. It's the end of the over. 62 for 7.
Kevin Ramsey says, hi Marty, what a game. No worries about your missus getting home before you. The Malvern Hills are almost invisible from here in Upton on 7. I predict rain before close. Kevin Ramsey, normally from Aycliffe, but this weekend from Worcestershire. There was some rain forecast yesterday. The radar that I saw this morning suggested we weren't going to get any. There were some bands of rain drifting up the border, but were likely to miss us. Malvern's behind us, isn't it? Yeah.
No, it's in front of us.
Well, yeah, I mean,
no, it's there.
I know where it is, because I've driven to it every day this week.
Well, it's not behind us, Marty.
I meant to say behind the. You can see the Malvern Hills from the hotel quite clearly, but you can't see them from here. It's behind It's behind something over there. The pavilion, maybe the women's pavilion. Some trees in the road as well. That looks painful, doesn't it?
Yeah,
the physio's just squeezing his hand there.
Jenny Law is out there giving him some treatment. She was there at Chelmsford when it first happened. It wasn't broken, but it might be now. It was painful, and he was a bit of a doubt actually before this game, but decided that he was fit to play, or they decided that he was fit to play, and now he's taking a glass of water and some painkillers, I think, which is probably about the only thing you can do. He won't want to give it away. Bad enough batting out there anyway without being in a lot of pain. It's just tough, isn't it? I think, and I genuinely think that the Durham batters, those ones standing in the slips and one or two others around out there, will be looking at the scoreboard and thinking, well, it's a modest lead, but we're going to have to apply ourselves if we're going to get these. It's just tough. It's just really, really tough for everybody. No, you can't see somebody, Marty, just coming out and stroking 30, can you?
No.
Unless it's McKinney, actually, he's the only player, I think, on either side.
A few edges to the boundaries.
Who did that? Just can't see it. Anyway, he's back.
Ben Rain's back.
He's back.
He is the
It
rain.
won't be long now. He's been absolutely brilliant.
Here comes the rain. 3 in the slip cordon, and earlier he took 3 for 11 in 6 overs with a maiden. Oh, and he's nearly got one first ball there. That's moved a long way. I think Waite's played around that, and it's ended up being sort of taken down the leg side by the keeper. The light is an issue now, I reckon, but I did go out with my light yesterday when it was a bit overcast, and it was okay. Where's that done? God, he's played. He has. It's gone between back and pad.
It's come back about a foot. Absolutely, like a massive big off break.
Comes in again and waits, put that in the air. I think he's going to be safe. There's nobody in cow corner. It lands in no man's land. 2 runs.
Wow. That was huge, off, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Off cutter. I mean, goodness me. Absolutely extravagant movement. If that goes, you know, if you pitch that middle and leg and it goes the other way, you've got no chance. Absolutely no chance of playing it.
Chris Millman says, wow, what a bowler's track this must be. It doesn't seem like any batter can hold their own.
No, that's right.
Rain comes in and he's going for the big slog and he's out. LBW playing right across the line. Weight departs for 10. Rain strikes with the 3rd delivery of his new spell. He's now got 4 for 13. And Worcestershire are not long for this world, and we don't appear to be long for this world.
No.
I said it would end today. I didn't think before tea. How many overs? We've still got 12 overs to tea.
Extraordinary. You can see what he's decided to do. If it's up there, he's going to have a go at it. And that's absolutely dead straight, isn't it? No, not as if that was going anywhere other than straight at the stumps. He's delivered it in from close this time, being over the wicket, and it's dead straight. Matthew Waite's hit across the line, hoping to make contact and get it away over the leg side. And Ben Rain, well, it's taken him 3 balls in his new spell to come on. And Worcestershire, it's one of those situations where if you come out and do what Waite's just done, or what the last 2 or 3 have done, where you think, well, if it's up there I might as well try and hit it, and you miss it and you get criticised. If you go out there and hang around and stick around and nick it and nurdle it for 20 minutes, you might get 6 or 7 and then you get out anyway. So you can understand what the batsmen are thinking, but one way or another they haven't got it right in this second innings, and Worcestershire are 64 for 8, and we have seen 14 wickets fall today, and we've still got 12 overs left after this before the tea interval. I don't think I haven't seen anything like this for a long time.
20.3 overs in.
I haven't seen anything
They
like
were
this
once out for
for a
24
long time.
in Huddersfield against Yorkshire and lasted 18.3 overs. That was in 1903. Match ended in a draw. So Ben Allison is the new batsman. Ben Rain has ball in hand, looking for a fifer. Comes in. Allison cuts hard at that one, and it's off towards the Cathedral boundary for 2. He's off the mark first ball. What did Rain get in the first innings?
Well, he was unlucky at first. He got 2 for 16, didn't he? It was very tight.
He's got 4 for 15 now. So he's got 273 first-class wickets for Durham. As he comes in and bowls, that's flicked away out through deep mid-wicket by Allison. Should get 2 more here. And he's making it look very easy, isn't he? he's got on to 4 in 2 balls. So 2, 4, 6. So he's got 480 first-class wickets now in all. Ben Rain had a few years at Leicestershire after starting his career at Durham, and then returned after 7 years at Grace Road.
He's just a player who knows his craft now, isn't he? He knows his game. He's matured.
He started off as a batsman who bowled a bit. Comes in here, and that's clubbed up to mid-on. Heavy off the bottom of the bat there from Allison, and that is the end of the over. There were 6 runs from it, but a wicket as well.
You must. There must be. Well, I'm sure there'll be 6 or 7 Durham injured seamers sitting somewhere, listening, watching, or at least following what's happening here, thinking, "Blimey, wish I hadn't missed out on this one." Yusuf has come in, has done really well. He picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, and he's picked up a couple of wickets this time round. And Jake Ball, 5 for in the first innings. So The second string attack really has done the business for Durham as Brooks swings at this one, and it goes away down the leg side off his pad. They scamper through for 2 leg byes. Durham with, as I say, a couple of low knee bowlers, and the old stalwart Ben Rain have been magnificent in this game in very helpful conditions, it must be said. Worcestershire bowlers also did well, but some of those injured Durham seamers might be thinking, gosh, I wish I was playing in this one, because I would have had a chance to get some really nice figures in the bank. Brooks goes for a big hit again at Yusuf, and it's obvious that that is the current line of thinking for Worcestershire. If we can maybe just nick another 20 or so, the lead is currently 96, and it might give us a chance. Slip going back to third man because he could easily sky one off the top edge, and I reckon this is probably as good a philosophy
Do you know what
as you could have.
You know what Worcestershire should do now? Declare. They could still have a good chance of winning.
I think
96 run lead.
I think they might be criticised if they declared.
None if they won't.
Brooks looks to work this on the leg side. He's taken on the pad. Another shout. Umpire Graham Lloyd has a good look at it. Turns it down.
Do you think anybody's going to be comfortable coming out here and trying to chase 100?
I don't think so. But who knows? There's only one Ben Rain in the game. I do think Worcestershire seamers bowled pretty well first time round. Ben Allison's figures were similar to those of Rain, but it's that ability to just hit the seam so consistently that he has. Yusuf bowls short outside the off stump, left alone by Brooks.
That last ball, by the way, was gone way down the leg side for that LBW appeal.
The bowler that I think Worcestershire would probably have in the past looked to in these circumstances was the man who was sitting in this chair yesterday afternoon, Joe Leach, who would have been similar in pace to Rain and hit the seam with that regularity. But yeah, you wouldn't want to chase many. Yusuf bowls, Brooks down the pitch and looks to whack it down the ground and can't do anything other than drill it along the ground off the sort of bottom edge of the bat to mid-on.
Chris,
see what he's trying to do. You've got to keep your head still.
Trying to go after the bowler, isn't he? Chris said he'd given up hope of a Durham win, but it seems anything is now possible on day 2. Thanks for the updates and the commentary.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you wouldn't want to call it. You'd put Durham on top probably now, wouldn't you? But who knows? Yusuf bowls again. Brooks goes big on the leg side, and he's got right underneath it, and that has gone away. Oh, we've lost our line for 6. It's the first 6 of the game. Over fine leg, top edge probably really, but the first 6 of the game. Sorry if you lost our commentary there. For some reason the line went down, but it's back up again. Marty quickly to the rescue. Ethan Brooks has just hit the first 6 of this match with a big swing at Cody Yusuf and a top edge over fine leg. He's gone to 8. No doubt people will be remembering his heroics last week at Chelmsford when he hit 7 sixes on the last morning of the game, but it was all to no avail. Very different pitch, that one, to this. But Worcestershire 76 for 8, and the lead has for the first time gone over 100. They lead by 102 runs, but Ben Rain, the maestro, coming in again.
Here he is bowling to Allison, who's on 4. Allison plays this up to mid-on and goes for a quick single. Good running. Takes him on to 5. 77 for 8. Yeah, it looks like we dropped off air about 6 or 7 minutes ago, Frank, judging by the messages.
7 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I've just done an update on Blue Sky and all these messages have just appeared from 7 minutes ago.
Oh my goodness. Well, there you go.
You've missed 9 wickets in that time. Should be back on now. If you can't hear us, please let me know. Brooks on 8 as Rain comes in from the New Road end and bowls. Brooks turns this towards Drizzelle mid-wicket. It's gone underneath his foot as he was sliding along the floor there on his knees. And the batsmen sort of met in the middle and still pondered whether they should complete the single, and it was far easier to complete it than turn and head back the way they'd come.
We were on the stream for the 7 minutes apparently, even though we weren't online.
Yeah, well, the ISDN line went down for some reason, so better check that. We're back on the BBC website as rain bowls again, and Allison looks to go for an expansive cut, but plays and misses. Ball outside the line of off stump. I think the sky's lightened up a little bit more now since it got a bit gloomy earlier. Rain, right arm over, comes in and bowls, and just altered his line there. Allison took a couple of steps down the track to him on this occasion, and I think Rain saw that coming.
It's hit the seam, I think. That just top class bowling. Whatever the batter tries,
ball comes in again.
It's not the answer. No, he didn't do that much sideways, but.
Are we on Sports Extra, do you know?
I don't know. Haven't been told.
Right, neither have I. Rain once again, and that's walloped out towards cow corner, and caught on the line and thrown back into play by Rhodes. He was going to fall off the field there.
He's got a single for that.
He's got a single, Allison. I didn't think Rhodes was going to get to that.
Brilliant.
I thought it was going to go for 6. He caught it on the line. He knew he was off balance, so as he was falling off the field, he threw it back in play.
Brilliant fielding.
And it will go in the scorebook as 1.
Brilliant fielding. Saying this last week, Marty, we talk about how the game's changed one way and another, but you cannot argue the way that fielding has improved in the last 10 years. Amazing.
Brooks on strike on 9. It's a short one. Tries to pull that through the leg side. Plays and misses. End of the over. 3 singles from it. 79 for 8 is the total. And that means the lead is... where's it gone?
105.
105.
Yeah.
Yep. Which I think's enough. Get them off.
Marty wants Worcestershire to declare now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's. I'm giving up predicting anything. I just don't think we can say what might or might not happen in the rest of this game.
Just remember, kiddies, I said this morning this one would be over today.
Did you?
I did. Yes. Said it on air. Yeah.
Wow. Here's Cody Youssef bowls to Allison, who is cut in half by that one, and it is taken by Ollie Robinson. I'll just plug the other headphones in and move across. But yeah, you could well be right, Marty. I don't think any of us, however, expected the wickets to fall quite as readily as they have today, and it is absolutely on a knife edge, this game, as Cody Youssef comes in and bowls, and there's a flashing drive by Ben Allison, makes no contact. And it's all happening. I'm back now online. We lost our commentary for a while, apparently, at one stage this afternoon. Mel, the line went down, but it's back up now. It was still on the stream, but not going out on the BBC Sports app. Not sure why. But we're back now as Youssef is in and bowls to Allison, who's on his toes and pushing this out through the offside, and they'll come back for 2. Doesn't sound much, but every single run is absolutely vital at the moment. And Ben Allison has moved on to 8. Ethan Brooks is on 9, hit the only 6 of the game so far. And Worcestershire 81 for 8, now leading by 107. As Cody Youssef comes in again and bowls, and Allison is out, bowled, might have dragged it on. Great big swing of the bat, and middle stump is uprooted. Worcestershire have lost their 9th wicket, and Ben Allison has gone for 8. Yeah, massive inside edge, really wide delivery from Yusuf, dragged on by Allison, and in a way you could say that's unlucky, but at the same time you could say it was just maybe they've thrown caution to the winds a little bit too much and started throwing the bat at things a bit recklessly. But I can understand exactly why. I'm not in a way being too critical, because I think you can either sit there and wait until the one with your name on it comes along, or you can try and do something about it. And Allison had tried to do something about it, but he's gone. It's 81 for 9. The lead is 107, and Worcestershire are looking at a session of being bowled out in less than a session here, because we've still got nominally 9 overs left after this to go before the tea interval. I haven't seen anything like that for years. Well, for years. I don't, honestly, in any county cricket, I don't think.
It's absolutely incredible. It really is. I have seen teams bowled out cheaply before. I was there in Adelaide when India were all out for 36 in that test match a few years back. That was a very, very different kind of day, though. This is just, I feel like it's getting harder to bat as the game goes on. I mean,
well, they're making it look that way if it isn't, aren't they? I don't know.
It's hard to say. Here's Yusuf. That has gone straight up in the air. This is going to be another one out, and Duffy had gone for the pull, and in the end it's taken comfortably right by the non-strikers' end stumps. So it's over. They have been bowled out in less than a session, Worcestershire. All out for 81. Duffy out first ball that he's faced. But it's hard to just know what that means, because they have a lead of 107 runs. Maybe that will be enough. One person coming out and making 20-25 runs could be the difference, Frank.
Yeah, let's just give you the stats on that innings, the full gory details from a Worcestershire point of view. They were bowled out in 23.5 overs. That's definitely the least that I can ever remember. Ben Rain, the chief destroyer, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 20. Jake Ball, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 27. And Cody Yusuf, 7.5 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 26. Top scorer was Henry Nichols with 25. Only 2 other players making double figures. They were Matthew Waiter made 10 and Adam Hose, who made 15. The men out were Roderick 0, Libby 2, Jones 0, Hose 15, Taylor 1, Nichols 25, D'Oliveira 3, Waite 10, Allison 8, Duffy without scoring. Brooks was left 9 not out. Worcestershire bowled out in 23.5 overs, and they were all out for 81. That means that Durham in their second innings are going to need 108 to win, which sounds a very, very small target, but believe me, unless somebody plays an innings the like of which we haven't seen yet in this game, it's not going to be easy. That person could possibly be Ben McKinney, who played with greater fluency in the first innings, I think it's fair to say, than anybody. But it is a pitch on which we have said repeatedly since the start of the game, no batsman on either side has at any point appeared to be well and truly in. And Worcestershire, even though they've only got 108 on the board, will feel that they are not without a chance. And if we apply the logic that we applied earlier in the game with regard to the outfield inflating the scores and everything, you could say that on a helpful pitch they've actually set a target of something around about 140, 150 mil, but extraordinary goings on here at New Road.
Carnage. It's been carnage, Frank. Boy, every time that you look around, there's been another wicket falling. I'm scratching my head trying to think of another time I've seen scoring so difficult. And the fact that someone with the experience of Henry Nicholls has found it just as hard as anyone and has had to call on all of his vast experience just to stay alive and get a couple of dozen runs on the board really says it all. I think you're right. I'm going to be very keen to see how Ben McKinney goes, because he is the one who played a few shots in that first innings that he played, and innings like that again really could be the difference. But I just don't know. It looks like it's got harder. We've seen so many wickets fall today. We did yesterday as well, but we've seen more wickets fall today in the same space of time. It is really hard to say. I'm the same. I'm unwilling to predict. I know Mystic Marty was saying Worcestershire should declare because they had enough. I don't think anyone else in this ground is going to feel confident about that.
No, well, it's the 6th, Marty just telling me, it's the 6th lowest score by any county side ever against Durham. So that's one for the record books. And Worcestershire this year suffering the heaviest defeat by runs that any team has ever suffered in county cricket up at Headingley. They survived 200 overs to save the game down at Taunton. They are making people reach for the record books, not always for the right reasons. And today, I can't remember them being bowled out in under 25 overs before in a first class game, not in all the years that I've been watching them. And it's difficult, isn't it? I'm hanging on chatting because I've got an update coming along, so we might as well keep talking, Mel. But what I was going to say is it's difficult in the sense that there was one partnership of any significance in that innings, and that was for 40 for the 4th wicket between Hose and Nicholls. They got stuck in, made it really hard. Nicholls in particular survived a couple of LBW shots that were very, very close. Some people have been saying to me they watched them and they think that he should have been given out, be that as it may. They played that way. They applied themselves. Towards the end, last 3 or 4 wickets of the Worcestershire innings, I got the impression that the batsmen thought, well,
may as well go.
There's no point hanging around. We might as well play some shots. So we saw Brooks top edge of 6. We saw a couple skied up in the air, but it didn't pay off really against top class bowling, particularly from Rain. And I wonder whether if Durham are sitting in that dressing room and they say, look guys, the way to win this is not to go out all guns blazing, dig in, get one partnership, get 2 partnerships. Or a partnership, a significant partnership in this game is 25. It doesn't have to be 50. Just get stuck in, work hard at it, and we can get there. But you know what? They could be 3 down at tea. So yeah, it's so difficult. It's so difficult to say.
Okay.
Tea is being taken now. I beg your pardon. I thought we would have a period before tea. Oh, it's because it was already 3:40 when the last wicket went down. I beg your pardon. So there we are. There won't be 3 down at tea then. So they will start after tea. There were nominally still 9 overs left before tea, and I didn't realise that we wouldn't be having those. So 3:40 already when the wicket went down. So tea is being taken at New Road, and when it is finished, Durham will require 108 to win. I would say they're favourites, Mel, but I wouldn't put my house on it.
I'm not. I wouldn't put my left pinky on it.
Really?
I just don't know. It's
very difficult. Isn't it?
One player comes out, as you say, they get 1 or 2 partnerships of it's 25, 30 runs. But having said that, in that first innings, they weren't able to last out there as long as Worcestershire did. It's very difficult to tell, and I just don't know that we can make any predictions. They've got the light roller out there, by the way, no sign of the heavy roller. And the other thing is they've had the covers out there and they've been hovering a few times. The cloud looks really high to me, but might there end up being a bit of rain?
Yeah, I don't think
around?
we'll get any. I don't think we'll get any
Don't
rain.
think we will. I'll
I
rely
do
on
think
local knowledge.
I do think it'll finish today. I think Marty's going to be right,
Yeah.
and we're going to get 2 days off. He'll be back up the A1 tonight, I expect, and well, you won't be having your walk around Worcester tomorrow morning, Mel, and the Sunday morning, as I was suggesting you might do earlier, because I think this is pretty much certain to conclude tonight. 108 the target. That said, if the light closed in and the scoring is slow, then it might not finish tonight. We've got 41 overs left in the day, but you'd expect that to be enough one way or another. But that said, in the Durham first innings, lasted for 56 overs, didn't it? So the last wicket fell in the 56th over, and the Worcestershire first innings lasted for 69 overs. So it's not impossible that they could still be out there tomorrow morning with the target not having been reached, but it's pretty unlikely, I'd think. And if it gets really close, then obviously there's an extra half hour possible as well, but who knows. Tom Taylor and Matthew Waite out there at the moment. Jacob Duffy and Matthew Waite out there at the moment, bowling into the mitt as Worcestershire prepare to go out and defend this. Alan Richardson, the bowling coach, having a word with Tom Taylor, walking across, and there's an air of tension around the ground, Mel, isn't there?
Well, there is. You've just
Even though we're in an
demoted.
interval.
You've just demoted Alan Richardson, bowling coach.
Well, he's bowling coach and head coach. We haven't got a bowling coach. He is the bowling coach.
Oh well, okay,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
I thought you demoted him for a second. Things
I
will be
wouldn't dare
tense.
do that. Head coach, but he is the bowling coach as well, of course. Kadir Ali, the batting coach, is out there with the mitt on. Richard Jones, the other member of the coaching team who looks after the second team mainly, is also a bowling coach. But I tell you, the bloke I'd be asking, Ben Rain,
Yeah.
because he bowled. I mean, just sensational effort from Ben Rain today, I thought. Just exactly what was required from a Durham point of view. Put the ball in the right place. If you want to go and get a cup of tea, Mel, then feel free, and we can have a little break, and I'll just listen in for my update, because we've got about another 10 minutes or so before play will resume, with Durham requiring 108 to win in this bizarre game of cricket at New Road. And we'll be back with you when that Durham reply is underway.
Sweep down again from Roderick. You think the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point, and right between them, and that's raced away twice. He played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club. Because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county. In the people who give, lead,
I don't know what's happening in the football. I haven't come to me at all.
And the Worcestershire team led by captain Drizzelle.
Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to start in what will probably, almost certainly, be the final session of this game on day 2 at New Road. Worcestershire have been bowled out in the afternoon session for just 81, and that means that Durham require 108 runs for victory. For their first victory of the season, Worcestershire require 10 wickets. It is not a foregone conclusion, because this is a pitch which has not been easy to bat on. The 3 low scores in the game will attest to that. 162 all out Worcestershire, 136 all out Durham, 81 all out Worcestershire, and 108 the victory target. Durham second innings about to begin. Alex Lees, the captain, on strike. Ben McKinney, his opening partner, and Jacob Duffy, the New Zealand fast bowler, to open the bowling for Worcestershire from the Diglis end. He's in now and he bowls, and Lees lets that go outside the off stump. Lees, who was dismissed by Duffy in the first innings, bowled without scoring, chopped the ball on. We've seen quite a bit of that happening on this pitch. We've seen quite a lot of people caught behind. We've seen some slip catches. We've seen a lot of LBWs. This has been carnage, to use Mel Farrell's word. Melinda, who's sitting alongside me, is Duffy in bowls. Yorker dug out by Lees up to mid-off. And there's no run. Worcestershire then 81 all out in 23.5 overs this afternoon.
You can tell, you know, you're right. You can always tell a bit about game by the manner of dismissals, can't you?
Well, there haven't been many caught in the deep, have there?
Nope.
And there haven't been many bowled, really. There have been a few bowled off the inside edge. Duffy in, bowls to Lees, who leaves that alone outside the off-stump. One thing I don't think, unless McKinney plays in a way that he did in the first innings, can't imagine that they're going to scamper to victory here. It's going to be a painstaking chase, I think. Outfield's very slow. The light isn't great. Ball's nipping around at Worcestershire. Definitely feel they've got a chance here, but probably have to make Durham favourites at the moment. Put your hand over that camera.
Sorry,
Duffy bowls and Lees slices this away behind square on the offside. Jake Libby fields at backward point. It's quite gloomy, isn't it now?
It is. I wasn't covering the camera. I was gesturing to Alan Richardson, who's down below us, going. My gesture said, "What on earth
is going on? What's going on out there?" Yeah, he's coming up to tell you. Look, he's coming into the press box. Here's Jacob Duffy from the Diglis end in to bowl to Lees. Bowls and Lees is forward, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think there's going to be any scampering. But I also agree with you that Ben McKinney could be really key here.
Yeah.
And it could go one of either two ways.
Yeah. And he did play very well in the first innings, McKinney. Probably, at the time we said, he was more fluent than anybody we'd seen. Here's Duffy, and bowls, and Lees is forward, pushes out on the offside, takes a quick single, gets home. Oh no! We don't want that. Overthrows. There aren't going to be any overthrows. There could have been, but Lees had run so far past the stumps at the non-striker and he wasn't expecting it. So end of the over, he keeps the strike, first over, conceding just one run. And
where is Aubrey going on there today?
yeah, update for Hereford and Worcester finally.
I wonder if there'll be a day 3. Frank Watson.
I don't think there will be, Trevor. We've seen Worcestershire bowled out for just 81 in 23.5 overs in their second innings. Only 3 players making double figures. Henry Nichols 25, Adam Hose 15 and Matthew Waite 10. Those players, 4 wickets from Ben Rain, who was almost unplayable on a seamer-friendly pitch. 4 for Yusuf, 2 for Ball. Durham have been set 108 to win. They're 1 without loss, and we've got 40 overs left in the day.
And here we go again. It's Taylor. First ball's just pushed out into the covers. No run. It's by Lees, who has retained the strike after getting that single in the previous over. Yeah, it is looking like we will be all done at some point in the next couple of hours. But yeah, just to that point with McKinney, the way he played in the first innings, as Taylor runs in, bowls, that's nipped up and I think hit Lees on the thigh. The thing is, the way people played in the first time around for Worcestershire was a bit different to how they ended up playing the second time. That's what's made me think it's got a bit harder.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And so, you do wonder if he will change his approach as Taylor turns, runs in, bowls to Lees, who just returns the full delivery by punching it up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, you're right. You do. You wonder whether they'll play like they did before, or whether, I mean, it certainly it did. We were asking, weren't we? Is it getting easier? Is it getting harder? Initially, we thought not, but actually, on reflection, you'd have to say, wasn't it? Particularly when Ben Rain was bowling, it looked almost impossible to score.
Taylor in, is around the wicket. That ball left whizzes past. Please.
It just needs one partnership of some significance, doesn't it?
The thing is, too, is that it is, I think, quite different batting in the final innings chase as it is when you're coming in to bat for the first time, when the game's quite new, because there's just those other calculations.
Doubts are in your mind as well, aren't they?
Yeah. You know that chase is there. Here's Taylor, full ball, and that one is dug out nicely. They'll pick up a single as it goes through extra cover.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to actually maybe let the dust settle, wait a week or two, and then talk to the batters about, did it feel different second time to first? Because when you go in the first time on a pitch that is like this, you're not quite sure and you're still asking questions, when you go in the second time and you've seen 25 wickets fall or something, it's set in your mind that it's an untrustworthy surface, and maybe that changes the way you go about things. That's what I think we saw this afternoon. It would seem to be anyway.
Taylor in, bowls to McKinney, who tries to work that on the leg side, ends up going into the covers. No run, and at the end of the second over, it's 2 for none. So we've had a single off the first 2 overs. We might need how many overs remaining today? 39 overs.
Yeah. Well, it's not, like I say, I don't think anybody's going to canter towards victory. It's a really, really tough situation.
Well,
but I don't know. I think I'd put Durham as favourites, but only because they kind of know if they can really apply themselves, they're in with a good shout. Duffy bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Lees. But if they lose 2 or 3 and they're only 25 or something like that, then maybe the doubts will set in, and then you might see the later Durham batters thinking, like the Worcestershire did, let's try and play some shots.
Well, what I would say too, though, is that from the Worcestershire perspective, they can't afford to bowl loose balls.
No, absolutely, 100%.
They really can't.
100%, they cannot. Every run is vital, every single one. And there is the first wicket. Lees is out for 2. Bowled by Jacob Duffy, as he was in the first innings. This time, I think again he might have got an inside edge onto the leg stump. He can't believe it. And the first wicket is down. Durham are 2 for 1. McKinney has yet to face a delivery. Actually, it's off stump. It's hit, I think. A little bit of movement back into the left-hander. And Duffy gets Alex Lees for the second time in the game. And Durham are 2 for 1, needing 108 to win. Alex Lees, the man who's got those 2, has been dismissed in the 3rd over.
You talked about no one scampering. The only scampering that's happening is the procession of batters going in and out of the pavilion.
Yeah, I'll tell you the person I feel most sorry for, Mel, in the whole of this is the Worcestershire groundsman, Steve Manfield, because he's worked tirelessly for a long, long time to get this pitch out, and all we're going to get is people saying that it is unsuitable, unsatisfactory, etc., etc. And I really feel for Steve and for his staff. 2 for 1 then. McKinney yet to face a ball, and Will Rhodes coming in at number 3.
I think McKinney has
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, he has faced the ball.
Oh, he has. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. He must have faced the last ball of the...
He did. Tried to turn it down the leg side and it ended up popping out into the covers.
Anyway, he's the non-striker as Will Rhodes faces up to Duffy, and he's pushing this out on the offside. So Will Rhodes in with a chance of, well, in with a very good chance of being out twice on the same day, isn't he? Because he was in this morning. A horrible thing to happen to. I mean, it happens to, if you're an experienced first-class player over a long period of time, it's bound to happen, but I can't imagine it's a a very nice feeling to be out twice in the same day.
After he was protected as well by the night watch of Blatherwick.
He played well, didn't he? Played well, I think. Duffy in, bowls to him. He's forward, pushing up to mid-off. And there's no run. Applause around the field for the Worcestershire bowlers. As Mel was saying, one thing they cannot do is afford to bowl loose deliveries and give any runs away, because it is absolutely nip and tuck. 108 on this pitch, on this outfield. Not the easiest target in the world. Duffy bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump. And there's no run.
And I made that point earlier today that it's the compounding factors. The slow outfield, fielders in, ball not getting soft, not changing. There's just been no let up at all.
Absolutely nail biting stuff as Duffy is in and bowls, and Rhodes is pushing out on the offside. He gets off the mark and he keeps the strike, which means McKinney is still only faced one ball. It's the end of the over. 3 for 1. 108 the target. And good afternoon to listeners to 5 Sports Extra, where we are here at New Road watching a most extraordinary game of cricket on a pitch which has helped the bowlers throughout. Lots and lots of lateral movement, very little opportunity for the batsman to score. The slowest outfield I think I've ever seen, and run scoring at a premium. And we've seen today 16 wickets fall, 17 now fall for very few runs. Durham resuming this morning on 55 for 4, bowled out for 136. Worcestershire then bowled out for 81. Durham 3 for 1 in their second innings. And that 3 becomes 7 because it's a wide half volley from Tom Taylor, driven through the covers by Will Rhodes for the first boundary of this Durham second innings. They've been set 108 to win. I am Frank Watson. Alongside me is Melinda Farrell. Melinda, with the score at 7 for 1, 108, looks an easy target, but as we've been telling viewers on the live stream and listeners on the Sports app, and now we can tell Sports Extra listeners, far from the case. Yeah,
it's been torrid, really tough for the batters from the very start of this match, and it ain't getting any easier. As Taylor is in, he's round the wicket to Rhodes, and he beats him. We've seen so much of this in the past few days, and just to emphasise the point, at any score, any batter who gets to 20 has done a really, really good job in the context of this match. It's hard to emphasise just how difficult it has been. The ball is nipping. Times it's been a bit slow, that slow outfield. As Taylor runs in, bowls to Rhodes, and he squares him up as Rhodes tries to play it onto the leg side. Completely misses it. I've talked to a few of the players over the course of yesterday and today, and it really is difficult. And that slow outfield is what has also made every single run so valuable, because shots that would normally reward batters with a boundary have consistently been pulling up in the outfield, maybe getting 2. Here's Taylor in, bowls, that is turned successfully into the leg side, goes up towards mid-on, running in. They scamper a very quick single as the throw comes in. Batter's been incredibly aware as well of the value of each run. For the same reason, Worcestershire, the pressure on them just not to bowl any loose deliveries. Tom Taylor, who's bowling now, did bowl a wide half volley earlier in this over, and that's the kind of ball that they really can't. They're defending a very small total. Taylor is in once more, bowls. It's just played up to mid-on by McKinney. No run. McKinney looked good in the first innings. Probably batted with more fluency than pretty much anybody else. But the ball came along with his number on it, as I'm joined by Martin Emerson.
As it has for everybody else.
Martin Emerson beside me, who thinks that Worcestershire have got enough. You were calling for them to declare.
Yeah, I actually wrote that in a report. I think Worcestershire can declare, but they were out as a hit go on the report, so it never got up. But
Taylor, he's in around the wicket again, on his toes in defence is McKinney, who is looking a lot more cautious at the start of this innings. It's the end of the over, so Durham now 8 for 1 with Rhodes on 6, McKinney on 3. Duffy has the wicket to fall. He's bowled 2 overs, figures of 1 for 2, and I guess the most important figure at the moment is the runs required by Durham, and it's 100. There you go, run rate 0.44 and over. A lot of time.
Rhodes with a drive, and it's away past mid-off, and looks like it might not reach the boundary, which has been the story of this game, playing on a treacle outfield. He's going to run 3. Played it up towards the south east corner of the Basil Oliveira stand, towards the riverbank. So I've been looking through the stats. This total for Worcestershire, 81 all out, their lowest score against Durham, the 6th lowest score by a county opponent against Durham, and in terms from a Worcestershire point of view, it's their lowest total since they were out for 60 here in an innings defeat by Warwickshire in 2012. Yet they could still have enough runs on the board. Durham's target 108 looked sizable at tee. As Duffy bowls again, this is played by McKinney up to mid-on. It's because, as you said, if it's got your name on it, you're a gunner.
Yeah, it's red or black. What are you?
379 runs, 30 wickets in 5 sessions.
It really is astonishing. I've seen collapses, but this has been something else.
In comes the bowler, and that's slapped away by McKinney for 4, straight over the fielder in the covers, and it's whacked into the fence on the far side. He really didn't half middle that.
Well, I mentioned before that I think McKinney could certainly be the key to this now, because in the first innings he scored 24 off 19 balls at that rate. He wasn't afraid to go after it like he did that delivery. I think he is one. I mentioned just not bowling loose balls. That's the sort of ball that McKinney will take on.
Duffy comes in, and McKinney jams the ball onto his front foot. It rolls away to the cover area. No run there. The previous delivery was really wide and short, and he was able to see it in good time and smack it to the boundary.
Yeah, those back of a length deliveries, because the pitch is quite slow, it does give the batters just that little bit more time to adjust, and if you've got your line wrong as well, that is the ball that they can try and put away.
Duffy in again. McKinney leaves that one, and it goes through to the keeper. So Alex Lee's bowled for none in the first innings. I think it was a 6-ball duck, was it, or something, for Lee's 7th ball. And then that was by Duffy, and then he's out for 2 today. 106 needed when he was out, 93 needed now at 15 for 1. I just had a feeling in my bones today about this game, and I just couldn't picture us being here tomorrow for some reason. Duffy comes in and bowls. That's played off towards long leg for 1 by McKinney, who checks the toe of his bat as he completes the single, and his handle. He broke a bat last week. That's the end of the over.
I'd be
16
amazed.
for 1, 92 to win.
Amazed
I said it on
if
air, didn't I, this morning?
Yeah,
I thought this would finish today. And everybody in the press box said, nah, tomorrow. And then by about 3 overs into the Worcestershire innings, just after lunch.
Well, Mystic Marty, Do you still feel that they've got enough of a lead at this point?
Well, we'll find out, won't we? I thought at the time it's not going to be an easy run chase.
It's interesting. Well, Rhodes has run a ball 9, McKinney 5 off 8. There's Taylor. It's bowling from New Road End. He bowls, and there's a little play and a miss by McKinney.
It's the mindset, isn't it? The mental mindset. And I think I heard Frank mentioning it. And I was talking to a steward in the pavilion when the first 3 wickets fell, and he was saying he looked like you might lose 2 days' worth of pay. And he said, "Why do you think there's so many wickets falling?" I said, "Well, it becomes a mindset, you know. I mean, we haven't really seen the pitch behaving dramatically. It's just slow and low at times."
Taylor in once more, and again it's a play and a miss by McKinney. Beats the bat.
It's not going round corners. I mean, there's been some good tight bowling, probing lines from both sides, and it's been a track which has obviously been very difficult for the batsmen. But yeah, the mindset, the mind games. To some players, they might look at 108 and think we can have that knocked off in an hour. Others might think it looks like 400. You know.
Yeah, I mean it is nipping. It's nipping enough to make it difficult, Taylor. And that has spat up off the pitch, that bounce, and McKinney drops it to the ground and then immediately takes one hand off the bat, because I think that might have just wrapped him a little bit. And this is what has happened as well, not just the nip. Occasionally we see one really spark off the pitch, and at other times we've seen them skid through low.
I wonder what Durham will do now in terms of hotels, because they were planning to stay here before travelling to Southampton. If this is over today, what do they do?
Taylor in, bowls, and it's a swish, a mighty swish from McKinney, but it's a swish through air as Taylor beats the bat once more. He's trying to get that feeling, but the ball is just angling in, straightening up, doing enough. He wants, I think, to feel like he did in that first innings when he got going, but this is fraught with danger at the moment.
I think he just played the wrong line there. Yeah.
He's in again, Taylor. It's time he connects and defends it out up towards mid-off, no run. Just any time you've seen a player consistently driving, there's been a wicket pretty soon after.
In this game, yeah. We've got some low murk just drifting past us at the moment, but I think once that's passed by, we're probably okay. There's no rain forecast.
It sounds like another one of your silly place names.
Low Murk.
I'm going to Low Murk this afternoon. Here's Taylor. He's in, bowls, and it does again have a mighty swipe at that one, and that was a very, very nervy over if you are a Durham fan, because McKinney was on a knife edge. This game is on a knife edge.
Look where this pitch is. He's trying to drive a ball there. That is not for pitching. It's not for driving. It's wrong length, wrong line.
And this is what I mean about the driving is fraught. Durham 16 for 1 with Rhodes on 9. McKinney is on 5. And if I just refresh, I'm going to make sure I've got that lead right. Yeah, they need 92 more runs, Durham.
Next over then from Duffy, bowling to Rhodes, the left-hander, played out into the covers.
Rhodes he's played 2 terrific drives and been rewarded for them. One got to the boundary, but he has waited for width.
Yeah.
Anything that's quite tight line, you just feel there's a real chance of either edge coming into play. We've seen a few drop-ons as well.
Rhodes is on 9 from 10. Plays this away one-handed to short mid-wicket.
That's it. We've talked about how important leaving is, but they're can't afford to leave on length on this pitch, and even leaving on line, it's you see those balls do that. It is just a case of which one has got you in its sights.
Tom Taylor's fielding at short mid-wicket as Duffy comes in here, right arm over from the Diglis end. And Rhodes cuts hard at that. He's found the middle of the bat. It should have the legs to go to the boundary on the far side of the ground. It does. Just makes it over the rope and comes to rest on some tarpaulin just in front of the advertising hoardings next to the Memorial Garden, which is on the river side of the ground.
And that just illustrates what I was just saying, that Rhodes has waited until he's had width to play with, and
had a bit of room to play with.
Yeah, that's the third time he's waited for that ball. Emphasise it. I mean, it's tough to say to a group of bowlers, you cannot afford to bowl any bad balls and give them anything.
Duffy comes in, Rhodes forward to this one, plays it to short mid-wicket, will go and get a quick single. Takes him on a 14, Durham 21 for 1, need 87 more to win. Neither of these sides have won a game, so Worcestershire had a high-scoring draw in their first match at Somerset, and they lost by a record 504 runs against Yorkshire, and then lost a narrow one to Essex last time out. So they went into this one with 15 points. They've picked up just the 3 bowling points from it. Nobody's got anywhere near a batting point in this game. Well short.
They should get a batting point.
M1 length distance of the batting point. Durham had 10 more points than when they started this match, so they've got 3 bowling points as well. So they're on 29. That delivery goes to mid-off, no run there. I think it was something like 4th game last year when Worcestershire managed to get a win on the board. Durham had a frustrated start of the season because they never got a ball bowled in their opening match against Hampshire because the outfield was so wet at Chester Street following weeks and weeks of really bad weather in the spring. Then it was a high-scoring draw at Warwickshire. As McKinney cuts at this, it's stopped at point by Dollivier. I think that is good work. And that is the end of the over. 5 from it, so Durham need another 87 to win. 34 overs to go today.
We were talking about partnerships and how a good partnership in these circumstances is 20 runs. Well, this pair have now put on 19.
Yeah, it's gold watch territory, this.
Yeah.
In the scheme of this
game.
Well,
off just 26 balls, so this has actually been a pretty good partnership in the circumstances. And as Tom Taylor continues, they want to wicket Worcestershire. That ball is driven though, manages to get through a gap. It'll only bring 1 run. So the fielders converge on extra cover, and goodness gracious me, diving fielders, and there are so many divots out there. They're from one fielder diving, and he's there stamping and stamping, and that tells you a little bit as well. The story here, perhaps a bit soft underfoot, that lush grass that has been swallowing up the ball. Taylor is in, bowls to McKinney, who defends that on his toes and on his back foot, and no run. But yeah, that's the other thing. Worcestershire are probably going to be feeling like they need to take a wicket every few overs, and if a few overs go past and they haven't taken a wicket, then that starts to really put the pressure back on them. They can't let a pair settle. You ever really settle in conditions like this? Taylor in, bowls to McKinney, who just gently strokes this to backward point, no run. So the other thing is that it's getting, is it just me or is it getting very dark?
Well, I just said we've got that murky low stuff just passing us now, and then I think it'll get a bit better. But yesterday's forecast suggested we could be off for a few hours this afternoon with rain, and then today there was nothing.
It's changed quite dramatically. We had lovely sunshine earlier today. As Taylor, he's in, bowls a big step down to McKinney, and goodness, that was in the air, and he was fortunate he wasn't caught by the fielder at cover point. Ball dropped just short. He's not reached the same sort of fluency. Everything was coming off the middle of the bat in his first innings. Just going for the drive again. The big dive. He would have had to have had 6-foot-long arms to get there. Here's Taylor, once more bowls, and that's driven.
Pick that
boy,
up.
oh boy, that is a beautiful drive. It comes off the middle of the bat that time. And that is straight in front of us over the boundary rope. Lovely shot from Ben McKinney. He's played and missed, and he's tried to drive. It hasn't come off, but on that occasion, he had the ball for it, and he saw it well.
Nice shot. Chris Hogg says one decent partnership should do it. Come on, Durham. I mean, that hit the fence with some real force because we heard it as well, didn't we?
That travelled faster to the boundary than I think any ball I've seen in this entire match, to be honest. He's on strike now. How does Taylor come back? Oh, he comes back with a fuller delivery that has McKinney defending, but he's done his job in that over. And Durham now 26 for 1, with Rhodes on 15 and McKinney, after playing that lovely shot, on 9. So the deficit now...
It's on the scoreboard. Are you behind the post? Can you see it? Bottom right corner? Can you see it?
It's 82.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Is there a white post right in your road?
Yeah, I've got a few white posts.
Yeah.
I lose the bowler as he gets past. If you're not familiar where the commentary box is at New Road.
Caught by steel beam number 3.
Yeah, we do have a few obstructions.
Yeah.
Most of them are just called Martin Emerson.
Oh.
Obstruction. The main obstruction.
33 overs remaining today here on the BBC. You can message me, Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, or weircricket@bbc.co.uk. The secret farmer says this session could be a bit of a nail-biter indeed. And Allison is into the attack now to replace Duffy. And the first ball bowled to Rhodes, the left-hander. He steers this out towards the boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion on our right, and it creeps over the rope for 4. Timed that nicely. So Durham now on 30. They need 78 more. Rhodes has 19.
Well,
in terms of who's going to win, who's going to get there first, the family were in a race against time to get from St Pancras Eurostar Terminal to King's Cross to catch their train, following an hour-long delay at Calais. So this match might have just edged in front. Rhodes going for a quick single here as he plays this up to mid-on.
These runs just starting to come a little bit more easily now.
Wicket changes things though, doesn't it? It just sits the nerves in again.
Yeah, well, I think Worcestershire will be feeling that they need one.
Haven't had a wicket for 6 overs. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the longest we've gone is about 9.
Yep.
So, it got a bit boring, didn't it, that 9 over spell earlier? Felt like the game was just drifting.
That's one thing I've never felt in this entire match.
I don't even know what day it is anymore. It's day 2, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, something.
Listen around the wicket now to McKinney, who looks to cut at that one, and he guides it down to vacant third man for 4. Does the outfield feel like it is a little bit quicker now, do you think?
I thought it was maybe a touch quicker today than it was yesterday, but I also think that McKinney is just starting to find his range now. He's got that power, and making the use of the pace. Maybe his pitch quickened up a little bit. I don't know. Hard to tell from where we're sitting. I just think the pressure is right on Worcestershire now.
35 for 1 Durham. They need another 73. Allison in. McKinney forward. Plays it safely up to mid-on. No run there. I still don't think this is straightforward.
I don't think it's straightforward.
Just in the terms of the story of this game.
But I do think Worcestershire are under pressure now. We've had 2 boundaries in this over from Allison, 9 runs coming from it so far. There's no time pressure at all.
Allison bowls. McKinney with an inside edge under the 5 pad there, and it's gone off towards mid-wicket, no run. Henry's dad says the 108 might be enough. He said that a little bit earlier on. I don't know if Henry's dad has a different view now or a similar view. I still think this is up in the air, to be honest with you.
I do as well. I don't want to make any predictions, but you can just feel that. Well, what is happening is when you talk about sort of swings and when pressure moves onto one side and to the other, and in this kind of situation, the pressure turns very, very quickly from one side to the other, being on top.
Here comes Allison to McKinney, playing a miss there, I think. Looked like he was interested in trying to maybe cut that away down to the boundary, and then did he leave it late or not, or did he play it? No, he played it, didn't he?
How tall is McKinney?
6'7".
Right, because I was going to say he's so big. He's a very, very tall, broad-shouldered player. You can see 6'7".
There's been that much going on in this game. I have not even looked at the scorecard at another match in the last 2 days.
Nowhere else is important. It's all about these two teams.
Sussex are in their second innings at Trent Bridge, 106 for 3, so they trail by 25. That's a fairly low scoring-ish game. Starting you over here, Taylor bowling to Rhodes, who gets a single down to third man. So Sussex are out for 169, and Notts made 300. Sussex 106 for 3. Oh, that's so yesterday, hasn't it? Sorry, 225 for 3 are still 58 behind Somerset. In Bristol, Gloucestershire are batting again in their match against Leicestershire. They're 13 for 1 and lead by just 3. So 2-5-2 played 2-6-2 there. Just 10 runs in it.
Sorry, I should have called that first one, but you're in the middle of your flow. Here is Taylor around the wicket and tries to just guide that into the leg side, McKinney, but trickles out into the offside. It's fielded. They do pick up a single every single run. Absolute gold at this point in time.
And the other game in the county championship in Derby, Derbyshire made 472, Middlesex 36 for 1 in their first innings.
Here in Worcestershire, so 2 singles coming off the first 2 balls of that over. Each one coming, they'll feel in sight is victory. Next ball turned into mid-wicket where Brett D'Oliveira, who's got a lot to think about, picks the ball up and gives it a shine.
Pete Fox says the smart money is on Durham to sneak home.
Who knows, they might just get their 1 wicket down. These two might do it.
Alan Cunningham says, I assume it's doing a bit.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Alan. As Taylor runs in, bowls, and that ball has got the wicket. Well, it was coming. This time it's Rhodes. He's batted well out there, but he's caught behind by a delighted Roderick. And that wicket that Worcestershire desperately needed has come. Will Rhodes. It wasn't.
What's wrong?
It was one that bounced quite a bit. Just looking at
it's spat up off the length, didn't it? And he's got a bit of a. I think it's come off the corner of the bat. He's looking to try and turn it through the leg side. And
I've seen a few
so
of
I say it
those.
wasn't over by a long chalk. This. He's out for 21.
Yeah, out for 21 off just 19.
I think that's his highest score since moving here. He got 17 in the first innings for Durham. 71 needed.
That partnership, 35 off 44. So that was incredibly vital for Durham. But now what does that do? Because that wicket falling means that Colin Ackerman comes out to the middle.
That's the 3rd highest partnership today.
Yeah. Well, we said it's only going to take 1 or 2 decent partnerships. So I guess the main thing for Durham is
that McKinney is still out there. He hasn't looked as fluent as he did playing his first innings, but a couple have come off the middle of the bat, and on the other side of it, he's played and missed at a few as well. It's also played one uppishly that wasn't far away from the fielder. It really is on a knife edge. This game could just go either way at any moment. So if you're here with us, stick around. It's Ackerman who's going to have to face the next ball. 2 balls remaining in Taylor's over as he runs in, bowls over the wicket, and he fences at it, goes forward in defence and is immediately beaten. All ends up. So welcome to the crease. I mean, maybe, look, let's say maybe he's played inside the line. Let's be generous to all of them, because it's a very, I know it probably sound like a broken record saying how tough it is, but if you're watching you can see why. Ackerman taps his bat, waits as Taylor's in, and he just presses this one up to mid-off. No run. So successful over for Taylor. He's bowled 5 and has figures of 1 for 13. Applauded by the fans who are braving the chillier afternoon.
10 overs gone then of this innings. 71 more needed. There is still, in theory, 31 overs left today. Light permitting, an extra half hour if needed.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody might need to climb up onto the roof of the cathedral and stick a torch on.
I can't see us. It's going to finish today.
Yeah. Unless the bad light is.
Bad light.
But
okay.
It seems to have improved, I think.
We haven't gone off the bad light.
No.
At all.
Allison is to start his second over here, coming round the wicket from the Diglas end, and a play and a miss from McKinney. Looking to just push it that outside the line of the off stump. Just moved away slightly from McKinney there, but again, he's bowling sort of 5th stump there. It's just the corridor of uncertainty stuff.
Yeah, just trying to entice him into that drive. We've seen him connect and play some couple of beauties.
McKinney on 14 from 27. Durham 37 for 2. The target 108. Comes around the wicket. McKinney plays that out towards the cover boundary. He'll get a single. There's a fielder out there. So he jogs to the other end. He's now on 15. Durham 38. 4-2. Need another 70 to win.
And there's been a lot of chat about McKinney and his future, and whether or not he might be a smoky sooner than people
Smoky?
suspect. Yeah, smoky.
What's that?
Do you not have a smoky?
No, what does that mean?
When someone's an outside chance, like a
Smoky?
horse in a race, a smoky.
Never heard of that one.
Have you not?
No.
Oh, always, that's amazing me. Yeah, smoky, baby, for England honours sooner than some people might expect.
Ackerman's on strike as Allison comes right arm over the wicket. Ackerman turns that to long leg for 1 and is off the mark. 3rd ball. 39 for 2. 69 needed.
I just wonder how he decides to approach this, because this is a pretty unusual challenge for a batter. Let's put it that way.
Is this Smokey anything to do with the film Smokey and the Bandit?
No, I don't know. You just if you go into the races, it's just saying someone use it in cricket selection all the time in Australia.
Round the wicket he comes to McKinney. McKinney up on his toes, gets on top of that one, plays it into the ground and out to deep cover for 1. So McKinney now has 16 from 29. Durham 40 for 2. Needs 68 to win. Mervin's emailed. He says, "Good afternoon, Martin. Thank you to you all for your great coverage. The last time I felt this nervous was a certain football game in May 1973. Let's hope this has the same ending," says Mervin. I don't think this is going to end 1-0, Mervin. Just a hunch, but... Ackerman on strike on 1. Allison over the wicket. Got 3 slips in place. Ackerman forward the fence. M. Jackson's emailed afternoon. What is going to resist longer, the pears or the wallpaper I'm currently trying to take off the wall? Some game this though. Any batters today now know how T20 bowlers feel. As Allison comes in, bowls. Oh, that's lobbed in the air, but he's got away with it there, Ackerman. He cleared his back foot out the road and played that one-footed. It was just a little chip shot, just wide of mid-on for a single. Moment of nerves there for him. Well, Frankie, what do you reckon?
Don't know, it's difficult.
Feel like
I still think the way to go is to dig in, and I think Worcestershire kind of lost their way towards the end of their second innings. After D'Oliveira was out, decided, well, we might as well have a swing. We're going to do just as well, and I don't think that's the way. As Taylor comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who's beaten outside the off stump. Ackerman is on 2, McKinney is on 16. I think Worcestershire can nick another couple out before the score gets to say 55-60. They might feel they're in with a chance. If they'd have got another 130 or 140, it would have been very tight. As it is, maybe not quite enough. I thought Rhodes played really well for 21. Put the bad ball away when it came. Just about guts and determination out there, I think. Taylor is in and bowls, and Ackerman is forward, pushing this up to mid-on, and there's no run. But it's been an extraordinary game. Not entirely a satisfactory game, I think, for either side. You'd have to say, with the balance being so much in favour of the ball. That's quite a good line that you said there about, now you know how the T20 bowlers feel. It's been a bit like that, hasn't it? The batters knowing that the odds are stacked against them. Taylor in again, bowls, and Ackerman is pushing this one out on the offside. And again, there's no run. If you bowl it in the right area, then sooner or later you're going to get some joy. What you don't want to do, and we haven't seen many people do, and certainly in the Worcestershire second innings the trio of Durham seamers didn't do, is bowl anything loose. 4 for 20 for Rain, 2 for 27 for Ball, and 4 for 26 for Yusuf, and they all bowled about the same number of overs. That was really good bowling. Taylor is in, bowls, and again Ackerman plays at that one outside the off stump, and that's what I mean. And you've got Colin Ackerman, vastly experienced, top class player, but if the seam bowlers run in and get the ball in the right area, his bat is being beaten on frequent occasions. I think if Worcestershire lose this game, it's the second game running that they've got a first innings lead and lost, and I suppose that will be a cause for concern. And Taylor bowls and maybe took his bat away from that one. Ackerman just have to have another look at that. Looked as though he might just have dropped his hands down inside the line. No, I think he was playing and he just pulled the bat across after he'd missed it. It's just a matter of missing the ones that you might nick and capitalising on anything loose that comes along, but it is hard work. 41 for 2. 67 more needed. Tom Taylor, New Road End, bowls. Ackerman on the walk, drives up to mid. Oh, could be a run out here! Oh, well, there could have been. Ackerman called for the run. McKinney was not on the same wavelength. At one stage, McKinney was at the non-strikers and Ackerman was running. Throw came in from mid-off. Ackerman decided to carry on running. McKinney eventually, reluctantly, decided he'd better get going as well. The throw from Duffy came in and it was neither one thing nor the other, really. Low and hard. It went past the stumps at the non-strikers end and away to safety, and they got in for the run. But again, that's indicative of the nervousness and the unease of the batters as well as the bowlers out there. They got a single, 42 for 2.
Allison starting his third over, right arm over to Ackerman, who steers the ball along the floor wide of mid-wicket. He'll get 2 runs here. So he now has 5 from 12 deliveries. 44 for 2 Durham. They need another 64 to win. Just heard what sounds like a little engine above us somewhere. And the last 2 nights, around sort of late evening-ish, well, sort of late afternoon-ish, I've seen this paraglider come past with a big red parachute.
See a lot of those in Malvern if the weather's good, Marty, launching off the hills.
In comes the bowler, and this is played back to him by Ackerman. He tries to stop it with his foot, and it ricochets across to Dolavira, and the covers no run there. I was talking to a couple of guys, Carlton Bank at the north end of the North Yorkshire Moors, and they were taking off there one afternoon, and he was saying they get up and they can get out to Humberside quite easily, Birmingham. And
really?
Yeah, and this was a few years ago now, it's about 13, 14 years ago, and they said they had a sat-nav on a pack that sits on their lap, and they try and land in fields near train stations, so they can come back on the train.
I didn't realise they went that far, goodness me.
Ackerman gets up on top of this one and fends it down into the ground, no run. There was a guy last year when we were at Kidderminster flying loops around above us, wasn't there? But yeah, it all, they've got a big fan on the back, so it goes all in a pack, and then of course, you'd land next to the train station when you discover the bus replacement services instead. 44 for 2. 2 runs so far from this over and 2 dot balls. In comes Allison. He's appealing, and Ackerman's playing across the line. Allison's now getting louder and louder and louder, and the umpire says no. It's going down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, you got fielders in the covers appealing for that. It's just daft.
Well, there was one appeal earlier from Durham where I said I think people were joining in the car park across the river.
It's just daft. It's just too... I mean, I can understand why. The players are excited and it's a low-scoring game and they need wickets, but it's not fair on the umpires, is it, really? You've got 11 players appealing. And
Graham Lloyd at that end, isn't it? Ball hammered back past the bowler, down towards the far end of the ground by Ackerman for 1 run. Mike Burns is at square leg, I think, and Graham Lloyd behind the stumps at the far end.
Yeah, I think there's been too much appealing in this game. I think there was too much appealing in Worcestershire's game at Taunton, and I'm not saying it's from one side or the other. Absolutely not. I just think we've reached a point where league cricket is terrible sometimes. They just appeal every time they hit the pads, and it just puts the umpire under ridiculous pressure.
Not to mention some of the behaviour and the trouble that breaks out in league games. My mate's umpiring again now, but he packed in a few years ago because he was a police officer, and he said he had enough to deal with work without having to handle stuff like that on a weekend as well. An edge from McKinney which goes down into the ground and just gets under Rob Jones at second slip down towards third man. 1 run. Was that a chance or not?
No, I don't know.
It was bouncing in front of him.
End of the over, McKinney keeps a strike, 46 for 2. Nip and tuck, it's tight. Durham now got to be favourites, haven't they? Got to be favourites on top. 62 more needed. Matthew Waite coming into the attack at the New Road end to replace Taylor. Taylor and Duffy have both taken a wicket. They've both passed the bat on a lot of occasions, but only 2 men have been dismissed. Alex Lees for 2, Will Rhodes for 21. McKinney still there, and Waite to bowl to him round the wicket. Will he go round? No, he's starting off over the wicket to the left hand of McKinney. Worcestershire need a wicket. Sounds a bit obvious, but true nonetheless. As Waite is in and bowls, and McKinney's cutting and gets a bottom edge, and that runs back past the wicketkeeper and down to the boundary for a very fortunate 4. He was off balance, McKinney. He's a fine player, and we talked about how fluently he played in the first innings, but again, it's a bit like we've seen a few times. Given some width, he thought, gotta go for this, and he was off balance a little bit, and he threw his hands at it, but it gone for 4 anyway. If he'd have whacked it perfectly, it would have gone for 4 behind square. On the offside, as it was, it went for 4 off the bottom edge past the wicket keeper, and the 50 is up. As Waite is in again outside the off stump, left alone this time by the tall McKinney. So 58 more needed. This game, as Marty predicted this morning, going to end in 2 days. I didn't think it would. I said lunchtime tomorrow, but it is almost certainly going to end in 2 days unless the light closes in badly. And it's looking at the moment as though it will be a 3rd defeat in 4 for Worcestershire, and a 2nd defeat in successive games where they had a first innings lead, as Waite bowls and McKinney mistimes a drive. Ball just runs up to mid-off where Duffy fields. It's been a heck of a day here if you're just joining us. Worcestershire took the last 6 Durham wickets this morning. Goodness me, it seems a long time ago. 55 for 4 overnight, 136 all out, 3 for Taylor, 3 for Allison, 2 for Waite, 2 for Duffy. Top scorer was Drizzelle, played really well for his 31. But then Durham bowled Worcestershire out in just 23.5 overs in the afternoon for 81. Waite bowls and McKinney smashes this one away on the onside. And even though he smashed it, he's only going to get a couple because the outfield is so slow, and he maybe didn't hit it quite as well as I thought. 2 runs though, takes him to 8, 52 for 2. And in that Worcestershire 2nd innings, Ben Rain 4 for 20 was immaculate. Jake Ball 2 for 27, and Cody Yusuf on debut, not a bad effort from him. 7.5 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 26. So set 108 to win Durham. Lost Lease early on for 2, Rhodes for 21, but they are now 52 for 2 as McKinney plays another big booming drive at the ball from Matthew Waite, which is angled across him. He makes no contact and it goes through to the wicket keeper. So it's been tense, possibly a feeling that the tension is easing a little bit now with Durham getting on top, but it would only need a wicket, and that situation would be altered once more. Here's Waite again in balls, and McKinney drives nicely into the covers, parried by Brooks at extra cover. They get through for a single. They say never run on a misfield. Not necessarily true when you're only chasing 108 and every run is vital. McKinney will keep the strike. The end of the over. He's 23. 24 now, scoreboard just caught up, and Durham 53 for 2, needing another 55 runs to win.
Sunderland slithering season slithers more, going down 2-0 at Oxford today.
They're in the playoffs, aren't they? So.
Yeah, but that's the problem. They got into the playoffs weeks ago and knew it, and the whole thing's just ground to a halt now.
Yeah.
Taking absolutely no form into the playoffs again. 53 for 2. Kidderminster didn't go up today.
No, they didn't. No, they could have won the league today.
Kid playoffs for them as well. McKinney waits for this ball from Allison and then plays it like a baseball bat shot and absolutely whips that away up the other end of the ground. Pure upper strength from his body there for 4.
Good shot. McKinney's key man, I think. 24. And he made 24 in the first innings. Won't be many players who've done better than him in this game, and hastening Durham.
Worcestershire.
Yeah, but in terms of relative experience as well, I think McKinney's contribution has been huge.
He's now got 28 from 37. Durham 57 for 2, need 51 to win. And there's 27 overs left after this delivery. And it's played back up towards the bowler's end.
Well, they're another, you know, it's strange, isn't it, how things go, but another 20, and I think the Worcestershire belief might start to fade a bit, the body language might fail a bit, and they might canter home.
I got that right. I read the scoreboard wrong there. There's 27 overs to go, including this one. We're 14.2 into the game.
Plenty of time, I think. It'll end tonight, one way or another. Durham in good shape at the moment. McKinney, key man, 28.
comes in. Oh, that's slapped back past the bowler again. And it's stopped at the far end of the field as a throw back towards the stumps at the bowler's end. It doesn't hit. Ackerman was back in his crease. Who's that up there who threw that then?
Duffy. He's intimidating, McKinney, isn't he? With his high back lift and his wide-footed stance. It is almost baseball-like, and he's saying to the bowler, I'm coming at you, I'm coming at you. I like that.
Allison round the wicket to McKinney. He leaves this one. His family club, CM Harbour in County Durham. Not too far from Sunderland, just down the coast. His dad played for them. Allison on for 21 from 3.4 overs. McKinney 28 from 40 deliveries. Ackerman at the non-strikers in 6 from 16. Haven't been any extras yet in this innings. Allison round the wicket from the Diglas end. He bowls. McKinney defends. The ball goes back to the bowler via the ground. Last ball of the 15th over. 26 to come today after this. Allison to McKinney. And McKinney tries to drive hard at that one, but finds mid-on, end of the over. He's attacking everything now.
Yes, but the number of shots, I was just thinking on both sides, the number of batters that have given a real thump to the ball and it's ended up just dribbling away on this slow outfield and slow pitches. Extraordinary, really. It's going to end in 2 days. And it'll live in the memory mainly for the wrong reasons, really, this game. I think for the low scores and the slow outfield and so on. I do think we've seen some high quality bowling, particularly in that Worcestershire second innings, particularly from Ben Rain. But it's not been a proper vintage game of cricket because of the inequality of it. There's Matthew Waite from the New Road End, bowls to Ackerman and he is out. He was given out anyway. Looks surprised. LBW. I'll have to have a look at the replay. But Ackerman has gone and Worcestershire hope again. Maybe back leg, I don't know. He looked as though he thought he might have got away with it. Possibly outside the line. Just having a look again. Or maybe he thought he nicked it. I don't know. Anyway, replay inconclusive. And he has gone, Ackerman. LBW to Matthew Waite. And Worcestershire, well, they always say add 2, don't they? If it was 57 for 2, it's now 57 for 3. If they get another one, then they'll feel maybe they're back in with a shout. But it is tough going, as it has been for the batters throughout this game. And Ollie Robinson, out of form a little bit, but capable, no doubt, of turning the game on its head, as we know here at Worcester, because he's played one remarkable innings here in white ball cricket. We've got 2 highly rated young English batsmen at the crease, and Durham need a further 51 runs to win. Ackerman out for 6. 57 for 3. A lot of LBWs in this game. 16th over of the innings. 57 for 3 doesn't sound much, but Worcestershire were all out for 81. That's how well Durham bowled, and Worcestershire haven't bowled as well as that, I think it's fair to say. 1, 2, 3, 4 LBWs in the Worcestershire first innings. Only 1 in the Durham first innings, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 in the Worcestershire second innings. As this first ball that Robinson receives goes down to third man for 4. Boundaries so vital. It was off the edge, in the air, over the slips, bit of bounce for weight, bit of encouragement, slight bit of loose batting from Robinson, but you might feel that anything wide is fair game because there's been so little to hit. It's difficult to drive down the ground. I think the one or two proper sort of firm, definite boundary shots that we've seen in this game have tended to be cuts. Adam Ho's played a couple, so you can understand why he went for it. His weight in again, bowls, and this one's short, and he goes for a swinging pull on the leg side, taken on the thigh, and rubs that thigh, and again shouts and appeals unnecessary because it was way too high. But there's a sort of fever pitch about the fielders out there at the moment, and they're shouting for everything, aren't they?
Swordsy on Blue Sky says, I'm not enjoying this. This is not cricket. It's not a fair test between bat and ball. Whoever wins, this is a lottery. I hope the ECB penalise the pitch. What is the procedure for inadequate pitches, he asks.
His weight in, bowls, and Robinson plays into the covers, gets a single, and the score goes to 62 for 3 and Robinson to 5.
I mean, it's all been relayed, hasn't it, recently? Because it flooded 5 times during the winter again.
I mean, when you say relay, it's not. I mean, it's not relayed as in, you know, deliberately dug up and relayed. But as I said yesterday, the top dressing and seeding of a square that normally takes place in September or October on club grounds up and down the country has had to be done again here after the floods. So it was done probably in February and March. So the ground staff have had a heck of a job in getting a pitch prepared. Clearly, and I wouldn't disagree with your correspondent's comments, it hasn't produced a pitch which has produced a fair contest between bat and ball. Whether or not anybody should be punished for that is a matter of debate, I think. There's not been anything deliberate about it, that's for certain. 62 for 3, McKinney on strike as Matthew Waite comes in from the New Road end and bowls, and McKinney is steering this one out on the offside for a single. He goes to 29. Very, very good runs for Ben McKinney. 24 in the first innings, 29 in this. Anybody who gets to 20 in both innings in this game deserves a fair amount of credit, and Ben McKinney is that man. Ollie Robinson is now on strike. 3 slips in place. Matthew Waite into bowl to him. Right arm over the wicket, medium pace. Robinson on the back foot, steers out. Square of the wicket on the offside. And there is no run on this occasion. It's the end of the over from Matthew Waite, in which he took that wicket of Colin Ackerman. But McKinney would appear to be the man that holds the absolute key here, because he's got in, as I say, he's got 20 odd in both innings, and that takes a fair bit of doing. And well, he's on strike. It's 63 for 3, and they need another 45 to win. And Mel's back.
Yeah, back and rugged up. I'm back in my winter woolies now. There's a big shout that greets the first ball of Alison's next over. I'll appeal for everything.
Yeah, too many shouts, I think, at the moment. I was just saying that before you came back. But, you can understand why everybody's just got very excited, haven't they? But when you see somebody at cover shouting and jumping up and down, it looks a bit worrying to me. A bit too excited.
Desperately wanting to get McKinney out. I did say I thought McKinney might be the key to which way this match goes. He's out there now on strike. Allison is in around the wicket. It's just played out to backward point. No run. There's 29 of 44. Anybody who gets to 20, we have said, has played a really good innings.
And he's done it twice.
He has done it twice.
Yeah.
He and Nichols have really stood out.
Let's see if we can go.
Time for an update.
This game could quite cheerfully finish today. I think day 2 of Worcestershire against Durham. Here is Redmond.
Yeah, well, it will finish today, Trevor. I don't think there's much doubt about that. Durham are 63 for 3 in their second innings. They need a further 45 runs to win. Alex Lees was out for 2 early on, but then Will Rhodes made 21. Colin Ackerman has been dismissed for 6. A wicket each for Jacob Duffy, Tom Taylor and Matthew Waite. But the man who is holding Worcestershire up big time is Ben McKinney, the tall, left-handed, highly rated young Durham opener. He's 29 not out and could hold the key. Got 25 overs left in the day. Durham need a further 45 runs to win. They're 63 for 3.
Frank, thank you very much indeed. Let's take a look at the final score.
Back to you, Mel.
Oh, that was
Did you
very.
not hear that? You didn't
I
hear
did
the
hear that. There was
program?
some very loud music in the
They're
background.
at a football ground, I think.
It was very noisy there. Here, I just went outside while I was off for that half hour, and it's pretty tense around New Road. As Allison runs in from the Diglis end, around the wicket to McKinney, who takes a large stride forward and defends it out into the covers.
I think the large stride is advantageous, Mel, on this pitch, maybe.
That's a good point. Saw Adam Hose do that, another tall batter as well for Worcestershire.
McKinney's impressed with his temperament as much as anything else, isn't he?
He's there now, waiting. As Allison runs in, bowls, and he drives this one quite nicely, but only as far as the fielder at deep cover. Takes a single, retains the strike, which is important in this context, I believe, as well. 64 for 3 at the end of the over. McKinney has gone on to 30. And Robinson out there with him on 5. He looked a little bit shaky. He came out on a pair, did Ollie Robinson. And, one of his early strokes that went for 4 could easily have been out.
Elsewhere, Gloucestershire and Leicestershire is pretty tight. Gloucestershire 24 ahead, 1 down in the second innings, 34 for 1. Derbyshire made 472 against Middlesex, who are 59 for 2. So, bat on top of ball at Derby. Waite bowls to McKinney, and he plays defensively out on the offside. Sussex and Notts. Well, Notts on top. Scores a level, but Sussex are 5 down in their second innings. 131 for 5 second time around. And Fine Ahmed's picked up a couple there. And 3 more for O'Neill as well. So Notts look as though after a few seasons of not quite getting it right with a very, very strong squad, they appear this season to just have got things together a little bit as Waite bowls and McKinney turns this on the leg side, and he'll get just one as Oliveira moves round to do the fielding. So I'm quite impressed with what I've seen from Notts so far. And then Somerset against Surrey. Surrey 31 runs behind, but still only 4 down in their first innings. 252 for 4. I think Jamie Smith in the runs again there. He made 58. Rory Burns 76. Waite bowls. Nice looking try from Robinson, but straight back to the bowler. And no addition to the score. 65 for 3. It looks as though Durham are moving towards victory, but at the same time, they always say, don't they, add a couple of wickets, and if you did add a couple of wickets, suddenly it would look very, very much in the balance again.
I think it matters if one of those wickets is McKinney.
Yeah, absolutely. Weight in, bowls, Robinson, late adjustment, good play on the back foot, ball kept a bit low, hands on heads, in the slips, excuse me, but he kept it out, and that's all that matters. It was a good late adjustment by the Durham keeper. He has 5, McKinney has 31, which is, believe me, well worth 50 plus in this game. Any score of over 30. Matthew Waite. Balls again to Robinson. Again, he's slightly uncertain, thick inside edge, but picks up a single. The ball runs out to mid wicket.
So
66 for 3.
So I was saying McKinney's the key. I wonder if Matthew Waite could be the key for Worcestershire. He's been bowled really well last week. He's been the
best bowler of the season, probably,
this
week in, week
year.
out. But
This is a big ask.
yeah, as I said, I can imagine what Matty Potts might have done on this pitch, or Joe Leach might have done on this pitch. His weight in to McKinney, he's forward, pushing back up the pitch. I must say it, I keep saying it, and Durham listeners and viewers will have seen it so many times, but although Yusuf got 4 for 26 and Ball got 2 for 27, Ben Rain's effort, end of the over by the way, 66 for 3. Ben Rain's effort, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 20. And in the first over, 17 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 16. He's taken 6 for 36 in 25 overs in this game. And in very helpful conditions. And you might wish he could roll the pitch up and take it home with him, but you can't really use conditions much better than that. I mean, it was absolutely extraordinary. 6 for 36 in 25 overs. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Ben Rain. Jacob Duffy being brought back into the attack. Got a bit of a last throw of the dice feel about it, this, Mel.
It does a little bit. So I think that was Jacob Ball going off. Now we're back to just one fielder out. They have had three slips in. Duffy's in. Oh, and there is the edge, but it goes past the outside of that third slip. It'll pull up. They'll get a couple. But
it wasn't catchable height, was it? Or was it? Maybe it was.
I don't know. I want to see that again.
Just seen the replay, but it wasn't. The angle, the lens isn't wide enough to show. But encouragement for Duffy. Just watching again. No, I don't know.
One of those.
Heads in hands, maybe.
But they are very close, the slips. Here's Duffy once more. That's uppishly played by Robinson, but no one in close on the offside to make the most of it. Robinson he's hanging in there, but it's very, very difficult work for him right now. He's 8 off 9. So in terms of scoring, it's been quick, but it's been a little bit streaky, shall we say. But he's there now waiting as Duffy is in, bowls on his toes, clips it to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. No run. It's just felt at any time you go for more than 2 overs throughout this, anytime you go more than 2 overs without a wicket, I just feel like that really puts a pressure back on Worcestershire.
Yeah, definitely. The more I watch this game, the more I think the way to go is to dig in and make it difficult.
Duffy in once more, and that has played out into a little gap through point. They'll just get a single.
Pick up the odd one like that. Whereas, just towards the end of that Worcestershire second innings, once they were 7 down or so, I just felt that there was a bit of a collective decision to just throw the bat in the hope that they could slice a few over the slips or whatever, and it didn't pay off. They might have been better off just digging in and trying to grind another 20. Well, it's easy to be wise after the event.
It is, but especially while Ethan Brooks was out there, because we saw what he did last week at Chelmsford, where he
almost took Worcestershire to what would have been an incredible win over Essex. Here's Duffy in bowls to McKinney, who drives straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, and he was left not out on 9, having hit the game's only 6. And I think he was a bit frustrated to see those last 2 wickets go down in successive deliveries.
Like I said, I didn't mind the idea of sending Tom Taylor out, promoting him up the order in a bit of a pinch hitting role. It didn't work, but you could see the logic behind the gamble. Duffy is in, that's played late, and it'll make its way, amble its way out to deep point. They'll take a single, which means McKinney retains the strike. 70 for 3 now, Durham, and they're looking at 39 runs needed for victory. But yes, once Taylor was out, you thought, okay, now we need that partnership. It was hard. I think that D'Oliveira being out, good luck to anyone trying to stay in when the ball's misbehaving. But yeah, you just wanted to see players down there. I did anyway, to see just how Ethan Brooks would play that.
Matthew Waite from the New Road End, 3 overs, no men's, 1 for 15 his figures, bowls, and takes McKinney on the thigh as he looks to turn it on the leg side. And there's no addition. McKinney has played really well in both innings of this game. 24 in the first innings, 32 here, 56 runs on this pitch. So even without any more, he's averaging 28, and that's pretty good. Sounds ridiculous to say it, but it is pretty good in this game. Just look at the figures. There's Waite in again, balls, and he drives down the ground. McKinney. It's a very, very good shot. Not going to go all the way. It's going to hold up just inside the rope. They'll get 2 as Tom Taylor pursues it, but it's 2 more ticked off on the way to this target. 36 more needed now. 108 the target. Lease out for 2, Rhodes for 21, Ackerman for 6. A wicket each for Duffy, Taylor and Waite in this Durham second innings. But the damage done in the afternoon sessions. Worcestershire were bowled out just 23.5 overs by the Durham trio of Rain, 4 for 20, Yusuf 4 for 26 and Ball 2 for 27. Waite bowls, McKinney pushes out on the offside, and there's no run as Ben Gibbon, the 12th man, comes across to do the fielding. I said a few minutes ago, Mel, when you were off air, that if they get to sort of 75, 80 and they haven't lost another wicket, I think psychologically damage will have been done. Looking at the Worcestershire body language, just beginning to feel that if they don't pick up another couple very quickly, that is going to be the case. Matthew Waite in, bowls, McKinney slams this away, and he's caught at mid-on by Brett D'Oliveira. So there we are. So they've got to pick up a couple quickly. It was a little bit short of a length, and McKinney stood up and absolutely whacked it away on the leg side. But D'Oliveira at mid-on, diving to his left, two-handed, goalkeeper style, and hope is rekindled in the home supporters as Durham lose their 4th wicket with a score on 72. Worcestershire still with an awful lot to do, but McKinney's excellent innings ends. He's out for 34, and if they can add another one in very short order, then Worcestershire may well feel that they are still in with a chance. A very good catch by D'Oliveira. One way or another, this game is going to end tonight, but we're still not absolutely sure which way it's going to go.
That's a terrific catch by D'Oliveira. If ever they needed a contribution from the captain, that was the time. With McKinney just looking like he was not controlling things, but that he had everything in hand, at least. As we see Clark coming out to the middle now, he also, I thought, batted really, really well. Gosh, was that today?
Yeah.
That was today.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's
I know, I
match.
thought that. It's just bizarre, isn't it?
It is so bizarre.
Saying about somebody being out twice in the same day. There's a few people going out twice in the
Yeah.
There will be a few people.
We are-
Or there might be. No, there might not. To be fair, at the moment, there's only Rhodes that's been out twice in the same day because the others were out last night that have been dismissed in the second innings. The other thing that's amusing me, we've got a guest public address announcer at New Road for this game, and he's so upbeat. And coming to the wicket, it's Graham Clark. It's party time. It's not a T. It's like a T20. It's actually coming to the wicket. It's Graham Clark. It's much more tense than that. As Waite is in and bowls to Clark, who is taken on the pad. Massive appeal from behind the wicket. As they run through for a leg by. Umpire obviously deciding that was going down. Again, it's huge excitement from everybody. Definitely going down the leg side. Can't understand why they got quite so animated. I can imagine a sort of strangled appeal. But a leg by taken, 73 for 4.
Well, the thought of picking up another
one, yeah.
after McKinney, particularly if they can get Robinson. He's been a bit scratchy for his 9 off 11, but he's managed to stay out there.
He's on strike now as Waite bowls to him, and he's playing off the back foot into the covers, Brooks Fields. And there's no run. The end of the over, 73 for 4. Robinson 9. Clark yet to get off the mark. Waite has now taken 2 for 17, continuing his very good form with the ball this season. All looks as though it isn't quite going to be enough for Worcestershire, who took a first innings lead for the second game running. It looks as though it isn't quite going to be enough. And Durham still strong favourites, but as we keep saying, Mel, another wicket also. Durham on top, but Worcestershire just keeping their hopes alive.
They just about are. It's Duffy, who is continuing from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls over the wicket. That's driven nicely just in front of the fielder at backward point. It's going to pull up, I think. Yep, good dive. They'll take 3, and those 3 really valuable runs at this point now, with the target coming into view. Takes them to 76 for 4, and once it gets down now, it's down to 35, under 30. Durham will start to feel a bit more secure. Here's Duffy again over the wicket, defended up to mid-off, no run. Clark getting off the mark with that 3 as well. I mentioned he only scored 16 in the first innings, but yeah, we just have to emphasise it. It was a really good partnership, yeah. and those 16 were incredibly valuable. Not just the 16, but the fact that he stayed out there. He's Robinson though on strike as Duffy is in. This time the ball doesn't get past the fielder at backward point, so they don't get a run. And bells at the cathedral chiming, asked not for whom they told, Frank, because it's just starting to look like I have enough wickets in the bank, maybe. I don't want to give it away yet. I don't like going early. Duffy starts with the early steps of his run-up, gets into full stride. He's in, bowls over the wicket, and on his toes, Robinson just plays it out towards mid-on, no run. Those bells are going for a long time. Why are they ringing it this time for
practicing for tomorrow? No, even song, I think it is. I'm not sure.
Just seems at 5:26 as an on time for
I don't know.
for church bells or cathedral bells. They should more properly be known. Just a hint of blue sky, no sun. And just see the blue there. In comes Duffy. Oh, there's a thick outside edge. Too wide for the 3 slips in play, and it goes for 4 runs. So Robinson's streaky run continues, but he won't mind that because it comes with runs. and that is 4 of them. It takes Robinson to 13. It takes Durham to 80 for 4, and now that run rate of runs required has dipped below 30. It's now at 28. They'll be feeling a bit better. In fact, so third slip, they've been really fine. Third slip has now moved across into a gully position, backward point, and do you know what? Ollie Robinson next ball plays it in front of the fielder who just moved back a few metres at backward point, cuts that away for 4. So he's willing to chance his arm now a little bit more. It was more of a square drive in the end. The runs coming frequently enough to give increasing confidence to Durham. They're now 84 for 4. Robinson a runner ball 17 and Clark on 3. We are definitely in last chance saloon territory for Worcestershire, Frank.
Yeah, we're nearly there now, aren't we? I think those 2 boundaries have had the effect that I was suggesting they might. Worcestershire hope is evaporating pretty quickly, and it might be evaporating even more quickly with that shot, which is a beautiful drive from Graham Clark through the covers. 2 more runs, 86 for 4 now, just 22 required by Durham, and they've earned this win with today's performance, really, particularly in the Worcestershire second innings, which, remember, began with a first innings lead of 26, and they were bowled out in just 23.5 overs for 81, and Durham have responded well with the bat. Another drive here from Clark up to mid-on, and I say Durham have responded well with the bat. It's not been vintage, but it's been tough. Rhodes 21 applied himself, got stuck in. McKinney 34 got stuck in. Robinson 17 off 17. Couple of lucky edges, but also showing some true grit, and that's what is going to get Durham over the line. It very much looks like, as Matthew Waite is in and bowls. Ooh, and he beats him. Still there, isn't it? If you bowl it in the right place, an absolute beauty. Clark feeling forward outside the off stump, but not making contact with the ball. Perfect delivery from Waite, just going away from the right hander. Sort of thing Ben Rain was doing almost every ball when he was bowling. Absolute beauty. Just watching the replay. Every right to miss that, Graham Clark, or to nick it, which he didn't. Waite in again, bowls, and Clark is forward, slightly uncertainly, but plays it defensively out on the offside. But seriously, if you're not here and you've been listening, if you've been watching on the stream, you'll have seen it, but Ben Rain particularly in that Worcestershire second innings, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 20, was producing deliveries such as we've just seen from Matthew Waite there. 4 times an over or so he was asking the question of the Worcestershire batters, the right-handers especially, and he's played a big part in this game. As Waite bowls and Clark gets a single down to long leg, takes the score to 87-4. Here's a question for you, Mel. Tough one, but assuming Durham go on to win this, which they are almost certain to do now, they just need another 21 to win. Who would your player of the match be?
I'm not kidding you. I was about to ask you the same question.
Yeah, I think it's a tough question.
It's a really tough question.
Who would your player of the match be? Jake Ball, 5 for 47 in the first innings.
Yeah.
Or my man, you know who
I know
who
what
mine
you're going
would
to
be,
say.
don't you?
Yeah, Ben Rain, and then you look at the contribution of McKinney.
Yeah.
Not to be sneezed at.
And you could argue that, you know, it's too easy to give it to a bowler in these conditions. They've just got another single here as Robinson plays this out off the back foot. You could argue that to give it to a bowler in these conditions would be too easy, but I look at Ben Rain and I'll just repeat his figures. 6 for 36 from 25 overs. That is extraordinary bowling in any situation, and probably been as big a factor as any other. It's hard to say that that one player should be the player of the match in what has been pretty much a team effort. But I do think that those figures are extraordinary, even in helpful conditions. 88 for 4, 20 needed. And Tom Taylor back into the attack at the Diglis end, driven by Robinson into the covers. No run, Robinson on 18, Clark on 6. And then out Lees 2, Rhodes 21, Ackerman 6 and McKinney 34. Both teams came into this game without a win. It was pretty clear from early on there was going to be a result. We didn't perhaps think it was going to be today, although Martin, who's returned alongside me, Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle, did think it would end today. He is going to be right. Taylor in bowls, and Robinson is dropped at slip.
I don't think that carried actually.
Have a look at the replay, see whether it did carry. Might have bounced in front of Adam Hose at first slip, played at it outside the off stump, and got an edge. No, it didn't carry. You're quite right. It bounced about 2 feet in front of Adam Hose and done him an injustice. They got a run, 89 for 4. Robinson goes to 19 off 20. Graham Clark on 6.
Did you see what Durham's over rate was when Worcestershire were out?
No. I don't think it would matter too much, would it?
Well, if they've bowled them out too quickly and had a poor over rate in the first bit.
Clark off the back foot, drives Taylor through the covers. Might go all the way, might stop just inside the rope. No, it's 4. Pursued by Ethan Brooks, a diving attempt to stop it, only succeeded in knocking it over the rope. Ben Allison actually, not Ethan Brooks, and that's 4 more. So we're really almost there now. 93 for 4. Graham Clark goes to 10. And Durham have outplayed Worcestershire today. It was even Steven. Worcestershire even with a first innings lead, so probably not even Steven. Worcestershire had the best of the morning, but Durham have outplayed them since the afternoon session began, and Worcestershire staring down the barrel as Taylor bowls, and that's another lovely shot from Graham Clark, straight down the ground, beautifully played, and he picks up 2 more runs. 95 for 4 now, Durham just 13 away.
Kevin Ramsey's asking a question as to whether Durham could be docked points for a slow over rate. He said if they go on to win this inside 2 days, I wonder if the ECB will punish Durham again for the over rate in the second innings as they did against Somerset a couple of years ago.
Well, I suppose rules is rules, but it seems nonsensical, doesn't it, if you've got 2 days
well,
to
I remember a game at Edgbaston in 2021, I think it was, where Warwickshire collapsed, and because they were out so quickly in the second innings, Durham didn't have the chance to get their over rate sorted from the first.
Taylor again, bowls, played up to mid-off, just do an update for BBC Heaven Worcester. We certainly will be finishing before 6 o'clock, I think, Andy. 95 for 4, Durham now just 13 runs away from their victory target of 108. It's all gone wrong for Worcestershire. They had a first innings lead of 26, but bowled out in just 23.5 overs for 81 in their second innings. And Durham set 108 to win, have applied themselves very, very well. They've lost 4 wickets on a helpful service, but at the same time, Ben McKinney, young, tall, left-handed opening batsman and a fine England prospect, made 34. He made 20 odd in the first innings as well. Very good effort from him. That's been crucial. At the moment, Robinson on 19, Clark on 13. Durham just 12 away from their target now. 96 for 4, and it won't be long before this one's over. There we go. That's the bad news for local listeners. Marty, good news for you Durham listeners is that by hanging in there this morning a bit, I suppose, and then just that brilliant start to the Worcestershire second innings from Ben Rain that had them 3 for 3. If anything turned it, it was that, and they're on the verge.
The low-scoring epic, that's what it is. Here is it Allison?
Allison, yeah.
Where's that gone? That's pulled the deep mid-wicket by Clark, and I've lost the ball. Does that hit the tree? Six.
Second six of the match.
Yeah. That's gone into the conker tree, come down off the side of a little buggy towing the covers, and Durham needs 6 to win. Inside 2 days here. Crazy game of cricket. So 379, 481 runs, and 34 wickets so far in this game. Unfortunately, the lowest aggregate scores in a match is doesn't show you anything above 300 runs. So 6 needed. Clark is on 19. Robinson at the non-strikers end is on 19. This is a dot ball played up to mid-on. So 2 days off then.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Go home tonight?
No, there's no point going home tonight. It's well, all my keys in the hotel. Let's go open them tomorrow. Be some nice traffic jams to sit in around Birmingham. There's been traffic jams there for years, isn't there? All the high-speed 2 infrastructure they're building. Allison right arm over, bowling, and playing a miss there from Clark. Gone through to the keeper. It's really gloomy here again now. I wonder if Durham have got half an eye on the light and whether or not could scupper them. They won. Their first win last season was actually against Worcestershire away in Kidderminster, which was their 3rd match. This is the 4th match of this year. I think it took Worcestershire 4 matches to get a win on the board last year from memory. Allison bowls. Clark plays this up towards the covers. No run there. You remember how many games was it?
Not off the top of my head, but yeah.
They came up and beat Durham in July, didn't they?
Yeah.
Low scoring affair. How many balls left of this over? 2 to go. 102 for 4. The target 108. They were 2 for 1, 37 for 2, 57 for 3, and 72 for 4. That whacks into Clark's 5-pad and box area. Oliveira, the Worcestershire skipper, giving the ball a polish at mid-on, where he took the catch of Ben McKinney a few overs ago. McKinney looking to pull the ball out towards the long-on boundary, and it was a great diving catch from Oliveira. Allison in again. Clark plays and misses at that one. End of the over, so 6 still needed, and 102 for 4 here on the BBC.
Yep, 6 more needed. Ben Allison is not bowled badly in this game. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28 in this innings, and in the first innings he bowled 15 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 26. But all the seam bowlers on both sides will feel that they have every right to have returned reasonable figures in these conditions, and all the batters will feel that they won't worry too much about the damage that this might have done to their career averages, most of them, because they don't often play in such an uneven contest. Taylor bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Robinson and taken by Roderick, and the batters will be hoping they can go away and have a few nets and get a bit of confidence back, because they won't have gained any confidence batting here over the last couple of days. Batters on either side just want to put into the memory bank and go away and reset. You don't want to start beating yourself up too much as a batsman when you've struggled against bowling on this sort of pitch, I don't think. Taylor bowls, and that's short and wide and cut, slightly misfielded by Libby at backward point, which means they get a single. Robinson goes to 20, 103 for 4, just 5 more needed now. Graham Clark on strike, and I think that'll be the message probably from both coaches to the batters on either side. Doesn't mean that there won't be some sort of reflection on the performance from Worcestershire if they do, as they surely will, fall to a third defeat. And this one is a play and a miss outside the off stump from Graham Clark. Hammered at Headingley, beaten narrowly at Chelmsford, and it looks like, to be fair here, it's not, I couldn't say hammered, but a 6-wicket win on this pitch is actually quite a significant one. And after you got a first innings lead, from a Worcestershire point of view, very, very disappointing. So there'll be a kind of reflection on it. We've got to try and come back fighting next time out. As Taylor bowls, and this is pushed defensively on the offside by Graham Clark, who remains on 19. And I say next time out for Worcestershire in the Championship is at Hove against Sussex on May the 9th. And I won't be there for that one. Dave Bradley will be bringing you that one when he's back from his holiday. Here comes Taylor. In again, bowls, and Clark is driving this one up to mid-on for a single. 104 for 4. 4 more needed. Marty goes off to carry the good news to the people of the North East. Tom Taylor with 1 ball to go in his 8th over, 1 for 24. His figures, he dismissed Will Rhodes for 21. That was 37 for 2 in the 10th over. But Worcestershire unable to put the skids under Durham in the way that Durham did to them in their second innings. This last ball forced into the gully by Robinson and fielded by Libby. And that is the end of the over. So 4 more needed. Plenty of time left in the day. And Robinson and Clark both on 20. Both played pretty well. And Marty's back to talk Durham over the line.
Well, that was handy because I hit redial and it hooked up to the studio as he was introducing me.
Gosh.
So, I mean, they are golden moments.
They are indeed. They don't happen very often.
No.
Goodness me.
Like
The opposite of having to wait for ages, isn't it?
Bowler comes in and Clark plays this down towards long leg. Just get the 1 run though. Came quite high off the bat. It's in fact a leg by there, you are. He's looking to try and turn it around the leg side, and I thought it'd come maybe off the splice, but it's come off the thigh pad. 3-2 in. Had a decent record here over the years, Durham. Been quite a good ground for them. Bowler comes in again. Robinson looks to turn this through the leg side. I think it hits his thigh pad as well. He runs a quick single, and indeed a leg by his single. So Allison, the bowler, has had 2 deliveries in a row there, thud into the thigh pad. It's been a dreadful ground for them in terms of the T20 and the one-day stuff. T20, the last time they won here in a T20 game, is their only victory was the night that Raoul Moore was caught by the police, and that was a long, long time ago. They tied a game here.
Your memory.
Well, I'll tell you why I remember that. As Allison bowls to Clark, and the keeper takes a good stop down the leg side, because we'd been running reports all week about the search for him and everything, and we'd been doing extra shows. I'd been presenting extra shows, and then on the Friday night I got a message in my ear. It was the last over of the game, and it was on a knife edge that Raoul Moat had been found, and I was being instructed to hand back to all frequencies. And anyway, they managed to stay with the cricket for 2 deliveries or whatever it was until it finished. And a night that was. Here comes the bowler. This is defended by Clark, goes short to mid-wicket.
You occasionally get a story that just grabs the nation's attention, don't you? Like there was that one a couple of years ago where that lady slipped into the river when she was walking her dog.
Yeah, in Lancashire.
And it wasn't, there was no particular reason, but it became a kind of national
conspiracy
obsession.
theorists. There were too many conspiracy theorists.
But it's odd, isn't it, when a story, for some reason, just captures the imagination. It's the modern world, I suppose.
Allison comes in and bowls. Clark plays this up to mid on no run there. I think the problem with that story you mentioned there, and I watched the documentary about it a few months ago, it was just there was too much conspiracy theory stuff which was amplified in the national press.
Yeah.
Still 2 needed to win. This has been a couple of leg byes at the start of this over, and then 3 dot balls. This is the last delivery coming up now. Clark on strike, plays the ball safely out up towards mid-off to D'Oliveira, end of the over, so still 2 to win.
Yeah.
How many overs left today? There's still an hour of play in theory. It's 10 to 6, but I mean they're so far behind in terms of time because there's been that many wickets in the match.
It's just been extraordinary. I'm trying really hard to remember a game like this. I can remember games where there have been collapses in, say, the first innings for both sides. 2 very low scores in the first innings, but then often in the second innings, one team or the other has got 300 or something. But this has been one-way traffic all the way. And possibly thought we were going to get the winning runs there as that was edged by Robinson, but diving stop by Nichols at third slip. Otherwise it would have run down to third man for the winning runs. Saved it with his chest really rather than his hands, Nichols. Do you want to commentate, Mark?
Can do.
Talk Durham over the line.
So Tom Taylor, ball in hand, back at the Diglas end. Grey afternoon here in Worcester. A lot of hazy cloud cover. He bowls and Robinson plays this up to mid on, no run. Teasing it out of us now, aren't they?
Yeah, keeping us hanging on a little bit. Smattering of spectators still in the ground. I'm surprised really that many of them have stayed.
Well, Katie said she hoped the game didn't finish in 2 days because she's paid for a hotel for 4 days. I have to go and watch some local league cricket tomorrow. Go for a walk over Great Malvern.
Going to be a lovely day, I think.
Yeah. In comes Taylor. Robinson punches the ball off the back foot out through the covers. This should be it. He runs 1 and he's going to come back for 2. And a big punch of the air from Graham Clark there at the other end. Robinson wins it for Durham. They've won by 6 wickets. What an incredibly bizarre game of cricket this was. They finish on 108 for 4 in 26.3 overs. So they bowled Worcestershire out earlier for 81 and 23.5. And we're chasing 108 and got there in just fractionally slightly longer in terms of overs time than it took to bowl Worcestershire out earlier. But Durham get their first win on the board. Big relief for them. They've got a couple of days off now. I don't know whether they'll change their plans now and head home back to the northeast tomorrow, or whether they'll stay down here and continue on to Southampton where they play Hampshire next. That game starts on Friday. But they have won with 2 days and 13.3 overs and 6 wickets to spare. Robinson 22, Clark 20. All done and dusted.
And Durham take 19 points. And Worcestershire take 3 and remain rooted to the bottom of the table. Yeah, BBC have Worcester coming for a wrap in just a few minutes. It's been an extraordinary day of cricket here at New Road. It began with Durham 4 down in their first innings, and they lost their last 6 wickets in taking that score up to 136, then rattled Worcestershire out for just 81. Bowling figures in that second innings: Duffy 1 for 30 from 6, Taylor 1 for 26 from 8.3, Allison none for 28 from 7, and Wade 2 for 21 from 5. So Durham win by 6 wickets. They take 19 points. Worcestershire take 3 points from the game. And that final scorecard: Lees out for 2, Rhodes for 21, Ackerman 6, McKinney 34, and Ollie Robinson 22 not out, Graham Clark 20 not out, taking Durham to victory. Players shaking hands as I speak. So Worcestershire in their first innings 162. Here comes that update. Yeah, done and dusted in 2 days here, Andy. Durham winning by 6 wickets. They take 19 points. Worcestershire's 3rd defeat of the season. They remain rooted to the bottom of the table. They take just 3 points from the game. Worcestershire first innings 162 all out, then bowled Durham out for 136. So Worcestershire had a first innings lead of 26, but shot out in the afternoon session for just 81, with Ben Rain taking 4 wickets, Cody Youssef 4 and Jake Bull 2. Durham set 108 to win, lost an early wicket, but good batting, particularly from McKinney, Robinson and Clark, seeing them home with plenty of time to spare, even though we've only had 2 days. Worcestershire are unable to capitalise on that good start. Durham finishing on 108 for 4, and they are the winners by 6 wickets. So there you have it. That's a wrap on the day. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage here on BBC Sport, and thanks very much to Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle, and also to Melinda Farrell, who's been with us for those 2 days. Worcestershire with a lot of reflection to do after this one. Durham getting their first win of the season. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Thank you for being with us. Until next time, this is Frank Watson saying goodbye from New Road.
Sweep down again from Roderick. Can you think the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies is at a backward point, and right between them, and that's raced away twice he played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club, because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the